kind of what they can do.
Assassins are like really high mechanical champions, and they don't have a lot of HP, so the fight will be very quick. So I don't know, it will be like a very explosive fight and a very quick game, I think.
It will just be really funny watching kind of the rest of my team who aren't really familiar with playing Assassins trying to play them. So that's going to be hilarious to watch, I think.
Açıkçası bugün scrim attık Assassin modda Brezilya'yla. Hani yeni şampiyonlar denedik. O yüzden hani çok çalışmasak da en azından yarına hazırız diyebilirim, bir fikrimiz var. Yani ben de bir Assassin şampiyonu oynuyorum diyebilirim. Umarım fark yaratır.
Bon dia, everyone, and welcome to day 2 of the International Wildcard Allstars live from Barcelona, Spain. Day 1 was pretty weird, and it's about to get weirder. Today we'll be bringing you 4 back-to-back Assassin-only matches, followed by the continuation of our 1v1 tournament as we get closer to finding out who will earn the coveted spot in All-Stars next week. Hello, everyone. I'm Daniel C. Pedracos, joined at the analyst desk by Alfonso Mithy Rodriguez, Indiana Frostburn Black, and Zach Rusty Pie. Welcome, everyone.
Howdy.
Hey.
Hola.
Howdy, mixing it up with the
different one every day.
Different one every day. I like it. A good start. Well, yesterday we did see Team Fire take a slight edge over Team Ice after those series of 1v1s. So standings pretty close, but as we start to look into them, you can see how the day sort of unfolded.
Yeah, it's been a very interesting day to speak to Japan in particular, getting the 1v1 advantage to put them up. I'd actually say I'm most impressed with Turkey overall, though.
Turkey getting the 1-0. You can see Brazil falling just a little bit short against the CIS. Similar story for Southeast Asia. And on the opposite side, CIS picking up their first win, as well as Latin America South, Oceania, and Latin America North, both off to a little bit of a rough start here.
Yeah, and really the CIS having a better read on the meta than most of the teams. You know, they started out early. They came out with pretty much all tanks in every single position and just brute force with Courage of the Colossus.
I mean, Courage of the Colossus is pretty powerful overall, and we saw as we looked through that game just a lot of pretty insane moments from CIS, especially that Baron steal in the early game, and definitely wasn't clean despite a lot of the opportunities that they had. What really stood out from you guys most in that game?
I think there was a lot of creativity from the CIS team, and I think that, again, is what stood out the most to me, is how they're able to constantly, it doesn't matter which team it is, it doesn't matter how it happens, they're always innovative and they're doing something new and different, which, just like this, works out the best for them.
Poor Edward. Didn't quite make it over the wall, although does use his ult to get in there later. But it wasn't just, of course, the CIS. You see that flank come out in those final set of fights. Similarly, LJL also being very innovative. Nautilus going into the bottom lane to support that terrifying Tahm Kench top coming in from Evie.
Yeah, and it wasn't just the Tahm Kench pick, but it was also Evie as a player. I really want to highlight this guy. He's known as, 500 ranked LP challenger on the Korean server, playing from Japan with 80 ping, and he stepped up huge yesterday, starting those fights with the Tahm Kench and then finishing them with the Tahm Kench by saving that ultimate.
It was so effective and so brutal to watch. Now, Mithy, so many tanks in the top lane. What are your opinions on this kind of rising Courage of the Colossus meta that we saw yesterday?
Well, honestly, even though I feel like it's a bit unbalanced, the mastery and everything, the Keystone, sorry, I just love it because it just basically
dare to be different.
that will infeed my game. So that's a positive start. And then the fact that assassins cannot be played into these tanks means that I'm gonna die way less because all the assassins want to do is just kill the support. So I'm grateful for the changes.
I like it. I like it. You're very worried about yourself in any meta situation. It's good to see. But zeroing in on today, let's show you what we've got, because all the tanks are gone. Starting off our day, we're going to be going up with the 4 assassin match modes. It's going to be Turkey versus Oceania, Latin America South versus Japan, Southeast Asia versus the CIS, and Latin America North versus Brazil.
And following that one will be the continuation of the 1v1 matches where CIS play against Turkey and Brazil against Latin America South.
I'm most excited for the CIS against Turkey because all these players play in the same server in EU West, and I think they have like maybe small grudges against each other from all these games that they play against one another. So it's gonna be excited to watch that 1 versus 1, how it plays off.
Potentially know each other a little bit better. But before we get into the 1v1s, it's going to be assassin mode. This is going to be blind pick without any bans, and players are only allowed to select assassin champions as determined by their description in the client.
Yeah, champions to highlight though, it's any type of champion that's going to bring that hard CC, so I'm really looking at Pantheon here in particular, but also the fact that LeBlanc always very strong, and Ahri having that charm as well.
Interesting too, of course, very few champions with range, and a few champions like Pantheon that we were kind of surprised to see classified as assassin. Have to see how they come out. Master Yi as well, but as we know, all the assassins have copped rework, and a lot of big ones coming out. So we borrowed a little bit from the fighting game community and created our very own tier list. Now the one you see here is Rusty's tier list. Rusty, LeBlanc, Kha'Zix, and Rengar in S tier. What are your thoughts on that one?
Yeah, I know people might say that's a lot of champions in the S tier, but all of these experiences and the reason I've made it has been from solo queue, and that one time the Kha'Zix came in and absolutely blasted my bum is the best example of why he's going to stay in S tier permanently.
Any dispute, Mithy?
I mean, I can't argue with someone that got their ass blasted. You know?
All right, well, looks like personal experience weighing heavily into Rusty's tier list, but as well, we were theory crafting earlier today about how the assassin mode, not just assassins competitive, would work out. And Mithy, you kind of put together this all-star dream team composition. Why don't you run us through it?
Well, yeah, I mean, I don't know how good it's going to turn out. I took my time to just basically theory craft a team comp, since I guess every team is going to do the same. And I basically opted for Talon top, since I think it's the best champion to pick top. You can run TP on him. I think TP is still going to be run. I think it should be run. And you basically have the opportunity to 1v1, and you have really good 1v1 duels in the top lane, in the long lane. Then for the jungle, it's most likely going to be Kha'Zix or Rengar. I don't think Shaco or Pantheon are going to be champions we see. For the mid lane, it's going to be LeBlanc for sure. I think everyone kind of agrees. Everyone has LeBlanc on the S tier. We all agree it's the strongest champion, best 1v1 potential, everything. And for bot lane, I was thinking of mixing it up. I don't think AD carries are going to be something that we want to see in this game. I don't think anyone wants to play AD carry against all these assassins. So I was thinking something like Katarina, Pantheon, bot lane, something like kind of like mashes up well together. I think Pantheon with Exhaust on the bot lane as a support is going to be something that I hope we see, because it has the harass potential with the Q, it has the instant stun, and at the same time you can be, even if you don't build tanky items, you can be a bit tanky with your passive. So I think overall Pantheon, also the roams with the ult, I think Pantheon support is going to be something that we should probably see.
All right, looking out for Pantheon support. Now you said Katarina is kind of the non-traditional carry from the bottom side of the map. You said don't expect to see any AD carries. Is there any chance that any of these characters can build like an Infinity Edge, the standard things that we see from the AD carry?
Yeah, definitely. The one champion you might see it on is Ahri as the AD carry position. However, remember that if you're picking an AD carry and to build it like an AD carry, an assassin 5v5 is actually asking to have all 5 of the opposition just wanting to kill you constantly. So it's a pretty big risk.
Yeah, again, it's just prioritizing having burst damage versus the sustain output over the course of a fight. That said, a lot of these compositions will fall down in terms of siege potential. So when we come into these big 5v5, you're pretty much just determining that everyone has to die. It has to be an ace, otherwise no towers are going to fall. And that's my favorite game mode.
Also keep in mind that everyone will want to just fight each other from the get-go. So having an AD carry and trying to wait it out and get 2-3 items is going to be a hard task.
Well, we'll see exactly how the bills unfold, but of course there are more tier lists than just Rusty's, and you can find those at eu.lolesports.com for all of the IWCA panels, assassin tier lists, as well as the explanations as why they ranked what they did. But speaking of itemization, guys, I want to jump into the itemization available for this game mode, because as we saw in the feature, it is limited exclusively to items that have either AD or AP components in their final build. So keep in mind, you can build things like tier, like Sheen, but that Sheen has to turn into a Lich Bane or a Trinity Force. It cannot be something exclusively with tank stats like an Iceborne Gauntlet.
I mean, that said, you can grab tank elements as long as they don't complete the build. So you could technically get kind of a variety bucket to make a false tank, if you will, or a budget tank.
And well, I sincerely hope we don't see, more tanky builds. I hope people are more eager to kill each other. What items do you think are going to be really strong in this game mode with those restrictions in mind?
Mithy, I know you have a couple of things that you'll be able to add to this, but mostly tank items that aren't actually tank items are still where everybody should actually be going.
Yeah, definitely. And also, yeah, and to point that out, things like Abyssal, I think is going to be very strong. Hourglass, or just the new item that was released, the Knight's Vow. I really don't know what the name is. It's like a mixture
crown.
between the crown.
The activatable Banshee's Veil.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh,
so
God.
I think those 3 items are going to be the most bought ones for sure.
Interesting to see how those pseudo-aggressive items with defensive options may be prioritized, but of course, additionally, there are some extra items that are available: health potions, refillable potions, hunter's potion, corrupting potions, sorcerer's shoes, the warrior runic echoes, and blood razor and jungle enchantments as well. So we've talked about the items, the champions we expect to see, but now it's time to toss it over to the casters because Turkey and Oceania are about to go head-to-head.
Thank you, Sifa. I'm Matthew Fisher, and joining me is Andy Verdiestein. We just parkoured back over here for the caster desk for the first 5v5 Assassin mode match. It's going to be Oceania taking on Turkey in the first game of today.
And I am extremely excited. I have so much hype in rehearsals today. I was yelling because of all the cool assassins. These are the best champions in the game, Fish, and we finally get to see them going at it once and for all.
We certainly are, but before we get into it, let's have a look at who's taking to the Rift. Starting on the blue side of Summoner's Rift, representing Team 5 from Turkey's TCL, is going to be up in the top lane, Elwyn from Dark Passage. Heading into the jungle will be Crystal from Team Aura, as well as in the mid lane will be Naru from Supermassive, Zetnot, the AD carry from Dark Passage, as well as his support, Double Doge from Supermassive.
Meanwhile, in the red corner is the Oceanic Warriors representing Team Ice. In the top lane is Swiper from the Chiefs, jungler is Carbon from Legacy, their mid laner Swiffer from the Chiefs, AD carry, the legend Radiant from the Direwolves, and their support Rosie from Tainted Minds.
And I know starting off with this Chiefs lineup, Vedius, I know you have something you really want to talk about their AD carry in particular.
Yes, Radiant. Now, Rusty was telling me how he got to sit down with the Oceanic players yesterday, and they were all like, yo, what's with the Vayne pick? Why did you guys pick Vayne? And the team said, 4 of us said we did not want Vayne. Raydir said he wanted to play Vayne. So they ended up playing Vayne. And Raydir, using his powers of coercion, ended up turning the team in his favor, and he managed to lock in his Vayne.
Well, he's technically a lawyer now, Vedia, so when a lawyer says that his 1 is greater than 4, you better listen to him, because the judge is always going to be on his side. Another player that we really have to look out for is Naru, because on day 1, he played really well.
Yeah, he certainly did. He was playing Assassin mode on that Orianna yesterday. He had a fantastic performance, and, I mean, a lot of people underestimated this Turkish line. I know I certainly wasn't expecting them to come in so strong, but yesterday they performed out of this world. Naru in particular just had such great support with the rest of his team, and he used that gold so effectively, and he did that yesterday on Orianna. I'm looking forward to seeing what he can do on an Assassin today.
Exactly that. If you can assassinate people as Orianna, heck, any assassin would be great for coming as Assassin. Maybe we'll get, your Katarina pick.
Oh, the dream, my friend, the dream. I hope we get at least one Katarina. I've literally got a novel prepared for my beautiful champion.
I can just walk away.
Yeah, you can leave at that point. That'd be great. But no, I obviously need you here, Fish. I couldn't do this without you. And how else could we hype up all these fantastic Assassin champions? Because we've had so many different changes come out. We've got changes to Zed, we've got changes to Rengar, we've got changes to Cat. LeBlanc will be the big one. You did hear them talking about it on the desk as well. But it's largely going to be a question of who plays what, because we have seen Carbon throughout the regular season bring out a fair amount of Rengar. We have seen Swiffer bring out the LeBlanc in the past. Naru was well known back in the day for his assassin playstyle, and you did hear them in the pre-game little show thing that Swiffer was certainly looking forward to seeing how well the rest of his team can do on these assassin champions.
Which was really surprising, because Swiffer, normally plays those mages in the mid lane instead of the assassins, a couple of times picking up the LeBlanc, and Carbon's the one that has played quite a bit of Rengar. Where the side of Turkey, we saw a couple of the players that didn't necessarily play assassins say they really wanted to showcase how they could play assassins, just to kind of show the world that they can pick up these champions.
Yeah, I did hear Dumbledore say yesterday, I have at least one assassin. I'm good, guys. I'm good. I've got this. And to be honest, you can still play Pantheon. You don't need much skill to play Pantheon. I've got to be honest, right? He has a lot of point and click abilities. He's pretty fail-safe, high skill cap, Katarina's definitely up there. LeBlanc, I would definitely say, requires a bit of thought behind it, since there's a little bit more intricacy to her kit now with delays in not only her passive, but how her W works as well. And also the way in which you use your ultimate as well. So there's a bit of intricacy in some of the champions, but then you could also just play Rengar and just press all your buttons, and I'm sure that'll work, you know, just...
Well, we saw that work during the 1v1s yesterday.
Yeah, exactly. Audi brought it out yesterday, and he was able to take down Evie, which was very enjoyable to watch, but... I'm really excited to see this. Just to remind people, this is blind pick. There are no bans. You don't get to get rid of anything. And I'm pretty sure these teams have a good idea of what they're going to lock in pretty early.
And speaking of blind pick, we're heading into Champion Select for the first match of the Assassin Mode games that we'll have here today. Turkey taking on Oceania. Like you mentioned, blind picks. We're just going to have to see what they decide to lock in.
Looks like a couple things have been locked in, but my eyes are on Dumbledore right now. Come on, do it for me, my friend. I know you're tempted. I know you want to lock it in, and already so many champions locked in. We have a Shaco in the jungle. Mithy, he didn't expect it to come out, but Carbon, he's saying, yo, I've got this. Swiper bringing out the Pantheon in the top lane. We've got a Diana in the mid. So far, we've got no mirror matchups. Perhaps we have a LeBlanc on the support as well. Ahri, maybe the AD carry Ahri. You know, we were debating whether or not it would work out, but there's certainly a lot of AP. I mean, a fair amount of mix on the side of Team Ice from the Oceanic squad. I mean, I feel like they've came in with a plan with this one.
And you know, picking up the LeBlanc for Rosie almost feels quite fitting here, because when he was playing as a support in the OPL, he was picking up Static Shiv, Rapid Fire Cannon, Bard. This guy's a monster. Giving him LeBlanc kind of makes sense.
It's been locked in, Fish. It's been locked in. I get my Katarina game. I've been asking for this for so long. Dumbledore, you are my hero. I knew Team Fire wouldn't let me down. Oh, this is going to be exciting. I want to wait until everything is locked in so then we can try and talk about these kind of comps. But what we can say for sure is LeBlanc, very strong. Looks like it's going to be going in that support role. I actually used to have a teammate who was a LeBlanc support main, and he used to make it work all the time. You go for very early chains, and with the changes to chains, she's actually very effective down in the bottom lane. But in terms of overall team comps, what all of them want to do is buy a lot of items that kill stuff, and then they're going to want to go and kill their opponents, right?
I kind of feel like that's the general idea here.
That's Assassin team comps, ladies and gentlemen.
Buy a lot of items and kill as many people as possible. So we have to see which team is going to get the upper hand. We talked to Carbon earlier, said it's an exciting mode, lots of kills. It goes on for about 30-40 minutes. It's just going to be tons and tons of action. But we still want you guys to vote for your favorite team to win this match. Head over to @LOLesports and use the hashtag TURWin or the hashtag OCEWin to vote for your favorite team heading into the first match for today.
Ladies and gentlemen, Assassin mode. This is going to be so much fun. I know for a fact that the players are excited. It should be a bloodbath. No slow laning phase, only hardcore action. And that is what I'm most excited for.
As Frosco was mentioning us earlier, you know, it is completely man mode. You can't really tank up. You can buy the bits and pieces, but no Warmogs, no Randuins, Omids, no Guardian Angel to keep yourself alive. You buy damage, you go in, and you just hope you get out alive.
That is certainly the case. So, we have a lot of assassins on the board. Fish, I'm going to leave the decision down to you. Are there any assassins that you want to cover first? Do you have any favorites that you want to look at?
So, you know, I look at this and I go, there's so many different things I'd like to cover here, but I just see the Katarina.
Yes,
and
you do.
How much you want to talk about this, Vedius.
All right, so for the time being, right, so Katarina, her changes, let's run through her changes for a start, right? So she's no longer the point-and-click assassin like she used to be. She's not so much just dive in and just press all your buttons anymore. She has quite a lot of intricacies with her blades. So now you actually use the blades to reset your Shunpo cooldown. She still has her old passive of if she gets any kills or assists, her cooldowns are reduced by 15 seconds, but typically what you're going to want to do is max the Q. It's your main wave clearing tool, it's your main harass tool. It only hits onto 3 minions, but it will leave a dagger. If you walk into that dagger, it resets the cooldown of your Shunpo, or it reduces it by a certain percentage of that cooldown. The more points you put in it, the higher the percentage reduction is, and it just means that the later the game goes, the stronger the Katarina gets, and the more reset potential that she has. But what I'm really interested to see is how well Dumbledore can manage his daggers, because that is what the difference between bad Katarinas and good ones.
And just sticking on Katarina for a bit, you can already see Dumbledore going for the Dark Seal as his first item, whereas Rosie is going for the support item instead, looking to just try and take passive gold, probably give most of it over towards Radier, who is in fact going for the AD carry Ahri.
Yeah, it does look like that. So Team Ice actually opting for a traditional bot lane, quote-unquote. So I think that'll be quite an interesting one. Already you can see that Team Fire have gotten the early push. So right now, Team Ice will be a little bit on the back foot, struggling to try and deal with that wave clear. But how the gold is distributed in the bottom lane will actually mean a lot for the Katarina, because both Ahri and Katarina are very item reliant. They have fairly poor base stats, but very good scaling. Katarina's a little bit better with the changes now to the passive on her spinning blades. But other than that, they're still both pretty item reliant. And you can see now that the lane is actually pushing towards them. The fact that Radiant has AD actually gives them a big advantage in terms of the 2v2.
Well, we move into the mid lane now. Swiffer up against Naru. Fizz are taking on the Diana here. Naru doing a really good job so far trading against the fish. But Carbon is in this lane looking to see if he can try and get a gank off here, but was spotted out by the Kazakhs. Jump over the wall, but Naru spots him out, able to pull him backwards. Here comes Kazik to jump over the wall, gets on top of Carbon for first blood as well. Swiffer's been flashed on, he has to flash away, and Team Fire get first blood.
Carbon going for the solo Q plays, a charm lands in the bot lane.
Bottom lane, double dodge, gonna get locked up. There's the Ignite, Radius putting down the auto attacks, flashes forward, but hits the turret, doesn't get the final auto attack. Exhaust goes out towards Zetna, charms him back, Radius dead as double dodge dashes in as well. Ignite put on towards Rosie, not quite enough for double dodge to catch up to Rosie.
Oh, action already. Ladies and gentlemen, this is what we promised you, and this is what you're gonna get. So unfortunate for Raider. He goes to the flash auto and he hits the tower. Oh, that couldn't have gone any worse for him, but Dumbledore is able to get away just barely with his life. Zayt not then able to turn it around. Just such clutch stuff. Let's start with the middle lane. Carbon going for the solo Q Shaco build. He has decided to run with the exhaust. He used it as a means to try and force Naru back. He didn't realize that he was spotted out by Crystal already for the turnaround gank. Meanwhile, this is the damage that you get from LeBlanc nowadays. The charm lands, there's the chain. You see the passive being propped, bang! Gets popped by the chain itself, and it just does so much damage, and then Raid it right at the last second, fails, and ends up hitting the turret, which is really what ends up losing them this trade. So very unfortunate for Team Ice right there.
Rosie as well using the W really quickly. They're trying to get the instant damage. Alrighty. Oh, he knows he's messed up there.
Yeah, he knew. But Rosie now coming for a roam mid.
Yeah, looking to try and get the gank off towards Naru, getting a few auto attacks down. There goes the chain. Swiffer's trying to jump on top of him, but just a little bit too tanky, the Diana in the mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, this is probably the most conventional lane that we have on the Rift right now. Fizz versus Diana. Early levels tends to go towards Fizz's favor, and remember now that Fizz has had a couple changes himself. Not some massive ones. The one you really need to pay attention to is his ultimate. The further it travels, the more damage and the more CC it actually does. As Dumbledore's going a little bit aggressive, hitting quite hard.
Yeah, quite a bit of damage down on towards Radio. Dodges out the charm. Rosie is waiting in the wings, but he's only level 2 on this LeBlanc. Dumbledore has already hit level 4.
Well, that's thanks to the early kill that he was able to get. Rosie going to be struggling a little bit in farm, and you can actually see that the farm is being evenly split between the two bottom laners. Is Crystal making his way up to the top.
Hello.
I mean, I don't know why I'm surprised. I don't know why I am surprised. It is the best Keystone Mastery to run in Assassin mode. But yes, let's talk about this top lane because we haven't yet. Pantheon, point and click, the ultimate skill champion. Ooh, flash charm.
Flash forward. Rosie does get charmed up, but does distort away to get back to safety. Carbon waiting in the wings, trying to get the gank off, but Dumbledore and Zetnot have already disengaged.
So, fun fact about Katarina and Shaco, her ultimate only goes off when you're within range of a target. So if Shaco is nearby, you can tell because your ultimate can actually be procced. Not that that's a useful feature, but hey, Shaco's nearby, you know? But yes, moving back to the top lane. Zed versus Pantheon. Typically, this should go in the favor of the Pantheon early because you usually go for a bit of sustain with the Corrupting Potion. You just throw spears all day and it's difficult to trade back, but I don't know if he can get out of this one.
They're looking for a dive. Swiper will be able to stun up Eldwin. He's going to live with a sliver of health.
Oh.
Swiper living with less than 10 health here. Crystal should be able to path him down and hunt him down. He does have teleport. Well, let's see if he's going to be able to use that one to escape. He might just be looking for the execute instead.
I think he might very well be able to get this, and he does. Well played, Swiper, to get out of that situation. I felt like he may have gone for the TP play. He didn't want to risk it. He's going to keep that summoner spell. A bit of experience will go over to Crystal, but other than that, nothing too much loss. So well played by Swiper to get out of that, especially being a level down.
He was laughing quite a bit there as well once he got executed. Knew he was able to, you know, outplay them a little bit, stop the dive coming out from Eldwin. Both flashes burnt by the top laners, but Swiper will use his teleport to get back to the top lane as well.
Certainly will. So now that we are 7 minutes into the game, 2 kills on the board, let's run through some of the itemization that you do have the champions going for. Now, Swiper Oh, we actually have a bit of a replay. Oh, actually, this is great because we can actually see what Swiper was able to do and a bit of a misplay from Elwin. So he actually starts off by going with the ultimate. And notice his basic attack is actually going to hit into the block. That means that Swiper's going to avoid a lot of the damage. And he just flashes out of range of the Shuriken to avoid that last tick. And because Crystal had already used his leap to get in range to try and finish off Swiper, he's able to get away. And bear in mind, Crystal had already used his flash earlier on, so then Swiper could just get away with the execute.
Does give Crystal level 6, will rank himself up. Seems like he wants to return up to the top lane for Swiper. Goes invisible, jumps on top of him, gets a good amount of damage now, goes invisible again, but it's not going to be enough. Takes quite a bit of damage from the tower shot and the Thunderlord's proc from Swiper.
Now, I'm surprised Swiper decided to go for the Serrated Dirk early. Having chatted with Rusty, he actually told me how if you just stack longswords, it's actually much more efficient than actually upgrading to the Serrated Dirk due to the changes to lethality. But he's decided to get that as we see Dumbledore going in.
Rosie taking a lot of damage. Dumbledore has been exhausted. Radio gets charmed up, looking for a kill to Zaytnot. The Ignite is ticking. He gets it, but then going back in. Dumbledore gets the reset.
Oh,
he's under the turret, but he just can't quite do it. It's a double kill for Radiant.
Oh, Dumbledore, you could have easily got on the double kill, but you just weren't fast enough with the Shumpo. And Radiant is able to get himself the outplay. Oceania get themselves the desperately needed 2 kills. That bottom lane finally starting to work in their favor. But my word, that was one tense exchange. They're even a disadvantage. I mean, Zayd not only being level 5, but look at this gank in the mid.
Carbon's in the mid lane. There goes the fish onto Oz. Naru will knock him up. Let's see if they go for the dive. Swiffer and Carbon seem like they want it, but the turret echo goes onto the wrong 2 people and doesn't get the clone.
So another failed gank in the mid lane from Carbon. Decided not to use the exhaust this time, but we'll put a bit of pressure down onto Naru. If Swiffer had used his ultimate a little bit sooner, it would have provided a little bit more crowd control and a little bit of extra damage. But he decided to get just up close and personal, so you didn't quite get the maximum usage out of that ult. Meanwhile, we see both supports roaming around the map, and now we're going to see that vision plant coming in as actually potentially a gank coming in from the Pantheon.
Pantheon looking for the Grand Skyfall on top of Naru. He will get out of the circle, but Crystal jumps in, comes the first to fall. Double Doja spinning around for the double kill. He gets the triple kill, and he's still hunting down Rosie as well. What a play from Double Doja.
There it is, ladies and gentlemen, the triple kill from the legendary Katarina. That's what we wanted to see. Fantastic use of the reset. Great positioning as Rosie's got caught out.
Zaytnot's found him. He's going to dash over the wall, trying to chase down the LeBlanc. Will be able to get one more auto attack. Zaytnot gets the kill. Radius now trying to chase it down, but Double Doge, he's flashed over. He wants to help his friends. They're going for the turret time. One more attack, it's all it takes. He gets the reset as well and gets back to safety.
Thank God to Dumbledore. He comes in as support for Zaytnot, who is in a bit of a tricky situation right there. A little bit ironic that the AP Ahri is the one running heal and the AD Ahri is the one with Ignite. Nevertheless, 2 kills further go over to the Turkish team. And already just so much more bloodshed. 5-1-0 Katarina right now. Whew. I mean, where does the replay start? It has to be from the gank in the mid lane. So you can see Naru is the target. They want to try and punish him. He has no flash. And they're somewhat expecting this gank, so the rest of 5 come in for the collapse. Crystal goes in a little bit early, but Dumbledore can just come in with a perfect flank to get all of the resets. You can just see all of his daggers everywhere. Enables him to get the resets, and I mean, you really don't need that many skills early on because you actually have great scaling with the with AD, so as long as you get an early longsword, it works out. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, Rosie gets caught out of position, only being level 5. Zaynot's able to pick that kill up, and then Dumbledore's coming in as we see more action.
Meanwhile, Crystal's been able to take down Swiper. Carbon was close by, but not able to help out at all there.
No, I mean, a little bit too quick for the OPL team to respond. And now Carbon is left up alone. Now Dumbledore's looking for another roam in the mid lane. But unfortunately, Katarina, one of the main reasons we're unlikely to see her in competitive play is due to her severe lack of utility, which does hinder her ability to roam around and gank in the mid lane. But nevertheless, a lot of pressure being exerted by the Turkish squad right now.
Look at the level disadvantage between the 2 junglers here. Crystal, level 9 on this Kha'Zix. Carbon, still level 6 on this AP Shaco. As Dumbledore will get charmed up here by Radiant. Takes a little bit of damage, but is able to shumpo to safety.
I mean, you talk about the level disadvantage, but look at it as well in the top lane. You see another gank in the mid.
Grand Skyfall coming into mid lane. Naru's been hit by the fish, gets knocked up. Swiper gets the stun down as well. Looking for even more damage. He will dodge away from the playful trickster. Crystal comes here. He's on top of Swiffer, goes invincible, gets the last slash, and now Swiper's the target for Team Fire.
Oh.
The OPL team here are not doing well at all, Vidius.
Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, it looks like Xaynot.
He's been charmed up. Radiant's jumping in, but there goes Dumbledore, trying to get as much damage down as possible. Radiant picks up the first kill. Dumbledore is chasing him down. Should be able to get it with the final auto attack.
I mean, that's one way to kill your opponent, Dumbledore, but really, we have to focus on the outplay from Naru. He baited both members towards Crystal, who was just lying in wait, ready to strike. And then Naru with the quick footwork, and now Dumbledore.
Gonna have to be a little bit careful, but that is so much damage being thrown on towards Rosie with just one dagger.
I know, right? It's crazy. I mean, already working towards that Hextech Gunblade.
He's got 10 stacks of his Dark Steel video.
Oh yeah, I mean, that's why you should go for it early on, because Katarina is just a killing machine, and if she gets an early lead, she snowballs out of control. Now Dumbledore knows this is going on.
But Rosie knows as well. He gets the shutdown, removes 4 stacks of the Dark Seal as well, as Rosie gets the outplay onto Dumbledore.
Oh, unfortunately for Dumbledore, she wasn't able to Shunpo away from the distortion. Nevertheless, let's backtrack what happened in mid lane. So Naru once again being the target focus. A lot of attention being focused onto the main assassin player. And not much success really coming out of it. Not really enough damage from Swiper, only being level 7. They couldn't really close it out, and then Crystal comes in, and look at the damage. Just absolutely crazy stuff. Had already completed his first jungle item, was already stacking up that AD. Xaynot getting caught out of position just a little bit, ends up eating a charm and losing his life. But in exchange for that, Radiant has to trade it as well. Ahri versus Ahri. Dashes versus dashes. AD clearly the one on top, you know, superior. Proof, right here, right now.
Eventually we saw Rosie get that crucial shutdown onto Dumbledore, but he has his Hextech Gunblade now, Vidius.
Yeah. It's actually a very efficient item on Cat as well. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw Dumbledore work towards a Rylai's Crystal Scepter next. It gives you a little bit of extra tankiness, but on top of that, it gives you that bit of CC that you're lacking as a Katarina. The thing you have to bear in mind is that it's actually quite potent because it slows down your target. If you it deals a fair amount of magic damage, the active on the Hextech Gunblade, but it slows them down, enables you to get in range to then start dropping your combo. Now, we have to look at Naru, who's looking for a roam down in the bottom lane. There is vision, but he's going to run straight into Carbon.
Carbon, though, is going to get deleted from Summoner's Rift as Naru gets a drive-by onto the Oceanic Jungler. Now chasing down Radio and Rosie. He's going to get popped here, left with less than 100 health. Xaynot charges on forward and picks up the second kill for Team Fire.
Losing that tier 1 in the mid lane hurt OPL so much. They lost so much control over the bottom half of their jungle. This enabled Naru to roam around for the flank. I don't even think Khan was looking on his screen, and to be honest, he didn't get a chance to because he was gone before you could say, what? So much damage coming out from Naru, so effective, and they get themselves 2 kills off the back of it.
They're just taking stock at where things are at now here, Vidius. 8,000 gold lead for the TCL team, but there is a teleport to the bottom lane. Swiffer's looking for a flank. Carbon's on top of Crystal. He goes for the turret time, gets a kill to Radiant, but Xaynot's being locked down by Swiper. Crystal will fall. Dumbledore being snared up here. He'll get taken down for a double kill for Swiper.
So it looks like the Turkish squad overcommitted just a little bit. They tried to force a fight that they were not in a great position to do so. They didn't spend the gold that they had just picked up after that successful setup in the bottom lane, and they end up getting punished for it. So nice response from OPL. Still proving that they have some fight left in the tank. But the thing that's really hampering them right now is this severe level disadvantage. Picking up a couple of those shutdowns will certainly help them, but they have a long way to go before they can close this massive assassin gap.
So we're taking a look at the items earlier. Everything looks fairly standard. For now, though, let's go into replay of that dive, Vidius.
So you can see here, Fire, they feel pretty confident. They know they have the damage to kill Raider, and they successfully do so, but they have to commit so much to get him. They leave Xaynot on the backline, tanking the turret. Swiper's able to clean that up, and then in a 3 versus 2, as well as the Illuminati Shaco boxes, that's the crutch that prevents Turkey from being able to pick that turret, pick up a couple extra kills, and end up giving away a small advantage to OPL.
Like we were mentioning there, all the items look fairly standard for a couple of these assassins, especially, you know, we see Zed, Kha'Zix all picking up standard items. Even Diana, kind of standard, you know, going for a little bit tanky in that mid lane. Ahri, very standard, same as the Katarina, but we've got a hybrid Ahri on the side of the OPL team here, Vidius. He's going
We
for
have
the
a
Hextech
Gunblade.
Gunblade with Berserker Greaves.
Going for that super sustained Ari build. I mean, I guess it works.
And then we have Carbon on the AP Shaco, you know, just...
Yeah, you've got me there. Good one. You've got me. Can't explain that one, but look at Carbon. He's going to try a gank in the mid.
Let's see if he can. Double Doge to be stand up. Rosie jumps over the wall, but Zaytnos charging it to the back line. Rosie will take down Double Doge. Radiant loses with a sliver of health, but here comes Crystal. Leaps in, trying to get the kills. Tries to take down Carbon first. Rosie will fall, and Carbon will fall second here. Team Fire clean up the Oceanic team.
Dumbledore gives away his life, but the action's not over yet.
So it looks like he wants to go and get the flash playful Trickster to take down Crystal, but Naru's here. He's going to be able to chase down the Fizz, misses the Crescent Strike, but will pull him back with his W. Swiffer is trying to stay alive as long as possible. Trident strikes his way away, trying to go toe-to-toe against Naru now, and he does get back to safety.
So Swiffer with the star points, he gets a kill, he gets himself out, and he actually makes that overall trade a 2 for 2. So not bad for the Oceanic squad. They definitely committed a little bit harder than I think they wanted to, but it ended up working out as Elwin now.
Trying to dive on towards Swiper. Swiper knows that Turkish top laners are a nightmare to deal with, but here comes Carbon, throws out the Shiv, and picks up a kill for his top laner.
Surprise! It's Shaco, and he is here to redeem his top laner. Swiper, after having a very tough early laning phase, is able to turn it around, but let's backtrack. Dumbledore ends up eating the charm. He ends up losing his life. The chain CC is too strong from the LeBlanc. Meanwhile, Crystal comes in from the flank, being that Kazakh. Really good flash here from Zaytnot, because they lose vision on him, and then he's able to buy time for his cooldowns, get the charm down onto Rosie, and they're able to get the 2 for 2. But then Swiffer shows the max range damage of this Shark, combined with the empowered W that the Fizz now has, and he's able to just walk out of here. Good sidestep from that Q is what really kept him alive. Naru running out of mana. But it looks like we may very well see more action as Crystal is moving towards this red buff.
Carbon has to be very careful. Crystal will find and puts down the exhaust. Gets a lot of damage down towards the Kazakh. Jumps up forward. The chains are not going to connect. But can he get it? Yes, he does. The damage over time is enough. But meanwhile, Radiant! Oh my goodness!
He shoots, he scores! Naru gets another one. He is just on cleanup duty, and Zaytnot's now been caught out.
He's been exhausted though. Carbon's going to try and chase him now. Rosie looking for the chains. Gets it, flashes forward, and gets a kill onto that 80 carry, so to speak. It's Naru now in a 2-on-1. Swiper's Naru! He's looking for the upgrade. He gets one! He's going for Swiffer!
Oh my God!
One more attack's enough! Naru! No, he can't! As Swiffer gets the playful Trickster to get the kill.
Oh, Naru, you almost did it, you beast of a man. That was so close from the Diana. Wasn't quite able to pull it out. Swiffer keeping his team's hopes alive. But my God, action all over the map. We just don't get to breathe, do we, Fish?
No, we don't. This is amazing, Venius. I mean, we were talking to Carbon early. He said it's an action-packed game, and it certainly has been. And Dumbledore's been jumped off by Carbon here. Gets a lot of damage down, but he can't get the reset. He can't pick up the kill. Ice will take down another member of Team Fire.
That was so close for Dumbledore to get that kill. What he didn't realize was the box was actually put down behind him, and that fear is actually what interrupted his ultimate. But now, looking back to Naru, good flash over the wall, ends up eating the small fish, so doesn't take a huge amount of damage from it, buys enough time, then dodges over to Swiper to avoid the playful Trickster, and then he's just buying time with the shield. So well played, and it's just so unfortunate if he was able, if he just cooldowns. It was just cooldowns, and he would have been able to get the 2 versus 1. But nevertheless, 1-for-1 trade in a 2 versus 1. I think you can be happy with that.
It's getting a little bit closer here as Crystal is going to be charmed up by Radiant. Just wants to get himself back to safety. Carbon will throw out his ultimate. Doesn't deal too much damage there, but Crystal will be able to escape. And looks like we have another hybrid character on the Rift here. It's going to be Shaco. He's not just full AP. He's going for an X.
Oh, okay, that's fine. Yeah, I can appreciate that. I can respect that. He has pretty good AP scalings on some of the changes that happened to him recently, like on his Deceive and on his Dagger as well, or in the Jacket box anyway. But something that we actually discussed earlier on was an Assassin's ability to take Baron. It looks like that when you run a Diana and a Kha'Zix, that rule doesn't apply to them.
Pretty much. It's going to be a 21-minute Baron here. It's really hard to siege as Assassins, so Baron's the next best bet.
Oh yeah, it certainly is. So 21 minutes. Early on, Turkey definitely had full control during the laning phase. A couple of overcommitments perhaps resulted in OPL getting a couple favorable trades. They get some items under their belt. They started scaling relatively well. But now with Baron on the side of the Turkish squad, it looks like that they have regained control. But now what are they going to do with it? They've taken a lot of the tier 2 turrets already. Note that Elwin has pretty much spent the entire game split pushing up on the top lane. Something that he is well known for in his defense is Carbon now in the mid.
He's going in at some max range. Fish coming out to Naru. Carbon's incredibly low. Swiper's trying to jump in, but Double Dodge has got 1 kill already. That is going to fall. The resets come out for Katarina for the double. He's on top of Swiffer. Going to pick up his staggers. Playful Trickster comes out. It's the triple kill for Double Doge, putting Team Fire in the lead again.
I feel like the longer Dumbledore plays Katarina, the better understanding he has of the daggers, but the action's not done yet.
Elwin's going in. Rosie tries to dash away. Does dash away pretty well there. Avoids all the damage from that death buff. Now looking for Dumbledore. Gets the shutdown. Rosie, that was amazing.
I was just praising you, Dumbledore, and then you had to go and do that. Fair play to Rosie landing the chains, but I don't think it's going to be enough as Crystal.
He's going to go in. Tries to jump on top of Rosie. Flashes forward. Gets him through the exhaust. Elwin has to be a little bit careful because Carbon's dashing up forward as well. Radius trying to get as much damage down as possible.
TP.
Teleport coming to the back lines from Naru. Swiper's coming. No, Swiffer's coming in as well, Seeves. Let's see what they're going to do here. Naru, he's going to jump on top of Swiper. He's gone. Crystal picks up that kill. Team Ice are falling 1 by 1 here as Fire still pushed towards the inhibitor.
That looks like they're going to get it too. 3 members are alive for the OPL squad. That fish is actually absolutely massive.
It sure
but it's
is.
not going to do enough damage to deter the Turkish team as they walk away with the inhibitor, feeling pretty confident after that successful team fight.
23-16 on the scoreboard here. 49,000 to 38,000 gold. Let's take a look at that one again, Vedius.
So Carbon tries to go in, be the initiator, but then Naru just turns it around like, you do not initiate on me, I initiate on you. He does go down relatively early, but not before he's able to get so much damage down. Dumbledore is just using Naru as a front line to then just clean up the rest of the fight. He gets himself the triple kill. He does give his life away a little bit later on, but besides that point, really good outplay from Rosie to avoid all the damages. Now, the action does continue.
Carbon has been taken down, but Swiffer's jumping on top of Naru. Here comes Radiant dashing in. Swiper's popped the Grand Skyfall. Swiffer with the Death Mask going to be enough to take him down. Swiper's in amongst it, taking a lot of damage as Crystal will go on a killing spree to take down Pantheon.
3 for 1 in favor of the Turkish team once more. Naru has to give away his life, but every time he does, he just does so much damage in return. And while all this has been going on, split push Katarina has been working her way up in the top lane. Remember, she actually has a fair amount of AD as well, thanks to the gunblade that she picked up. But now, can you get the outplay? You just used all your abilities, and Carbon's hungry for blood.
He's gone in, throws down the Hextech gunblade, but Double Doge goes back in. Let's see what he can do. He's been locked down, pops the Zonya's hourglass. Carbon is going to try and run away. Double Doge knows what's the right one, but still, 3-on-1 is a little bit too much for Double Doge.
Dumbledore's using his ultimate just too early, too often. He's getting feared up by Carbon, which is interrupting a lot of his damage. If he'd just been a little bit more patient, he perhaps could have come out with a kill there, but nevertheless, Team Ice are going to buy themselves a little bit more time, but they end up losing 2 turrets. They lose 1 Nexus turret. They've lost their tier 2 in the bottom lane, and slowly but surely they are losing their base.
They certainly are. 26-18. Finally, 1 Nexus turret has fallen. 2 inhibitor turrets have fallen. And a single inhibitor has been taken out in the mid lane. As Crystal, you know, just somewhere off the map, gets a kill into Radiant.
Killing 80 carries, as Kha'Zix does, you know? But I gotta be honest, I feel like the big reason as to why Oceana's falling down is look at this build from Swiper. This is not a man build, Fish. This is not how an assassin will play. Where is my Bloodthirster? Where is my Last Whisper? These are the sort of things I want to see on Pantheon. And Naru, he wants to see a bit more action, but for the time being, he's going to have to disengage.
Swiper, the tank player from Oceania, you know, sticking to his guns, trying to build as tanky as possible.
You have to be assassin mode. Look at these builds coming out from the side of Team Fire. They've got, all right, he's got a more of Malmortius. Okay, never mind. Crystal's been removed from this too. But look at the Katarina. Look at all the damage. That's what we want. Look at the Ari.
He's got a Zonya's hourglass.
We should ban defensive items, period. Just get rid of them all.
As long as it has armor or Emma, get it out of here.
You're only allowed to build BF swords and needlessly large rods. That is all you're allowed.
Well, now we're going to see Team Fire try to siege up the top lane. Turkish team already got a lot of damage on towards that turret. Carbon pops his ultimate, sends his clone in first. Big Fish coming up. Swiffer lands on the 2. Swiper's in amongst it. Radius kiting around. Double Dodge gets a nice channel off, but a double kill coming out for Swiffer. Here comes Elwin. He's been exhausted, but already gets a single kill. Team Ice, though, they're taking out Team Fire 1 by 1. Crystal gets a kill, looking for the reset. Swiffer's going down as well. Double kill for Elwin. It's only 2 members up for Team Fire, but only 1 left for Team Ice.
Things look so promising for the OPL squad, but they just could not deal with Elwind coming in from the flank. Swiper, he still had his flash, Swiffer still had his flash, and they just could not react in time with those death timers. Team Fire could look to try and end the game right now.
Only Rosie left up, 8 seconds on Shaco. Carbon gonna try and come up and save the game. Elwin and Crystal chasing on forward. Crystal will dash away from the chains. Evolves in the middle of the Oceanic base, as you do. That turret will fall, it seems. The minions will be able to take the one down. It's an open nexus here for TCL to take down.
But Turkey, they realize that they don't want the action to end just yet. They still feel that they need to give the Oceanic team a bit of a fight, you know? So they're going to keep them alive for the time being. But let's have a look at this fight. So the actual initiation comes out from the Pantheon once again. The Shark is absolutely fantastic because it lands onto Naru. Naru then flashes into 2 of his members saying, guys, help me. Gets the knock up onto Crystal. Dumbledore does get a full channel off, but he's just standing there. He doesn't use any of the resets, ends up collapsing, but we have to backtrack because there's more action now.
Swiper's in trouble. There's going to be a teleport coming out from Swiffer trying to save him. The Shark comes out onto Elwin, doesn't connect, doesn't knock anyone up, and Crystal loses a silver of health. Carbon now trying to save his mid laner. Radius coming up here. Zonya's been popped. Dumbledore's going in. So it's saying, no, there's the ultimate. Gonna land onto Carbon.
Oh, Zaynot!
It's a Zonya's coming up for Double Dodge. Meanwhile, Zaynot gets taken down. Radius
Come on, Double Dodge.
gets the double kill. Double Dodge is trying to get the heck out of Dodge. Rosie's chasing him down. Will we get the auto attacks up? And a teleport from Naru up into the top lane. Rosie's going to throw down the chains, try and snare him up, but a good stop from Naru cancels out the chains as Rosie's trying to run away from super minions in towards the Turkish base.
But have a look at Crystal. He's going to cut off Rosie's escape, or is he? The plants are still there. He misses him.
He misses him. Rosie, a little bit of a 007 mission here as he tries to jump away from the rest of the Turkish team. Hide with the wolves, Rosie. Hide with the wolves.
Oh my word, he's actually going to do it. Naru has no idea. He's given up on the chase. Rosie, has he done it? No, Naru's suspicious.
Oh, he's going to try and jump back. Rosie can't quite hide with his wolves anymore. Now going in towards the Turkish base. There is a Zed coming up. Rosie, can he get executed?
Oh!
He will! Elwin tries his best, but it's not close enough.
Rosie, the true magician, but all he's actually done is buy time for Team Fire to respawn and move towards the Baron. But this time, Team Ice are not going to give it for free.
Swiper's coming in. Naru's going to jump on top of it. Smite goes down,
Crystal's
but there
gone.
goes Crystal. Carbon's been ulted by the Zed. Deathmark comes out. That will pop the Shaco. Radius trying to kite back as the AD carry is. He'll get popped by Naru. And it's still going to be a huge victory there for Team Fire.
Oh my word, just bloodshed over and over again. 2 for 2. You're now starting to see this hyper-aggressive build from Crystal. He's just super squishy. Everyone has so much damage. Everyone is so squishy. You just need 1 CC to kill a single target. Oh my... I need to breathe, the fish. I need to breathe.
Well, Rosie's going to be back up here. Does have the home guards to get out and try and defend this base. The Nexus is open. Super minions are crashing on towards the base of Oceania. 3 members of Turkey are looking to try and end the game here, but there are still 3 members of Oceania left up. Super minions now getting some damage on towards the Nexus, but Turkish does back out and waits for the rest of the team to come back up.
Yeah, they realize that even though their team's respawn timers are the same as their opponents, they're obviously in the enemy base, so they're going to be in a 5 versus 3 much before the rest of their allies are able to catch up. So they're just going to back away for now. Maybe try and gain vision control. Do you do that in Assassin mode? I'm not entirely sure. But nevertheless, they're just going to retreat for the time being. So, Death Cap now completed for Naru. If he wasn't doing damage before, he's certainly going to do a lot of damage now. Baron has now been kicked off, and Naru's just being really the zoning player to deter OPL from getting it. And I think this will be another free Baron for Turkey.
No one from Oceania was close enough to contest for that Baron. Shaka was all the way back in his base with a little bit of vision control in his trap setup, but...
Also, 2 inhibitors down in your own base does make it a little bit difficult to back away.
It's a Turkish team with 2 Mountain Dragons and a Baron buff here, Vedius.
Here comes
Looks like Oceania going to try and go for the initiation. Swiper's coming, a big fish comes out from Swiffer. Rosie over the top, looking for it, but Dumbledore gets a nice channel off. Carver gets the first kill. Crystal will go down. Oceania trying to defend. Swiffer's gone though. It's now a 3-on-2. Let's see if they can pull up the kills here. But look at this, Turkish team are just moving towards the base.
They might very well try to end it right now. They've realized they've lost the fight, but but they don't have to lose the game. Elwin, he's moving towards the Nexus. They could do it right now.
They go for the backdoor. Elwin gets the shutdown towards Rosie. They're getting the damage down towards the Nexus. Can Turkey do it? The stun comes up from Swiper. Elwin's trying his best. Naru gets into the mountain. He flashes forward. Naru gets the double kill and ends the game. Turkey pick up the win.
Naru ending in style points. He lost the majority of his health on the enemy spawn point. And then he goes for the flash. He uses the passive to end the game just before Elwin dies. Fantastic stuff. 31 minutes of just pure bloodshed.
A fantastic game and a fantastic ending as well. You can see lots of the Oceanic team still have smiles on their face. And the Turkish team must be very happy with their performance there.
Oh my word. I mean, even if you lost, how can you not be happy? Like, that was so much fun. I mean, I'm already losing my voice. Katarina, second highest damage. Naru, I mean, I think it was pretty obvious that game that Naru was just dismantling everyone. I feel like a lot of the analysts, us included, did not appreciate how strong Diana would be in this game mode.
I mean, we took a look at Naru yesterday. We already mentioned it before the match. His Orianna was pretty much an assassin. He played it like one. You give him Diana, he's just going to replicate that times 10, and he did. He was deleting people left, right, and center on Summoner's Rift.
And think about how much pressure was being put on him in the mid lane as well. It was just gank after gank after gank, and he was just consistently outplaying. He was just always finding opportunities to make his way back into the game, and his performance throughout was just absolutely fantastic. What a standout player. And I mean, you can't just speak about it like, you have to talk about Dumbledore. She had 2 triple kills that game. Yes, he died 10 times, but he got 10 kills. Any Katarina that went 10-10-5, KDA-wise, that's positive, mate. That's a well played. That's a good Katarina game.
He definitely impressed on his Katarina in that match there, Vedia. Dumbledore is picking up the very early kills, got 10 stacks of his Dark Seal eventually. He sold that. I'm a little bit disappointed.
Yeah, where was the Mejai's? Oh, probably because he died 10 times, that's why.
But still, Turkey, you know, they were in firm control of that match from the start to finish. But Oceania, they had a couple of team fights that really surprised Turkey, it seemed.
Oh, yeah. I mean, towards the mid and late game, it was just turning into a skirmish fest where Turkey felt like they were so far ahead. They were just constantly going for fights. Oceania were responding very well with their use of teleports, the Pantheon Global, Carbon coming out from mysterious places all the time. It was just Oceania responding very well later on into the game.
But it was still Turkey that picked up the win here. For now, on that win, Hingers is going to be standing by with Team Fire's Naru.
Thank you, Dory. I'm now here with Naru. I'm super excited. Congratulations. What was the most surprising thing about that game?
Do I need microphone?
Oh, I was going to translate.
No, he will, but he doesn't need the question. Şako tarafından çok heyecanlandık ama hiçbir şey yapamadı, zayıf kaldı. Assassin modu takımca çok seviyoruz zaten. Eğlenceli bir maç oldu, güzeldi.
We were excited about Shaco, but he couldn't manage to do anything, so it wasn't a problem for us. But actually, as a team, we liked the assassin mode, so it was fun for us.
Excellent stuff. Now, you guys didn't pick LeBlanc in that draft. Everyone was saying it's going to be a massive pick. Talk us through your draft. Why didn't you guys pick LeBlanc?
LeBlanc eskisine göre biraz daha yavaş assassinliyor rakibini. O yüzden ben çok sevmiyorum. Benim oynamamı istiyordu takımdakiler de zaten ama Diana'yı zaten bugün gördüm. Bugün almak istedim. Dün olduğunu bilmiyordum antrenman yaparken. Diana'yı LeBlanc'tan daha çok tercih ederim.
Actually, I believe LeBlanc is a little bit slower than it's used to, so it's slower to assassinate enemies with LeBlanc now. Actually, team wanted me to play LeBlanc, but I saw Diana on the list. I didn't know Diana on the list yesterday when we were practicing, but today, when I saw it, I just wanted to pick it, and it worked well.
Oh, fantastic. And finally, I want to ask as well, this is part of a narrative now where Turkey are constantly breaking the hearts of Oceania. How does it feel now to just be dominating year after year?
Avustralya'ya karşı hep başarılı olduk. Bilmiyorum ya, herhalde Türkiye Avrupa'ya yakın olduğu için daha sıkı takımlarla çalışma sayesinde olmuştur bu.
I mean, we were always successful against Oceania, but I mean, I believe that's mostly because we are close to Europe and have more practice chances with better teams, probably because of that.
Well, thank you so much for your time. Best luck in the next matches. And now it's time to throw it over to Sifa at the analyst desk to break down the game.
What is your name?
All right. Thank you very much, Hingers. You'll learn how to pronounce it one day. All right. Okay, so first off, didn't pick LeBlanc, confident in that pick. I want to talk about champion select because we expected pretty much the Mythy team every time. We didn't see Talon. We saw Shaco in the jungle. What do you think happened here?
Shaco is a thing that they had been practicing in their scrims, of course. Oceania, I was told they only played like 3 or so games before they actually played this for real on stage. They decided that Shaco makes sense into Assassins because Assassins have to go at you. And Shaco can place boxes and be AP and obviously kill the person who goes at you, so the logic was there. But when you die before you can place a box, the logic doesn't always follow through.
That was a pretty brutal game for Carbon overall. Mythy, you were pointing it out. We were like looking at the game and you looked at the screen, you're like, oh yeah, that Shaco's level 6 and Kha'Zix is level 9. It was pretty tough to watch. What did you think of the Shaco pick?
Well, mostly it all ended up being in the first gank that he did mid lane, where he just went there and died and gave first blood to Kha'Zix, and Kha'Zix got his jungle afterwards and just snowballed the lead. So Shaco is a very hit or miss champ. Honestly, every assassin is a hit or miss champ, and when you like fail your first gank like that and you get killed by the enemy jungler, you will obviously get snowballed on.
Additionally, we had some pretty interesting itemization coming out now. Of course, we had 2 Aries, so we could talk about the differences there. But before we hit Ahri, I want to talk about the obscene amount of kind of defensive items we talked about as predicted. Abyssal Scepter coming out, Maw Mortius coming out as well.
Every single character in that game had a defensive item, except for Radier, who was the hybrid Ahri, and Shaco, who was intentionally feeding across the map. So, I mean, pretty much he was like Abyssal, Hourglass, Rylai's, Hex Drinker. Everyone made sure that they had at least some sort of way to survive the initial burst damage.
So we did see, I mean, a pseudo 80 Ahri, right? It's not quite an 80 carry, but it is a little bit of attack speed moving in there. What are your guys' thoughts on that compared to the AP Ahri? Was there any success there at all?
There was. Early game, they won 2v2, and the AD Ahri was more useful than the AP Ahri in the first 2v2s. But yeah, as soon as the Ahri got their Abyssal, it just became more useful on the other side. So it's more of a hit or miss, where you want to win the early game on one side and the other side just wants to like scale well into the later parts.
Well, it's good that you bring that up, because we were talking about the itemization, we were theory crafting, and then there was this particular moment where we looked at the screen and we're like, oh yeah, this is the problem with the Ahri overall. No matter what build you have, it's pretty tough.
If she had an Abyssal there, she would probably need three hits instead of 2, but maybe you could react, you know?
All of that counterplay. He had one
frame. we reworked them, Rusty. You people have windows of opportunity, I swear, they're there.
Diana's up in S now as well.
Well, of course, while everyone, I mean, had their opportunity to have some highlight moments, there was one man who stood apart from the rest, and that was, of course, Dumbledoge. Triple kills across the board. We can look back on some of these, you know, just absolutely fabulous Katarina play. He said he worked on an assassin in that interview, and it's very clear as we see it here.
And what's cool is Katarina's damage has actually been moved around so much of it is now layered onto her passive, so you have to be paying attention to where you place those daggers and making sure that you're actually getting the splash AoE off of them.
Yeah, and we'll have to see if this is a trend as well, but the logic that Naru used applies for Katarina as it does with LeBlanc, is the damage isn't all immediate and upfront now. It's more, you have to be thoughtful, you have to actually plan where you're going to go and then hit all of the, I guess, pathing to make it work. Both supports were similar with this, so we'll see if that actually continues through, as Dumbledore did show he can play it well.
It was so anticlimactic when the Katarina got the first triple kill, because they saw everyone going mid lane. Everyone saw each other and they all opted for the fight, and then there was a triple kill for one team and the other team just lost horribly. So I think they could have just backed out.
And it was...
This is not a game mode for backing out, to be fair. This is a game, it's man mode. You just go in, no questions asked.
But it was so important that he did get that triple kill, because again, if you look down to the bottom lane, the Ahri and the Katarina were splitting farm. Vedia said it on cast that both those champions are so dependent on like itemization, and so if he didn't get that triple kill, he was pretty much screwed. He was going to fall really far behind and not be able to do anything, as well as you know, gouging out his Ahri's gold source.
And they were losing lane.
Yep.
They were getting 2-for-1s and stuff, so they were actually losing trades in the bot lane. And even after the Katarina got the triple kill, they were still trading 1-for-1.
Yep.
Well, we'll take a look exactly at how Dumbledoge's stats played out in that game. Some pretty fantastic numbers coming up for this guy as we get ready here. However, we are going to take a quick break, but don't go anywhere. We love you as much as Vedius loves Katarina. And we've got more Assassin's Mode madness coming up.
Katarina.
3年見てきて思うことは、一番レベルのっていうの 一番は魅力なんじゃないかな。
お隣の韓国、世界最高の地域から人材もそうですし、あとはチームの形、組織であったりインフラの部分も吸収していこうという、そういった成長していく姿勢といったところは日本のアピールポイントになると思いますね。
なんというキャリー2人倒されてしまう。
去年のグランドファイナル、初めて e スポーツシーンを作れたって周りに堂々と言えた選手が悔しがっていたり、あとはもうヘトヘトだったんですよ。5戦もやったので、なので称え合ったりで、お客さんがそれを見て感動してたので、そこが一番印象に残ってますね。
海外のファンは最初からギアがガッと入ってる。日本のファンはどうしてもそこの試合の内容につれてどんどんギアが上がっていくっていう印象で、頂点ギアがマックスまで入った時のその熱量っていうのは全く海外と遜色ないというか、同じレベルにあると思うんですけど、試合の内容以上にファンの力強さといったところを強く感じます。僕がLGL 見てて思うのは、さまざまな地域のエッセンスが混ざり合ってるなと。やはりまずは韓国からのエッセンス、人材もインフラの導入といったところも進んでますから、韓国のエッセンスを感じつつも、NLCS の影響も強かったりとか、あと一方で台湾との交流も実はあるんですよね。台湾のメタを取り入れたシールも実はあったりするというところで、複数のさまざまな地域からの影響下にあるというところが LGL の面白いポイントだと思いますね。
材料が転がってるわけですよ、世界に。それをうまく取り入れて料理してるのが LGL だよみたいな。ずっと2番手だった選手とかもやっぱりいたりとか、その選手が今年じゃあ見てみたら1番だとか、去年まではっていうような選手にいきなり急成長して、そういう意味で LGL は僕にとっては、ストーリーであり物語であるのかなとは思ってますけど。
Dare to be different. Revel in the impossible. Introducing a little anarchy. Disrupting the natural order. Because a hero lies in all of us. Nothing is beyond your reach. Claim your victory and go forth to conquer new worlds.
As if smokers need more reasons to quit, research shows smokers earn less.
Listen up, it's a revolution.
Jack Link's Jerky presents Working Out with Sasquatch. Jack Link's Jerky, the protein packed snack packed with protein.
Crystal jumps in, comes the first and four. Double Doja spinning around for the double kill. He gets the triple kill. Swiper's no! He's looking for the upgrade. He gets one. He's going for silver. Oh my God. One more takes it up.
Welcome back to the International Wildcard All-Stars. We're about to get into our next Assassin's Mode matchup. It's time. Latin America South for Team Ice and Japan of Team Fire. I feel like we learned a lot, guys, in that first game.
Did we?
No. It was insanity. But please tell me you learned something, because I am lost. What is the meta evolving now for the Assassin mode?
Not Shaco, and I think Diana jumps up pretty high on everyone's tier list, at least for this game mode.
So overall, is it Diana just the ability to build tanky? What makes her so strong?
Yeah, I think it's having the extra shields as well. So Diana can build these like pseudo-tanky items, get the Abyssal Scepter, the Zhonya's Hourglass, and things like that. But you also have the shields, which is such a big fake health value again that can add up to too much and stop assassins from actually killing you.
And that's the big thing, you know, across from LeBlanc, as she's kind of the big picker, what we expected to come into that mid lane. Diana actually has a really favorable matchup against LeBlanc, or at least can survive it. So I think that there are counterplays, and LeBlanc just doesn't outright destroy everything if we start to see her come into that mid lane.
Curious as well, we do have, 10 new players on the stage, all with different experience levels on Assassins, but one guy that stands out to me is Saros, kind of knows as an innovator in so many circumstances. Do you think we're going to see anything weird from this guy?
I know that Japan came into this tournament and they, quote, said, "We have secret strats," end quote. Saros already brought up the Vel'Koz yesterday. We know that he likes to play things before they become meta. Zillion, obviously, kind of the big pick that made him famous. So I would never put it past Saros to just either pick something weird or put a weird spin on something.
One final thing. Mithy, is there any assassin that you want to see that we have not seen yet?
Well, I want to see LeBlanc mid lane for a start, and I also want to see Talon. Those are the two things that I would really love to see.
It was a LeBlanc support. Shouldn't you be happy about that? Isn't that going to be like
it actually
LCS?
worked well, and I also want to point out how I was really surprised with Ahri, and I actually think there is a very high possibility that it's actually viable.
All right.
Because I feel like having a ranged champ in the bot lane means you can just win lane.
Absolutely. Well, we'll see if Ahri remains a pick, what we're going to see coming up, or if anyone is going to mix it up. But as the players are almost ready to choose their assassin, let's send it over to Vedius and Halibut.
Thank you, Tesla. I'm still Matthew Fish-Stewart, and still joining me is Andy Vedius Day, and we're about to get into the second assassin match of today. Are you excited for this one, Vedius?
I'm very excited, and I, too, Mithy, want to see some talent.
I can't wait. Hopefully get some more parkour on the Rift, but let's take a closer look at our All-Stars taking to the Rift. In the blue corner, representing Team Ice, Latin America South. Up in the top lane, it's going to be Helia from Furious Gaming. In the jungle, Claytus will be from Isurus Gaming. Plugo in the mid lane for Chaos Latin Gamers. And the AD carry, Warren, the godlike Vayne, will be playing as the AD carry in the support for him will be Bear from Chaos Latin Gamers as well.
Meanwhile, on the other side of the Rift, representing Team Fire from Japan, they have top laner Evie from 7th Heaven. In the jungle is Tussle from Rampage, the man that actually won them their 1v1 last night. Their mid laner Seros from Detonation Focus Me. On AD carry is Hareti from Unsold Stuff Gaming, and their support Dara, also from Rampage.
And these two teams currently undefeated at the moment in the International Wildcard All-Stars. Japan actually sitting on top of their group after their 1v1 victory last night. They took it to all 5 games, and we actually saw an assassin then, Vedius.
Yes, we did. We actually saw Rengar coming out in the 1v1. Oddie actually brought that one out. We saw a Trundle, which I wasn't a massive fan of. But yeah, it was very fun. A lot of cool stuff came out. But I'm hoping that, I think if anyone's going to bring out the crazy stuff, it'll actually be Tussle. I feel like that he will be the type of player that'll be like, you know what? I feel like playing jungle talent, you know? Think of the jungle clear speed. It would be so good. I'm just parkouring your way through the jungle, being like, oh, I'm going to clear this, jump over the wall, going to clear this, efficiency.
Well, you were telling me the other day that Tussle's been able to 1v9 before, so surely 1-on-5 as an assassin shouldn't be that hard.
Well, I mean, it depends if you get gold, and it depends if you have a repeat of Carbon's performance where you go mid and give double buff for level 4. I mean, that's typically not how you want to start off your game, but we'll have to wait and see. I mean, we do have a list of champions that are allowed. Some things that we didn't see was Master Yi. We didn't see any of that. Didn't see any in Italy. Saw no Nocturne. Now, Fish, you might not know this, but actually in the UK, I'm a bit of a well-known Nocturne mid player. right?
Huh. I just thought you played Katarina and that's it.
No, actually, because for a long time, Katarina kind of sucked mid. But Nocturne mid actually used to be one of my specialties after I saw Korean do it. Now I'd love to see, some Nocturne mid lane, but I don't know if they even know about the legendary Nocturne mid. We'll have to wait and see. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, no bans, all blind pick.
Yep.
Neither team knows what's going on. And earlier in the day, Oceania definitely had a game plan coming in. Turkey seemed to be more of go with the flow style. You know, they just sort of picked what they felt like. And it looks like for the time being, there's nothing set in stone other than the LeBlanc mid.
Well, look at this. So far, Team Ice is going almost according to Mithy's OP tier list here.
Yeah.
They've got the Rengar in the jungle locked in as well as LeBlanc mid lane finally, so Mithy will be able to get a look at that one. And we are going to see Akali up in the top lane for Team Ice. And it seems like Pantheon and Katarina will be their bottom lane.
This is literally Mithy's team aside from the Akali in the top lane. And I would argue that Akali is actually a slightly stronger duelist in terms of the 1v1 when you compare it up to Talon, largely because of the changes to invisibility. So now a pink ward or control ward cannot spot her out anymore. So she has a lot more safety up in the top lane. She's been given added damage to her passive, and she has a little bit more wave clear and sustain with the rest of her kit. So she's quite the powerful duelist. Meanwhile, on the other side, once again, we're seeing another support LeBlanc paired up with the Aries. This seems to be a common thing, perhaps, that the teams identified in their scrims last night. Another Diana coming out in the mid lane into the LeBlanc. You heard them talk about it on the analyst desk, how the Diana is typically considered fairly strong in that matchup. But we're also going to get the rivalry, Kha'Zix versus Rengar up in the jungle. It's certainly going to be exciting to watch.
And it's going to be fun to watch. I mean, just look at all the smiles in the players' faces here, Vedius. You know, normally when we watch them play competitive matches, they're all serious, they're all ready to go, they want victory here, but everyone just looks like they're having a hell of a fun time here on Summer.
Well, I mean, we are too. You know?
Exactly.
That's the best thing about the International Wildcard All-Stars is you get to see a bunch of fun stuff. You get to see a lot of Katarina. I mean, this is the second game now. I'm really happy that we're seeing all these diverse team compositions. It's always nice to see something interesting.
So am I, but don't forget to vote for your favorite teams here at LOL Esports on Twitter. Use the hashtag LASWin or the hashtag JPNWin and vote for your favorite team. But enough of that, we're getting back onto Summoner's Rift for the second Assassin Mode match of today.
Ladies and gentlemen, here we go. In terms of team compositions, remember, you want to build damage and kill your opponents. That's the typical playstyle of the Assassin comp.
Man mode only.
Yeah, man mode only. Level 1, though, it looks like Team Ice definitely have some strategy up their sleeve. Are they just going to do the solo queue where you literally run through the river?
Looks like they're going to try and do just that. Bear is actually taken stun at level 1. He flashes forward. He's on top of Dara. The chains are not going to connect because he's going to be able to mimic his way out. 2 flashes already. Saros is going to have to get the heck out of there as well. Oh my goodness. Latin America South, they were out for blood there.
I feel like there should have been a little bit of better communication coming out from LAS because there was only one flash from Bear. He just committed. He knew that he was spotted. He didn't care. He just went for it. And Plugo should have immediately followed him with the chains. But it wasn't there in time. Dara was able to spec his distortion, get out to safety, didn't lose any summoner spells. And speaking of summoner spells, it actually looks like the Saras is going to go a little bit more defensive, decided to go for the teleport. My opinion, it's the coward's way out, but there we are. That's just my opinion, all right? I feel like it's all or nothing in this game mode.
So what, no flashes allowed either? Just exhaust ignite, go in there.
The dream, Fish. The dream. That's what I would love to see.
Restricted summoner spells, restricted champions, and restricted items. That's
like a
what
Welsh
Vedius
night
wants
out.
here. You know,
no flashing. It's only about getting exhausted. Getting exhausted and setting things on fire. Typical night out in Wales.
Oh, goodness. Well, I'm pretty sure you're still happy with the Katarina pickup here. At least there's one in each game you're casting here today.
Yeah, I mean, we can start by talking about the bottom lane because when you look at the Katarina Pantheon, this is something that Mithy was talking about on the desk, where you have the CC setup from the Pantheon. This actually buys time for you to set up the daggers the way in which you want, so then you can go aggressive, you can get the resets, and then you can jump out to safety. So it's quite a good combo. The big problem they're going to have is the range disadvantage versus the Ahri and the LeBlanc. It looks like they're actually going to run double AP, or at least start that way, so they have a lot more wave clear available to them. And this could be a bit of a tricky situation when you're going up against double melee.
Oh, Saros taking the Storm Raider Surge instead of the Thunderlord. So 19 Thunderlords have been picked up so far in Assassin's mode.
Seros is not rating very highly on the man scale right now. But
Kratos.
I'll tell you who is Kratos looking for a gank in the mid.
He's level 3, looking to try and get down into the bot lane. Horetti and Dara in a lot of trouble here. Teleport actually coming down. There's the jump. Bear's jumping in. Kratos being exhausted. And here comes Evie. Gonna be able to pick up first blood onto Kratos there. LJL turn around the gank.
Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're watching. This is how you counter the level 3 gank. You run the Pantheon top. You go for the early teleport and you get the counter gank. It was a big boon for Team Ice that both Warren and Bear were only level 1, so they couldn't contribute to the gank. Have a look at this. They're forced underneath their turret. They've already been chunked out. Kratos is effectively in a 1 versus 3, and they have Exhaust Ignite with the Ahri and the LeBlanc. So it was just honestly not a very well-timed gank. They should have waited for the level 2 mark before trying to force that. But First Blood going to go over to the side of Japan.
Even Seros there propping his teleport to try and get in for the action. But Tussle moving up in towards that top lane. Helios in a lot of trouble. He's gone invisible. Trying to duke it out and dodge away from Evie. But the flash forward comes out from the Pantheon. Helio going to try and take him one-on-one here. Tussle is just running around in circles. Trying to see if he can get back into it. Flashes forward. Helios been able to flash away here. Let's see if he can get out. The Shroud's coming up in 1 second. Helios, can he do it? Not just quite. 0.5 seconds left for him to get back into the safety.
So close for Helior to get the invisibility and get out. If he just bought half a second, he could have very well been able to get out of that one, but unfortunately for him, it wasn't enough. I feel like he honestly should have just committed onto Evie. He was level 4, Evie was level 2, and even though he blocked the actual, the second proc of the Q, I feel like he could have been able to turn that around. Nevertheless, he still has a big farm advantage, he still has the item advantage. But take a look at this. He's pushing up very aggressively. He doesn't have the vision to predict for the Kazakhs. But this is the changes that you're seeing right now. Invisibility. No longer can you get spotted out by any pesky wards. And typically you'd actually see Evie actually take a huge chunk of damage, but thanks to the block, he actually mitigates a lot of that. Very good flash here from Helior. And it's a shame that we can't actually see the cooldown on his W because it was literally just there about to come up. But then the CC from Evie and Tussle combined was enough to get the kill.
But LJL now 2-0 up against Latin America South. Froskuren was saying that they had a couple of sneaky plans coming into the International Wildcard All-Stars. And they've shown a few of them so far. Let's see if they can continue to do more here. There's already Horetti and Dara pushing up the bottom lane. The LeBlanc as well as the Ahri combo in the bottom lane. No AD on this Ahri this time around, going for ability power instead.
Well, because last game was so action-packed so early on, we didn't really get a chance to talk much about the LeBlanc changes. So now there is a little bit of a delay on your return with the distortion. So when you jump in, you have to wait, I believe it's 0.25 seconds before you can actually return to your original spot. Yep. But also you can see this little active around the targets that you hit with the spells. That now can be changed with another CC, another ability to do bonus damage. And that's really where a lot of her wave clear from, is Tussle now moving to the mid. I don't think he should go for this gank.
He was looking for it. Plugo's going to get quite a bit of damage down here on towards Tussle. Ignite actually being popped as well. Plugo, he's a little bit angry that there's a Kha'Zix in his lane.
This is my lane. He's sending a message. Plugo now just hitting level 6. And this is really the big point for LeBlanc now, because the big change to her ultimate is that she actually makes a mimic of herself. But we might not have time for that as the bottom lane.
Dara in a little bit of trouble. They're going to get stunned up. There goes Warren trying to jump in. Ignite is sticky. He should go down here as Warren gets the return kill.
So they end up trading 1-for-1 down in the bottom lane. Warren playing hyper-aggressive. He would have gotten the reset if he was able to pick up his dagger, but Dara is able to flash away in time. Is now Helior going aggressive on Evie.
Evie taking a lot of damage here. Helior trying to dash in. He's going for the dive. The Aegis has come back up for Pantheon. Looking to see if he can duke it out with Helior there, but gets incredibly low.
The only reason why Helior decided not to commit to that was because of the passive block that Evie had managed to pick up for himself. But let's backtrack to the bottom lane. Dara plays aggressively, and this is where you see the change to the W. The 0.25 enables you to actually respond with the hard CC, and you can see if Warren was able to pick up that dagger just a little bit faster, he could have gotten a reset. Doubt he would have been able to get out regardless, but still 1-for-1 on the bottom lane. Not bad considering how hard they've been pushed back early on.
But it's still dead even between LAS and LJL here. Both teams have about 10,000 gold, about 300 extra in LJL's favor. As Tussle now going to donate blue buff on over towards Seros, like a good jungler.
Very kind of them. In this game mode, I would never give my mid lane a blue buff, because that would make it harder for me to kill things. So I mean, it's all about killing stuff in this game mode, remember? And right now, Japan are winning in the killing game mode. But we do see Tussle moving around to the top half of the map. In terms of the farm differential, Rengar actually does have the advantage. He is now level 6. The changes to his ultimate means that his invisibility lasts way longer. But he can now only see one target, which is one of the big differences. Now Chain lands onto Saros.
Yeah, Saros taking quite a bit of damage there. Plugo gets a good spell rotation now, but the Negatron Cloak that Dino was able to pick up previously, mitigating a lot of the damage dealt there. Tussle will continue farming up the Krugs. They will just keep splitting here, and now Kratos looking like he wants to get in towards the bottom lane. Instead, we'll recall just behind the turret.
So much more passive early game compared to game 1. We're having a much more chilled out time. We're just relaxing, chilling, which is fine. You know, there's no problem with that. It looks like the Plugo actually may be looking for a roam up top. Tussle moving in for a bit of a cheeky sneak play in the top lane. I do feel like Emmy needs it just a little bit because in terms of the dueling powers, Helio goes aggressive.
Helio going very aggressive. He jumps into Heavy, finds Tussle. He's going to get melted here. He has next to no health. Plugo's going to try and run up. He's jumping in, trying to get the distortion down. Tussle chasing on towards Helio. Here comes Kratos as well. The Rengar's up here looking for the kill on towards Kha'Zix. Plugo gets the kill onto a minion. What are you doing, Plugo? Messes up the kill there. And Fire pick up 1 kill for themselves. Meanwhile, double kill for Rowan somewhere else on the map. But that doesn't matter because Fire, they're going to kill up in the top lane.
Now action is really starting to kick off, but I don't know if the action's done just yet.
Going back here, Plugo's been locked down. Evie stunned underneath the turret. Kratos picks up the first kill. Now Saros, with his only Negatron Cloak, is trying to run away from an AD damage-dealing Rengar. Trying to kite away from Kratos. Plugo looks like he wants to come back here. He puts a ward over the wall, jumps on top of it, the blasting code, the flash forward for Kratos, but he goes into Tussle. The outplay from Team Fire. Tussle takes up the chains as well, sacrificing himself for Saros as Helio comes back down. Dana goes back in, gets the double kill. My goodness, Team Fire, they're playing out of their minds.
And the action just keeps on going.
Tussle's gone as well. Thunderlord's proc for Bear. He's going to pick up a kill as well. It's now 6-6 between LAS and LJL.
My word. So now we have to backtrack to what even happened down in the bottom lane. This is the true power of Pantheana. I guess that's the name of the combo now. Stunned up to Dara. Level 6 cat into the resets. That was so well played, actually. Oh man, that was actually very good, but we'll talk a little bit more about that later. Focusing more on what happened in the top side. This is after the initial trade where they get the turnaround onto the Akali. They go for the dive, gets rooted up by the Rengar so that he ends up eating all those tower shots. Saros is forced to go on the retreat, and this is where Plugo gets a little bit greedy. He thinks that he can go for the chase. He wants to pick himself up the kill. Kratos is expecting the plant, so he flashes preemptively. Doesn't expect Tussle there waiting for him. Ends up paying for it with his life, and then Saros, he's actually stuck between a rock and a hard place right now because Plugo knows that Helior is coming in from the flank. So Saros then just has to make the decision, thanks to the ward, I'm going to turn this around, I'm going to get the kill. And I believe that was something like a 3 for 4 in favor of the LAS.
Big team fight coming up from LAS. They tie up the scoreboard. The gold is still tied up between these two teams. Up in the top lane though, Helio looking for Evie. Here comes Kratos. Well, they lock down the Pantheon. He's going to try and Grand Skyfall away. The man Pantheon, he's going to be able to get out. Helio can't chase him down. And now Tussle's up in the top lane as well. He is out for blood, looking to chase out Helio. Saros is coming on as well. Kratos has gone invisible, trying to run away. He's camouflage, running between the turret. Evie jumps back on top of him. Kratos can't quite get him, but it's a double kill picked up by Saros.
Evie with the outplay. That was fantastic. Incredible stuff coming from the top laner. And now a Pantheon in the bottom lane.
Dara's going to get stunned up. Plugo tries to chase it down. He's coming up to try and save him. He throws out one more spear. Goes over the wall. Bear gets a kill towards Dara. Heredi trying to dash around. The wolves are Pantheon's friends and they attack Heredi relentlessly. Trying to help him out. The Heartseeker strike's coming out. One last auto attacks it off and Heredi gets the kill.
And the 2 versus 1 now. Warren.
He's been stunned up. Shutdown comes out from Evie as they take him down. A little bit greedy there from the Katarina.
So LJL have all of a sudden gotten themselves 4 kills on the board. That was insane from all the Pantheons around the map. This is nothing like game 1. 2, 1, and 3 for Bear. 2, 1, and 4 for Evie. My word, what an insane series of events. And look at this, Evie ends up falling for the same trap that he set up earlier on. He uses the Hextech thingamabob to get that magic shield. He ends up jumping out with the ultimate, and Helio, he's already used all of his dashes to try and go for the kill. But Klados thinks, okay, I'll trade my top laner for their top laner, but he waits a little bit too long, and this is where Seros joins the fight. He gets the initial kill. Fantastic response from Evie. He reads Klados like a book. He knows he's going to go for the kill. He has the leap stun ready. He gets it. Now Bear, he moves into the enemy jungle aggressively. Level 8 to level 6, gets the stun. He has the base stats to just shred through him, and he gets a kill in a 2 versus 1.
Meanwhile, Klados being jumped on here. Tussle pops ultimate, goes invisible. The chains are locking him down. He's going to fall. Tussle gets a kill. Bear has to run away there, but there are still a couple of members from LAS trying to collapse here. Plugo waiting in the wings, gets the snare down towards Xeros, but he jumps back in, tries to pull it back. Tussle goes over the wall. Here comes Dara, misses the chains. He'll mimic back to safety there, but LJL, they're not going down without a fight.
So Klados ends up getting caught out of position, doesn't quite respect the damage coming out from Tussle, who is now level 9. Now Evie looking for another 1 versus 1, level 10 to level 8. All these exchanges that have been happening in the top lane have massively turned things in his favor.
Whew, that's a lot of damage coming out from Evie there. 1 spell rotation chunks out Helio to half his health.
Meanwhile, Warren split pushing down in the bottom lane, up against the Ahri. And a couple of items have been completed. So have a look at this. Zhonya's now finished first for Heredi. I hate that build. Awful. Truly terrible. Don't understand why you do it. You either want to go for an early Morello, or you want to just get the Abyssal in there. It makes way more sense up against the Cat, who's now looking for blood.
Warren pops down the Hextech Gunblade, avoids the charm coming out from Heredi.
He would have gone for that if Dara didn't show up. 100% he would have gone for that. Typically, you want to start with the Shinpo, then you W, then you Q, because by the time you've closed the gap, you then get the reset on the Shinpo after already dealing the damage. Then you can jump to your next dagger, get another spin-off. But he decided not to commit for any of that. Meanwhile, Blugo in the mid.
Being very aggressive here towards Seros, locks him down with the change, mimics back to safety and away from Diana. He's picked up an Abyssal Scepter for himself, so going to be able to mitigate a lot of the magic damage that LeBlanc deals.
It certainly makes sense against the LeBlanc. This is considered why Seros or Diana is a pretty good pick into the LeBlanc. Meanwhile, have a look at this Evie coming in the mid.
Here comes the Grand Sky Fall. Blugo going to try and jump away. He mimics, but flashes into a wall. He's now going back into the mid lane. Here comes Dara, though. He tries to trick his way out, but it's not enough. There's 4 members of Team Fire in the mid lane. As Tussle, he's looking for Helio, jumps on top of him, gets a lot of damage down. Helio stands his ground, pops the Shroud, and is trying to run away. That ward's not going to help you, but the flash will, Tussle, as he gets a kill into Helio.
I love the fact that Tussle put a ward down there thinking, why isn't this working? But nevertheless, he still gets the kill now. Bear being the aggressor.
Oh, you are a man, Bear! No, why'd you get this? He goes in! Then goes Klados, he's jumping in as well! That's 1 kill for Team Ice, but they lose their Pantheon for their troubles.
Bear, it doesn't matter whether you got a kill or didn't. You have earned my respect for being the manliest Bear around. What a play that was. 1 versus 4, does not care, and they get a kill. I call Worthfish.
Yeah, the halls of Valhalla are going to welcome Bear there, because that was absolutely manly. Died in combat. Team Ice are now going to take this time to try and take a dragon for themselves. They're about 4,000 gold behind the LGL squad at the moment.
I mean, in terms of the gold, definitely the Japanese team are in control. But I mean, the LAS have done a good job of putting up a fight. I feel like the bottom half of the map has definitely gone in their favor. They've gotten a lot of 1v1, 2v2 kills down there, but Tussle is just doing so much work around the map.
Helio tries to use the Shroud to jump away from Tussle, successfully avoids the Kha'Zix. In mid lane, no mid lane outer turrets are left available. Sarah's going to get jumped on by Plugo. He's trying to jump away. Warren's coming in as well. Takes a move, strikes in the face as Fire work together to take down Plugo. Warren now jumping on top of Saros, but it's not enough. Saros deletes him before he can spin around even once.
Unfortunately for Warren, he realized far too late that this was not a fight he could win. Ends up getting caught out now. Bear.
He's in trouble, gets stunned by the chain, stunned by Evie, and Saros goes on a rampage as he gets another kill.
Diana proving to be one of the stronger assassins in this game mode right now. All 4 members of Team Fire are pushing down the mid with Heredi down in the bottom lane saying, guys, I still gotta get farm. I'm playing for late game, okay? That's why I've gone for an early Zhonya's.
Followed by a Negatron cloak.
Why? This isn't a man build. This is a, I'm gonna play safe like an AD carry. No, Heredi, no. Death Cap, get it now. Promote yourself to a wizard professional and wizard yourself all over the enemy team.
Well, for now, he's a knight, Vedius. He's got a lot of armor and magic resistance. He does not want to take any damage on the Rift. As you see the rest of Team Fire able to chunk away at this bottom lane outer turret. Kratos actually popping his ultimate, trying to hunt somebody down. That's going to last for quite some time, but can't quite find anyone just yet.
V5 fun. Whoops, I misclicked my number.
Number R?
Anyway, right now Team Ice looking to try and contest the blue buff, but Tussle, he wants to...
Oh, he's going in. He's a man right now, but he pays for it with his life as Dara's the next target. Warren gets the reset. He's going to be able to pick up a kill. Already dashes over the wall and gets back to safety. Seros is trying to walk away with him as Kratos takes his time to farm up Team Fire's jungle.
All right, Tussle, all right. I respect that too. Diving into 4 members. Pretty confident, but you don't get the same sort of isolation damage as you would previously. So have a look at this. He just goes head first. He feels like he has the support from Dara and Heredi. What he doesn't realize is Heredi does no damage. He tries to go onto Plugo and does absolutely nothing. Plugo, on the other hand, is stacked full of damage, gets the distortion, gets the mimic distortion on top of that as well, and they're able to chase down Dara thanks to the resets from Warren. So, excuse me, just a bad decision from Tussle to go in for that exchange. But maybe if Heredi had some damage, all I'm saying, my friend, all I'm saying.
Well, you're not going to like this very much, Vedius, but there are 3 Zhonya Hourglasses inside of Team Fire.
I mean, what would you want, right? If you wanted to be remembered in history as someone in assassin mode, do you want to be the guy that had a good figure and turned golden? Or do you want to be the fully fledged wizard?
I don't know. I'd like to be an assassin. Which one's an assassin? One
seems like
a
wizard's
wizard.
hat.
Well, meanwhile, Helio, he's not too much of a wizard. He's going to get chunked out. Tussle picks up that kill. And they go straight back towards taking another Rift Herald.
Well, I mean, that's the first step to becoming a wizard, making your opponents disappear. They are going to pick up that Rift Herald. Going to be handed over to Evie. I mean, at this point, do you want to split push? No, you want to group up and fight. So maybe it's helpful. We'll have to see as the game progresses. In fact, Seros now being moved into the split push position. Level 13 has decided to go for a very traditional build path with the Diana. The Abyssal makes a lot of sense going into the LeBlanc. And the Zhonya's, I suppose, also makes sense, but Kratos, he wants some action.
Yeah, he's popped his ultimate, looking to try and jump on someone from Team Fire. Teleport actually coming out from Helio to try and group out the rest of the team. The camouflage does get spotted. He's hunting on towards Dara, can spot the LeBlanc at the moment. As he just dashes over the wall, gets back to safety. So Kratos, again, just can't quite find anyone with his ultimate.
Look at how long he's invisible for, Fish. He literally baited both their charm and the chains, and he was still invisible long enough for both those abilities to come off cooldown. That is the change that has been made to Rengar. He's basically a Kali 2.0.
Tussle now looking to try and get a fight up in the top lane. Seros meanwhile fighting in the bottom lane. Tussle's going to fall immediately. Warren gets a nice ultimate off, picks up 2 daggers. Heredi's now jumping over the wall, puts the exhaust out onto the Katarina. He's going to fall next. Evie, he's not going to be able to get out alive because Bear gets a kill. Heredi flashes away from Plugo, but he can't quite take down Bear. Now Dara's joining LeBlanc, trying to help him out. Plugo going to flash up forward. There's the Zhonya's Hourglass Vedius. He lives to fight another day.
Well, respect to Heredi for getting the outplay right at the very end. 3 kills go down.
Seros!
I don't think anything more needs to be said. Good job, sir. He has to clean up the kills. He has to have the last word. 8, 1, and 4 on this Diana right now. Sure, maybe his farm isn't the greatest, but he makes up for it in kills. We're going to get a recap of exactly how that all came down. Tussle wanted to try and get the flank off, playing the squishy Kha'Zix. He feels like he has the support from Evie, doesn't respect the damage coming out from Warren, which is a surprising amount. Heredi does come from over the wall. That exhaust is so valuable in keeping Evie alive. But fair play to Bear, he does a great job of being able to just pick up a return kill. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, Seros just proving why Diana is apparently broken.
And he teleports up towards the top lane.
I'm helping. And then Dara just comes in for the cleanup.
Yeah, then we see Seros, just teleport to the top lane, flashes over the thick part of the wall, and just says, "Hello, Bear."
Here's a kill, there's a kill, everywhere's a kill, kill. I know how to play this game mode. Meanwhile in the mid.
Oh, more action taking place here as Bear's already been able to pick up a kill on towards the opposing Pantheon. Both Pantheons down. Dara's the next one to fall. Kratos gets the jump through the brush, but he's going to be jumped on here. Good flash away to get back to safety as Fire and Ice fight over the Infernal Dragon.
So, LJL are going to be picking up that Infernal Dragon, and if anything makes Assassins more deadly, it is to empower all of their attacks with a bit of elemental damage. Now Plugo lying in wait for a pick. He could very well find it onto Tussle.
Saros is able to shove Plugo out of the brush. Tussle yet to be spotted, trying to get behind the team. Takes a cue from LeBlanc. Warren and Plugo now backing away to safety. 42,000 gold to 37,000 gold. Currently in favor of the LJL squad.
So here, just backtracking to what happened in the river. Bear tries to clear out some vision. Evie does get spotted out. And then it's pretty much just Pantheon on Pantheon action. We will trade our Spartan for your Spartan. Meanwhile, Dart then also gets caught on the back foot, trying to play a little bit too aggressively. This is the difference between support LeBlanc and mid lane LeBlanc. You do get a little bit more gold if you hang around the mid lane. But it does actually force Kratos back because he saw Saros coming in from the flank. He realized he couldn't deal with that crazy Mama Jammer, and he was forced to back away, so they end up giving away the Infernal Drake.
Kratos again moving in towards the top lane, does have his ultimate available. Dara is going to get stunned up, use the Mimic there, can try and dash away, but decides not to. Ultimate being used by Kratos, but decides not to go in.
Watch him now be invisible for literally ever.
Unless he jumps on towards Dara, instead throws out the Boulder Strike, does not connect, and he removes the invisibility.
So now we have returned to the neutral game. Both teams waiting for an opportunity to strike. A lot of vision coming down. A little bit more than what game one, but they have found Saros.
Trying to jump on top of him. Plugo, though! Almost gets deleted by Saros. Dara jumps in the wall, gets a kill. Saros not done yet. He gets two on towards Salio. Helio's not going to try and run. Warren's next. Evie picks up the kill there with Team Fire. Tussle's flashing and leaping on top of Helio. Will get the slow down. One Q is all it would take to get the kill, but he just can't quite get it through the Huxtech Gunblade.
LAS thought that they had found Saros, but it was Saros who had found them. He is not afraid to turn around these fights, and he is so strong. Cleanly picks himself up. Easy kills. They're able to get the Baron.
It's why I like Bear. He does go in, can't quite get the Baron. Or does he? No, he can't quite get the Baron there, but he tries anyway, Vedius.
He does try, but have a look at the power of Saros right now. All four members try to come in for the collapse, and he just goes in for the one shot against Plugo. Even then, he's sitting in a 2 versus 1. He's still able to get the kill down onto Rengar. He would have got a kill onto Helios if his own minions hadn't betrayed him. And they end up getting 3 kills off the back of that. So, I mean, at this point, LAS really have no one that can kill Saros unless they can get to level 18. If that Akali maybe gets the late game, if the cat gets the late game, who knows? But, I mean, right now, Saros is just way too strong.
Well, the LJL have a 10,000 gold lead over Latin America South. With that Baron buff, are going to be able to slowly push in towards Team Ice's base. Areti and Saros are grouping up towards the mid lane. They do have Evie close behind him on Pantheon. His Grand Skyfall is going to be back up shortly. Bear decides he wants to use his Yoma's Ghost Blade for a little bit, you know, run around a little bit.
It's because he feels that it would be unfair to his opponents if he had the active available. Therefore, he decided to use it.
Oh, he is a real man, Vedius. I'm learning that here today.
Like, his
he
clothing
just doesn't care.
Like, his clothing is entirely appropriate for his behavior
He's
this game.
dropping on people with sandals, Vedius. He doesn't care.
Like, he went into a Baron pit 5v1. He would have stolen it if he didn't lag, you know? Kratos right now potentially looking for an opportunity.
He's gone invisible, has found Tussle, but moving to see if he can get the rest of Team Fire, who have backed off. They're allowing Saros to split push in the top lane at the moment. The rest of the 4 are still grouped up. Teleport is available for this Diner if required, but he is chipping away at this turret rather quickly, and that's going to fall. Top lane, inner turret falls down.
Level 16 Diana. Someone has to go and deal with Saros right now. But I don't think anyone can. Like, he literally has a 3-level advantage on the highest level from LAS. This is going to be a tough mountain to climb as the rest of Team Fire push down the bottom lane.
Yeah, bottom lane, inner turret now under siege. 4 members of Team Fire working to try and take this one down. But Bear! He's doing what Bear does best. Jumps in. He gets obliterated though to start things off. Warren gets a full channel on, but can't quite find anyone to get the damage down. Here comes Saros looking for the cleanup. Helios is first. Kratos off to the side. Warren's trying to run away. The auto attacks just hurt way too much. Saros is going to go in just a second here as Warren is trying to run away. gets the kill off, gets the kill. Kratos now trying to fight him one-on-one. But Seros says, come at me, bro, because I'm ready for this one. And Kratos will fall.
Team Fire get a clean 4-0. They have the Baron, they have the minions, and they are pushing into the base, maybe even looking for more kills.
Plugo trying his best. Sarah tries to get the chains out. Seros, is he gonna go in? Do it, Seros. He can't quite do it. But Bear's back. Let's see what he can do. He's gonna get obliterated, but he gets the shutdown onto one. Seros. Tussel's gonna jump out, and Baron buff minions are working on the Nexus turrets.
Bear is my MVP regardless of who does well in this game because of how fantastically he is playing.
Well, there goes Helio. He tries to jump in, but gets shut down by Team Fire as soon as he gets anywhere close to the Japanese lineup.
My word, I have to have mad respect for LAS because they are just playing so aggressively. They don't care how far behind they are. They are just looking for fights. And again, Bear, the hero that Latin South America need to be the initiator. He doesn't care that he's only level 11. He just wants to go in. He starts to fight. The exhaust onto Warren was actually massive in mitigating so much of the damage. But at this point, Seros joins the fight. He then starts to clean up. There is no one that can deal with him. And he just shreds through the lineup of Team Ice.
He's just massive, Eddie Seros. He is too hard to kill and does way too much damage. He even goes for the one-on-one against Kratos. You guys watching the bottom left-hand corner of your screen there, you will see that the second Infernal Dragon of the game was picked up by the LGL squad during this time. So they now have 2 Infernal Dragons to work with to try and end this game. They're now 59,000 gold to 45,000 gold. And look at the damage dealt during that last team fight.
Yeah, Bear did so much damage. Really impressive stuff. Out-damaged the Kazakhs, out-damaged the little block. Fair play to Bear. Really impressive on this Pantheon. 5, 8, and 6. I mean, that's a pretty good scoreline for Pantheon.
I mean, I know Bear was one of Atlas's favorite players because he had a really cool name. He's now one of my favorite players in this tournament, because he is a man.
In Latin South America, he was voted in just because of how popular he is with the fans. He is just such this lovable, cuddly guy that just plays like a hero. I absolutely love it. So let's see what else he can bring out. Maybe he has a couple of tricks left for us.
Well, now he's trying to run away with Kratos, who is currently invisible. That will run out.
It's not running away. He's luring them into a trap.
Ah, I see.
All right. Bear does not run.
It's a tactical decision, you would say.
He does not run from death. He simply laughs at it.
Well, he's laughed at it 8 times now, Venius. He's not doing the worst in his team. Helio is currently 1-8-0.
Yep.
Not a great scoreline. We've seen a couple of top laners not do too well here, but Bear, he wants to go in again. Let's see what he can do. Stuns up Seros. Warren's gone in. Can't get a full channel off. That's a double kill already for Team Fire. Tussel's now leaping all over the place. He gets a double. They're going to clean the house up here as Team Ice hit the deck. Team Fire, they get the ace.
Admiration is all I have for Latin South America after that fantastic performance. LJL, yes, you played very well. You played smart, you played calculated, and my God, Seros, you outperformed once more. But you just can't take anything away from the LAS, because that was such an entertaining game.
It certainly was. I mean, LJL, they have a few tricks up their sleeve for IWC. This is probably one of them. Seros went off on that Diana. We've seen how well he can play, not only in 1v1s, but in the Summoner's Rift match at Vegas. And now in Assassin mode, just flaunting what he has. Doing fantastic for the LGL team.
I'm a little bit disappointed in Heretti. The build path, not manly enough for me. I felt like he could have gone for the Death Cap much earlier on. But nevertheless, still a great performance. 3-1 and 6 coming out from Heretti, so playing very smart, playing very calculated. Helio definitely did struggle on the Akali at 1-9-0. Never really had an opportunity to get going. During the laning phase, he was actually doing a lot of work, but then so much jungle attention came to the top half of the map that it really did make things difficult for him. But still, a lot of fun, once again, from this game mode. The Katarina definitely made some fantastic plays. They got a 2 versus 2 kill down in the bottom lane. And I mean, just have to round things out with Bear. I mean, what a player, what a man.
That man is a real man, Vedius. One day I hope to be exactly like him and just go in and not care about anything else.
He just didn't care. He was like, team, I'm going in.
I'm pretty sure if I did that, you know, my team would flame me half the time because that's why I don't play like Bear, but I should play like Bear because he's an absolute monster here. And he was fantastic for the Latin America South side. Unfortunately, they were not able to pick up the win, but they put on a great show. And just like Carbon was telling us earlier this morning, Vedius, I mean, It's an action-packed game mode. There's tons of kills. It lasts about 30 to 40 minutes, and it's just exciting the entire time.
But there's so many assassins that the snowball is real, and what we're seeing more and more of is Diana is definitely a power pick. I feel like both teams need to get a Diana just to deal with the other Diana. So I definitely feel like moving into the later games today, she will be somewhere near the top of the priority ladder.
Certainly feels like that. Another thing you mentioned was the fact that slowly these teams kind of understand that assassin meta. They start to pick the same champions, and we still haven't seen a few of the assassin picks.
Yeah, where's the parkour, ladies and gentlemen? I still want to see a bit of talent up in the top lane. What we did see, though, is Mithy's team composition actually getting dismantled. So
we certainly did. So Mithy might have to theorycraft a little bit more there. But for more on that win, Hingers is standing by with Heretti from Japan's LJL.
Thank you, King Sam Stewart. All right, I'm here with Heretti right now. And first of all, congratulations. And I want to ask about the draft. You guys prioritized Ari. What was the strategy behind that?
今回おめでとうございます。で今回の構成として、アーリーを優先的に選んだと思うんですけど、それってどういう、プロセスで考えられたんですか？もともと自分が ADC でレンジチャンピオンをやりたかったので、アーリーを選びました。Well, as an ADC, I believe I have to play a ranged champion, and that's what I'm used to, so I went for Ari this time around.
Excellent. And secondly, I want to ask about in the assassin mode, we've started to see a meta develop. You went with AP there, but do you think AD is also strong in this format?
今回アサシンモードでメタが少しずつできていると思うんですけど、AP が強いところで今 AD も可能性としてあると思いますか？今のところわかんないですけど、とりあえずダイアナがすごく強かったですね。I'm not quite sure about the meta right now, but as far as I know, I think Diana is OP in this mode.
And finally, you guys are up 3-0 now in the tournament, 3 wins. How far do you guys think you can go in this tournament?
今全勝で実際あと1試合しか残っていないから、どこまでいけると思います今後？いけるとこまでいきます。We'll go as far as we can.
Excellent stuff. Thank you so much. Best of luck in the next matches, the next rounds. And now it's time to throw it back to the analyst desk with CC.
Thanks, Hing. All right. We had a lot of interesting things in that game. I do want to say that I think we're in agreement that Diana's OP, and we'll talk about her in a moment. But before we do, pick bands. Mithy. The dream comp, what happened, man?
I'm so sorry,
You
my
failed
Hispanic
them.
brothers. I don't know, it was working well in the bot lane, but I guess it just didn't work well like everywhere else.
Maybe they're calling the top, but let's take a chance to look at some of those bot lane action, because this is the first play we're like, Mithy, you're right, it's beautiful. I mean, we see some of these early plays with the
I was
Pantheon.
cheering for them. I was like, yeah, guys, it's working. But yeah.
No, but it's so cool because Pantheon, like you said, how it works is Pantheon stuns them, sets up, allows Katarina to lay down her big AoE damage with the passive. And what's important about that is so much of Katarina's damage was moved onto that passive. I believe when I was doing the math, that something like level 10 with a Hextech Gunblade complete, Katarina does about 480 damage just in her passive alone, which is absolutely absurd. But again, you need to set that up and have the tactical awareness to foresee that because it's not consistent damage. They have to walk into it.
Yeah, and that's basically where the Pantheon comes into play by providing a stun that guarantees follow-up will be there, as obviously Warren went a little bit berserk.
Damn, easy 2v2 kill. You see that?
I mean, blew him up. That was good. That was good. But I think the issue is what we saw the Pantheon on the top side be just a little bit more effective in this game, especially in that one clutch escape using the ultimate.
Yeah, as manly as Bear was, it doesn't actually amount to what Evie was able to do. This particular one, I think you give special credit to the Hex Drinker for keeping him with just enough health and the slow on landing.
I didn't even know you could ult while being attacked.
I mean, but to be fair, when was the last time we saw a Pantheon?
Today I learned something new.
I mean, it only gets worse, though. Here's the worst part. Not only do they not kill the Pantheon, he comes back for just that little bit of disrespect.
Yeah,
just leaves him under the tower, walks away.
They all get so baited in.
But he's sitting in kind of that same vein where Diana's also very strong because he's bringing similar things. You know, he's kind of got false tank stats, his passive there able to block attacks, as well as the fact that he has the hard CC. Diana, of course, has a displacement on her kit. So it's kind of like that middle ground of you're still tanky, you can still assassinate someone in one go. So I continue to see, or I hope that we continue to see Diana and Pantheon prioritized.
Well, I think that there's absolutely no doubt that we will see Diana again. I think all the players have to be in agreement at this stage, especially as we look at this replay from Saros. This is pretty much the epitome of getting destroyed. Yeah, just nasty. Remember, guys, when we made Assassins have this longer window to kill people? Diana uses that window to kill everyone.
Oh my god.
She just does way too much damage.
It was the same the other game. She was also one-shotting everyone, so maybe, yeah, Diana is OP.
I think Diana might be the OP. Have to see. Maybe they're going to mix it up. Maybe we will finally see the town, but let's take this opportunity now to look at the standings. Japan up 3-0 overall, but let's take a look at Fire as a whole. Japan leading it up. TCL at 2-0. CB Law 0-1, and GPL similarly at 0-1. Japan hard carrying.
This is a huge story for Japan as well. Again, they had just injected a ton of money and infrastructure into their scene. Again, it wasn't too far back that they actually finally got their server. They're moving into game houses. Collectively, the scene is leveling up. So to find success here on an international stage would really kind of punctuate that it was worth it.
And for us, we thought, you know, Brazil, we thought CIS, we thought Oceania might do okay. Japan was kind of the question mark, and a lot of those questions are being answered here, but Team Ice is going to have a lot of work to do because they are pretty much struggling in this tournament as you take a look at their standings, because CIS starting off well. Of course, we're going to have to see how they develop as they move forward, but right now, Ice is starting to lag behind.
Yeah, they definitely are. Of course, the rest of the teams, Oceania, we just saw them lose earlier in the day, definitely struggling. And as close as you can get to Mithy's strategy, I don't think it gets you over the line, unfortunately, as well in the assassin mode.
Well, the feeling I'm getting from seeing what teams are doing good and what teams are doing bad, it just feels like whatever team has a big region close to them is doing better than other teams. So that's kind of the impression I'm getting.
Yep, geographic proximity, of course. That said, again, Team Ice, it's going to be that #1 seed. So as they kind of continue to sink or turn into a sinking ship, you know that everyone's just looking at CIS. You know, how do we cut these guys down and slot in so we can move on to the next bracket?
Well, curious to see how the rest of the assassin modes go and if a new meta develops for 1-for-all and 1v1s later in the day. But another commercial break. You're got to be kidding me. That's supposed to be your guy. Whatever. When we come back, we'll have the Southeast Asian All-Stars testing their assassin skills against the CIS. Don't go anywhere. I'll butcher something else too when we get back.
Let's see if he can get out. The Shroud's coming up in 1 second. Helios getting knocked just quite. He's got Invisible trying to run away. He's camouflage running between the turret. Evie jumps back on top of him. Playtos can't quite get him, but it's a double kill picked up by Saros. Bluego Warren now jumping on top of Saros, but it's not enough. Saros deletes him before he can spin around even once. Trying to help him out. Bluego gonna flash up on. There's Zonia's hourglass, but get a full channel off. That's a double kill already for Team Fire. Tussle's now leaping all over the place. He gets a double. They're gonna clean the house up here.
Dare to be different. Revel in the impossible. Introducing a little anarchy. Disrupting the natural order. Because a hero lies in all of us. Nothing is beyond your reach. Claim your victory and go forth to conquer new worlds.
As if smokers need more reasons to quit, research shows smokers earn less.
Listen up, it's a revolution.
How do I like it here? Well, it's not bad. The Wi-Fi, though, straight whack. Would have been fine in 2005. I had to patch into the gigabit connection across the street. First thing I did, got a new router. 5 gigahertz, extreme processing. That kind of speed keeps me young. GG, noobs. GG.
Jack Link's Jerky presents Working Out with Sasquatch. Jack Link's Jerky, the protein pack snack packed with protein.
Welcome back to day 2 of IWCA, where we're about to get in our third Assassin's Mode matchup of the day between Southeast Asia and the CIS. There's a lot of questions here in this tournament. What Assassins will be good? But the biggest question that we have to hit first is stress. Why is LeBlanc not in S tier on your Assassin tier list?
Now, that one I can answer a lot better. If you'd have posed it, why is she B tier, I would have struggled. She is not S tier to me because we will see when she is finally picked in an actual Summoner's Rift game that the ability to single carry a game on a champion like LeBlanc is going to be outdone by the strength of tanks and wave clear mids. There is sheerly, in my opinion, not going to be enough carry potential from one single champion to class her as S rank. She's strong, don't get me wrong, but I don't think she's S tier.
Then you put her on B tier.
Yeah, that was my mistake. See, that was my mistake.
I mean, you sound like you have arguments, you know, but it's B tier. You just hate LeBlanc.
You put her under Echo, now, Rengar, Talon, and Zed.
Okay, now what you gotta realize is I cast a lot of European Challenger. We've got like games where like Godbro goes 5-0 and then ends the game 5-10 on LeBlanc. All right. So I mean, I've seen a lot of LeBlanc fails. In my mind, very difficult to put her in.
Absolutely fair. Of course, you guys are free to check out the article yourself on eu.lollysports.com and grill Stress on all of his personal social media accounts.
Yet on some of this
it's okay. But we're going to focus back in because it's not EU Challenger. It is, of course, IWCA. And I want to talk about this matchup, specifically looking at the mid lane. Kira, not known as an assassin player. How do we think this guy's going to fare?
I think he's most likely going to go for a very simple champion, not really an assassin champion, like maybe Diana, maybe Kassadin. Even though they are all assassins, they're more like laid back, where you just farm and then scale better than the other guys that want to like do solo kills and kill you early game and do stuff.
What an excellent adjective, laid back. Usually we're like conservative, you know, kind of. He's like laid
You
back.
just, you know, when you're you go as a player, you sit down, you like put your chair back, lay there. You know, and just farm for the first 6 levels, and then like get your.
I didn't realize there's like a physical thing to go along with it, and now it makes a lot more sense. But it's good that you bring up Kassadin, because Optimus on the side, the Southeast Asian side, was known as OP-timus for something like insane Kassadin plays back in 2014. That was a long time ago, but could we see Kassadin come out?
I mean, the problem for me is it takes a little bit too long, whereas you've got these Dianas in the middle lanes, which, you know, is so strong right now. We've seen the 2 teams that pick Diana just dominate with it because of the shield. I mean, Kassadin, to get to a point where he can survive and then kill you takes so long. You need like 2 items.
It's also the fact that he's more of janitorial duty. Like, yeah, he can come in and nuke you and blow you up, but if Kassadin is waiting on kind of second rotation of cooldowns, you know, if he disengages from a fight and he's kind of hanging around, well, it's not just that. His team's going to be dead because everyone else is going to blow up. He'll be like, this is great. I got nothing to stall time for me to come back in here.
Honestly, Kassadin is a good pick, and I feel like it fares very well against Diana and a lot of other champions, but it's a very risky blind pick, and you don't want to go Kassadin into a Pantheon mid or something along those lines. You're just going to get destroyed.
We're going to have to see if Kassadin comes out, because of course the players are about to get into champion select, so we're going to see who assassins the hardest between the Vietnamese All-Stars and the CIS All-Stars. Let's send it back over to the casters.
Thank you very much, Caesar, and good afternoon, esports fans. I'm Devin Pyrotechnics Young, and of course, joining me is Zach Rusty Pie, coming over from the analyst desk. You ready to jump right into the action, get your hands dirty?
Yeah, absolutely. See against CIS. Very happy to be casting an Assassins game in particular. I may not like Assassins in solo queue, but when it's all 10 of them, it's very exciting.
Yeah, well, you know, your tier list so far, 2 out of 3 ain't too bad. We have seen Rengar played. It just hasn't had as big of a splash, but, you know, all preferences aside. Let's go ahead and meet our teams facing off in this third Assassins mode matchup on the blue side of the Rift for Team Fire. It is the Southeast Asian Vietnamese All-Stars, which means in the top lane, it is QTV of the Boba Marines. In the jungle, Levy from Sky Red. In the mid lane, Optimus, also known as OP-timus, also from Boba Marines. And the AD carry, Celebrity from the Saigon Jokers. And his support, Ron OP, also from the Saigon Jokers.
Potentially a good Assassins team, but on the red side for Team Ice from the League of Legends Continental League, it is going to be the CIS All-Stars, and it's Smurf in the top lane from ANX, Zanzara from Vega Squadron, Kira from Albus Nox Luna, Lex from Gambit Gaming, and Edward also from Gambit Gaming.
Of course, Lex, you know, will eventually be joining onto Vega Squadron, so him and Edward will definitely have a little bit of synergy to go on, but it's all Assassins all the time this mode, not your typical summoners. And of course, if you guys want to know who to vote for, or rather who you think is going to take the victory, we have our hashtags SEA win, of course. If you think the Southeast Asian All-Stars are going to be able to pull out a win here, Team Fire's looking good. But CIS, you know, they're a pretty big powerhouse in their own right. If you guys think they can win that one, hashtag CIS win is the one you want to be sending out on Twitter.
Yeah, that's right. Of course, a very experienced team is the CIS's individual players, but you can't actually look past the C roster. All of them have a lot of experience, it seems, actually playing those Assassins. Even their top laner, I believe, had a stint playing mid, so they've all tried their hand at those particular champions.
Absolutely. I mean, you have to go back to OP-timus's Season 2 Kassadin play. We haven't seen too much Kassadin right now, but it is, of course, available, and we'll have to see as we get into champion selection if he's going to be opting to lock that one in. Ron OP, though, I think he might be the secret weapon for this team.
Yeah, Ron OP may may well be that player. Of course, Challenger playing a lot of Assassins as we are finally starting to see all the champions picked and or hovered.
Oh, got a few lock-ins already. Okay, so we'll take a look. Sports side, Edward, you might recognize that name. Goes ahead and locks in the Pantheon support, and we have what looks like to be our first Master Yi of the Assassin mode.
Whoa, I'm a little bit perplexed with Lex is the one locking in Master Yi and going for Smite. This could be interesting.
Yeah.
Also, where is my Diana?
Yeah, it's a little surprising we're not going to be seeing that particular champion right now, considering what it was able to do last game. The LeBlanc, definitely not surprised, but a mirror match between Optimus and Kira. That's going to be interesting.
Yeah, the LeBlanc mirror matchup could be quite heavy hitting. Of course, the exact same spell combos on each other can get creative and attempt to outplay. It seems like Team Ice have got something in the water over there, though, with the Shakos also being around. Bit confusing after the last time we saw it.
Well, you know, Carbon, he did try to go in and then pretty much gone out several occasions, but we'll see if Zanzara is able to pull something a little bit different. The Akali is actually what surprises me the most on the side of Smurf. We already saw how that matched up against a Pantheon last game.
Yeah, Akali it does a lot of damage, right? It's got a lot of, I guess, 1v1 potential when you start getting those items, but a Pantheon is a Pantheon. And if you try and trade with him, he will actually just press his W key and stun you, and then just hit you with all of the Wizzy ones, as Atlas calls it, and spears everywhere.
Yeah, and you pretty much can't really stop that from coming. Even if you throw down the Twilight Shroud, you're still able to just knock him damage down, and that's going to be hard. We'll have to see if Smurf's got something else up his sleeve, and maybe he's looking to get, you know, some help from his teammates. Once again, guys, don't forget those hashtags, hashtag SEAWin or CISWin, depending on if you think Fire or Ice is going to take this one away. Team Fire's way up on the board right now, 5-2 in the scoreboard, but this could definitely be the CIS's win here if they do have some cheesy strategy that we were not expecting.
That's right, the hopes and dreams of Team Ice are kind of just behind the CIS team, and if they can't actually get themselves into the bracket on the 4th day, they need to find a way to beat CIS, so maybe the rest of Ice is hoping they lose a little bit here.
Could be. Little tactics in there. See what the start is for LCL as they send themselves 3 top and 2 towards the bottom, but is the 5-man invade for Team Fire right now.
Those two are not in the bush. The ward will spot them, unfortunately. They're having a good dance, too.
Yeah.
Don't interrupt a dance battle.
Definitely not. Gentlemen's game to not try and get the damage out early when you're too busy working your feet. So we'll see where they decide to make their next move. Looks like it's back towards the jungle. Kira might face check this, though.
He's just scouting for vision. Of course, the CIS team or the LCL team are actually setting up that double jungle strategy. So the Shaco will be starting on his red side. I wouldn't be surprised to see him immediately rotate to blue. And then we've got Lex who has Smite, so we have to question where he's actually going to start. And if Levy's able to get the buff, or if Master Yi can smite it away.
Yeah, I would be really curious to see what Lex decides to do this game, if he actually does stay in lane and then use that Smite later on, you know, for some counter jungling or for some buff stealing. This ward spotting here. Levy's actually waiting out in this brush, but you can see
Lex wants to smite it.
There we go. Start this one off. We'll see if Lexi's just outside the vision. The ward will spot him, but he moves forward. He's got that smite available, goes in, and he can't quite get it. Levy takes away the blue.
Yeah, so Levy does get it. This could actually be quite a bad thing for the LCL team, simply because it's a Master Yi who doesn't get to start with the camp, and he also used his smite, so not going to be available. But Zanzara being a little bit cheeky. Remember, he's the Ivan Innovator.
Well, he is time looking to make Shaco. Great again, but forces a flash at a QTV. That's the end of that gank.
Yeah, they're not going to find anything. Zanzara will continue to move, though, towards the blue buff as, once again, unfortunately, Master Yi ruins it.
Yeah, just almost the League of Thunder Rose. Last time we had one Storm Raider Surge. This time it's just one Fervor battle, but I suppose it makes sense on Master Yi. Alpha strikes in. That didn't make as much sense as he backed away, and Celebrity's on the chase. We haven't talked about this Nocturne yet, but he's getting a little bit low. Edward, he's the one really body blocking everything as they sidestep from Ron OP's charm.
Yeah, the red side just generally getting bodied overall. There's nothing they can do, and we have to highlight this I guess, 2v2 matchup. Nocturne, the first time we're going to be seeing him. Very good assassin at level 6, but up until that point, we'll be using all of his mana running into a spot of bother unless his team comes to help, and they are.
Oh, Eddie, he gets charmed. They turn on Celebrity, though. Those autos are real. The teleport's coming in, but it might be too late. First blood, however. Lex is able to pick it up, but gets equalized by Levy, and now Rano P being chased down by Kira. The chains will end. They finish the job, and an auto kill, or auto attack for a double kill on Akira.
Kira is a mathematician, throws out the chains and does the no-look as if it were an explosion to follow up with the double kill as well, saving all those spells, and LCL actually kicking it off the right way as a counter gank to Levy's Kha'Zix.
Yeah, nice to see Kira utilizing that teleport as well early on, because Optimus, you know, he went for the much more aggressive actual summoner spell, if you will. But let's take a look at how it all went down again, because it looked like Lex, his days were numbered. Edward just behind him.
Yeah, exactly. This starts with the charm actually connecting, but Celebrity not respecting that Master Yi. So they do get the first kill in almost a second. As watch the bad mastery. But never mind.
Yeah,
it's
back
continuing.
to the LeBlancs. There's the Ignite burn, but Optimus, he has a slightly better advantage here now that QTV, though, is in a 1v2 situation, forced back from the Shaco box, getting chased under tower, and he actually is able to get away. Even lands a parting shot.
And they both get away, so the camera panning doesn't actually mean too much in the end.
That was disappointing.
It was a little bit lacking. Maybe it's the fact that the Assassins just take far too long to scale with the champions they have chosen.
Lethality. It's an unfortunate thing, too. They've limited the scaling.
Also, I agree with Vedius. They should all be spamming long swords. There should be no lethality purchased early.
There you go. It's the good old 1v1 strategy. Saw a little bit of yesterday. All the swords.
All of them.
Well, speaking of early damage, a lot of the summoners are already burned right now, so you'd think people would be taking a step back just a second. CIS, they do have the gold advantage, but it's so early on, right? Celebrity's waiting in the wings here as Edward and Lex are cautiously stepping forward. Ron's trying to bait.
And don't be fooled, it's not a jungler. It is still a bottom lane Nocturne. My immediate thoughts go towards him. Jungling as well.
Yeah, I was wondering, where's the AD carry? Oh.
Yeah, but we're going to have a pretty slow start to this game. I think reminiscent of the last one, the Akali and Pantheon will hit each other a few times, but no one really dies there, as they are going again with Optimus.
You say no one really dies there, Rusty. I don't know if that's going to be the case. Celebrity gets the kill credit, and Levy's coming in. It's still a 3v2 until the LCL realizes maybe we shouldn't keep pushing.
Yeah, and another good move this time from the C team as LeBlanc from their side actually comes down. It's really hard to keep track of mirror matchups as they may actually meet each other here.
Would be LeBlanc. Oh, the chains. Optimus steps outside the range. Levy
Kira's
tags in.
man.
He wants to go back. Whoa, Kira. The honey fruits popped. Levy's going to try to get the heal. He has to hop over. One more auto attack would finish the job, but Kira's not able to close the gap. Meanwhile, Lex is 1v2, and Rano P takes him down.
No, they do get a kill. It was close, especially even in that top lane. Smurf has about 10 health to his name, but everyone gets out after a single further kill goes on to Lex. Not having the best time, but I'm honestly not surprised, as he is a Master Yi.
Yep, and timely spell shield from Celebrity there. Was able to stop the chains from doing anything to him. Very even start, very close on the kills. We'll see if that's about to change as Kira is worse for the wear. Does have the level advantage, though, and Optimus now has to back away. He's equalized.
Yeah, Kira hits the bounce. The LeBlanc mid lane 1v1 is a giant mind game. And at the end, at this stage anyway, having a Negatron cloak will ultimately be the difference. Any trade that even goes the exact same amount of damage or spells that connect, Kira will always win it.
Yeah, not to mention Darksteel doing pretty good work when you got 2-0 to start this game. So Kira, not known as an assassin player, but he's definitely made this LeBlanc work well for him. And he's even forced Optimus to back away, building that farm advantage for the time being.
What is that?
minion kills. They're not very important in this mode, I understand.
But that's why we're starting to see so many LeBlancs and why it is in most people's S tier in their tier lists. That wave clear means that you don't actually need to even build AP. However, in this mode you have to, because you have to be a man.
Yep. You can kill those Negatron cloaks, but you have to turn them into an aggressive item. We'll expect to see the Abyssal Scepter soon. As QTV heads back up towards the top to deal with Smurf, who dashes in. Twilight Shroud's down, and QTV has actually not been able to get too much. Does get a stun off, but the dash comes in again into the bush. But there's Vision spotting him out. And he's got backup, so Smurf backs away.
Yeah, times it really well. Of course, all 3 dashes from the Akali ultimate user Zanzara will be here, and they will be accidentally 2v2ing as we're about to see it.
Zanzara poofs, and he jumps back in. They turn for Smurf, and Levy gets the kill. Now Zanzara's isolated, and he's gone down. That's a double kill for Kha'Zix.
Yeah, Kha'Zix patience pays. Ice lose 2 of their members, and very well executed once again from the GPL side. Z doing work.
This time, though, Optimus has the jump on Kira. They're just trading autos as they were out of spell rotations. Kira is going to have to hop. And he actually is able to escape and even burned the Ignite. Meanwhile, back down bottom side, Edward is exhausted. They just gun for him, and Celebrity finishes him off. Lex isolated now. Will go down, not before! He picks that up! Ron OP finishes him off, but man, he made the best out of a 1v2.
He definitely is. You've got to give some credit to Lex. All things considered, champion choice considered, the fact that he is somehow in this bottom lane still makes it work for Kira. Here we go.
And the chain. Point blank, Ron OP is going to nail the charm, but the distortion, the dash, the auto, it follows! And Kira picks up the kill.
The slightest amount, he almost got out alive there as well, Ron OP. Does not. Kira now 3-0. Didn't have to use his flash, so might have been able to still chase him in the end. Good moves from the mid laner of the LCL.
Yeah, nicely played, and we really didn't expect necessarily a flashy assassin play coming out of him. Might have been not in his wheelhouse, but it turns out that this LeBlanc is doing him some serious favors right now. On the other side, Levy is the one who's contributed the most to the kill score on the side of the Southeast Asian All-Stars. Still not the only one. That bottom lane's been doing a little bit of work itself.
There's definitely a lot more fighting than what we saw in the last one, this early in the game anyway, as Kira's just having a giggle, as it wasn't actually Kira. So Pantheon has got his ultimate.
Even more distortion. Okay, Celebrity's going to run headlong into this and right into Edward. Spell Shield does nothing. Kira's going to take another kill. Scribbles down another name in his death note, 4-0.
Yeah, good night, Nocturne. Level 6 doesn't actually make a difference when running away from people. And again, this is the common trend we're going to see from all these assassins.
Oh, and Smurf's going to try and tag in onto Optimus, who has no idea he's here until right about now. That's going to burn the flash, and with Levy around, Smurf won't go any further. 7-6 though, very even for 10 minutes in. We've been seeing lopsided games.
Yeah, it definitely is. The bottom lane has a lot of kills from the side of Team Fire, whereas Ice is spread through the middle lane and the Master Yi. The difference here is how they're going to use these threats. Nocturne and Ari need their ultimates. Kira can just show up.
Pretty much, and he's going to have teleport back in just a little while. Meanwhile, though, QTV is getting the 1v1 on Smurf. We've just seen the scattered 1v1s, but what's going to make the difference is all these roams. Zanzara is heading up towards the top side. They own the vision in this jungle. 10 minutes into this game.
They're sending 3 up here, but once again, Levy, right place, right time.
Flash jump, Smurf! In the Twilight Shroud, he's gone down, and the man drop comes from around the side. Edward looking to take down QTV. Pantheon on Pantheon, but they brought friends to the party, and Zanzaro get his clone popped.
And that is not the kind of fight that they want to be taking when QTV is already doing this much work. Now, Lex runs the risk of being dove and has to be careful. However, he wants to fight them.
He does. It's a few auto attacks and make him think twice. He alpha strikes to dodge the charm.
That's the AD carry mechanics. Edward still looking for something, but there's a lot of minions, and the tower should go. Zanzara just doesn't really have health, so I'm not sure what his plan is here.
Yeah, just kind of waiting around in the wings. He's got a lot of swords, but I don't think he really has too much of a plan right now. Kira is going to be coming up, but Levy and QTV are already backing away. It seems like LCL team's a bit slow on the draw. We'll see if it works out. Edward trying to stop the backs, and it looks like he's succeeded. Kira comes around. Edward's going to pay with his life, however. And can Kira make the 1v2 here? Zanzara's only been able to show face and cause a distraction. It looks like the answer is yes.
That is a monstrous LeBlanc now for the LCL side. Kira 6-0, and he is definitely getting those stacks, Pyra.
Oh, yeah.
As the trade is still going to be there, however, they're pushing. C have got a game plan, and they're sticking to it.
It's all about the objective game for this team. So 2 tower kills now. They'd already gotten the first tower blood. For the Vietnamese All-Stars, CIS have just had to fall back here, and Lex is in serious danger of being dove. He it's nailed by the charm, but all of a sudden, Alpha Strike buys him half a moment, nothing more. And Optimus picks up his kill, the first kill for that LeBlanc.
That's a feels bad, man. This Master Yi has been completely left on his own. Edward, now River Pantheon.
River Pantheon not necessarily doing the work they needed, and Optimus is going to fall down. And as I say it, the caster curse becomes real, and Edward picks up a kill. However, Celebrity's caught out as well, and Kira 7 on the game. He's godlike at 12 minutes.
Yeah, he better go back and get a Mejai's Soul Stealer after he deals with Ron. Smurf's also here. There will definitely be an attempted fight.
They jump right on him. Levy trying to save his life here by pushing Smurf back and away, but QTV has hopped right in on the Twilight Shroud. Unfortunately, he nails the wrong Shaco. And Kira tries to hunt one more cheeky kill, thinks better of it, and he will be going back along with the GPL team.
Yeah, that's right. Again, you have to respect the amount of stacks that Kira does have in his inventory and all of the control that he is starting to ooze to the rest of the lanes. We are going to see this dive again onto Lex.
Oh, I'm going to cover my eyes.
You just have to feel so bad for the man after the charm connects. There is no hope for him, except that they are able to turn this around. And again, that River Pantheon that we were alluding to before is able to have utility in, I guess, a standard support losing the game in solo queue fashion. Comes down to act like he's helping, but really he's just stealing the kills that his team's getting for him.
You might as well just start building damage. Right, that's what the assassin mode's all about. Since you don't have the option to play a much more defensively minded game, the serrated Dirk for Edward, because he couldn't quite keep getting enough long swords. And I'm a little disappointed that Kira did not opt to finish the Mejai's. He's still sitting on a fully stacked Dark Seal at the moment. So 10-10 in kills. We are at a very close game right now. But the towers are making all the difference for the Southeast Asian All-Stars. Now another kill might happen. Lex is seeing the pass flash before his eyes, and before the teleport channel completes, he's fallen down, but it was a double teleport all along. Kira and Smurf double up to take down QTV, and they even bring Smurf to the party.
Watch out, Pantheon.
Eddie, he stepped right into it, but this time he's the one who pays with his life. Celebrity takes the kill. Kira is gonna fall. It's a double kill over to Optimus, who's on the run. Smurf dashes. Smurf finishes the shutdown.
He's not done either.
And now he's on to Celebrity, who just has not had a break this game. And he's actually going to be able to get away right over the pit.
Yep, Celebrity is able to get out with his life, and just a lot of fighting overall. Lots of people actually going down and dying, but Smurf is the biggest winner that eventuates from all of this. Celebrity, just go back to base, man. You had a good run.
That was Smurf's first kill on the game, too, so some much-needed gold for him. He's going to be able to clear and push up topside, but once again, the CIS region, they're hell-bent on fighting this out and bringing a lot of people to the party, but they don't have tower. To show for it.
Yeah, definitely not. And also the lack of towers that ICE have on their own team means that QTV and Levy are able to do dives like this. quite easily as he doesn't really live long here. Kira also comes in and does a whole lot of work again.
Yeah, I mean, they were able to get some revenge, but the problem that Lexus had as Kira gets jumped on and tries to make his great escape, stopped by the chains and triple teamed. Levy will finish him off, as I was saying. I think Lexus' problem is that he thinks he's Tryndamere.
Yeah, maybe. I will have to actually say that wasn't a caster curse. That was a stats person curse, as I just got told that Kira did 42% of his team's damage, and then we promptly come back to watching him die again.
Yeah, well, there's lots of curses in League of Legends. And Assassin mode, you can really never be too sure, as Edward is going to find himself on the wrong end of Celebrity. After he hunts him down, starting to scale up here, 5-4 and 4. The Nocturne creeping and crawling towards a positive kill score. Meanwhile, though, Fire is on the mid-inner tier. Alpha Strike from Lex pushes them off for now, but it's not healthy.
Yeah, there's definitely the strategy that Master Yi, if you used to play APE, would have is you Q to a minion as it's dying, so you don't actually travel any distance, and you can clear waves and be safe. As
speaking of travel, woo, buddy. Okay. I think Celebrity might have stuck around a bit too long, but this is going to open up the floor to the first dragon of the game. It is a Mountain Drake, available for Team Fire. Levy and QTV make short work of it.
Yeah, and I guess we've already found our answer. How do you win with the Shaco in the team composition? The answer is have Kira in your team. Speak of the devil.
It's a very specific strategy, as you say it.
It just keeps
3 on him.
You know what? That man is actually just being ganged up on, and he needs to... wait for his team, the bread man, to help him out.
Just a little bit too late.
It's good moves though, honestly, from the GPL side. If they want to win this game, they need to take out the strongest and really the only member of the LCL team that has money, and that is Kira.
Well, they're definitely taking advantage of the fact that he is overstepping his own boundaries. Now, good news for the CIS team is they do find themselves an open turret here, but it's taken them a really long time to clear it away, and they're so far behind the curve. This would be their first versus is the 4 that the Southeast Asian team have already picked up. So they get 1 turret, they get a little bit of gold for themselves. 17 minutes into this game, it's still very close, but you can see Seed creeping ahead.
You definitely can, and also selfless itemization from QTV and Levy, both going Black Cleaver to complement one another. They're going to effectively be that dynamic duo, and if they get in there first and Nocturne's able to follow it up, he'll be doing a ridiculous amount of damage, to say the least. Things are looking quite good for the GPL team.
Yeah. And Team Ice's hopes in this Assassin mode are starting to dwindle here, as Optimus is going to get outplayed by Kira, who sidesteps from Levy and Ron OP. But the rest of the teams here, they were trying for the Rift Herald, but it's just not nearly as important. QTV taking on Edward in a Pantheon on Pantheon fight, and a double kill goes over to the top laner from the GPL. Zanzara having to poof over to the Krug pit to avoid the damage that's going to follow.
He's going to do Krugs and get spotted by QTV immediately.
I don't know if this is the smartest move. Give some Krugs away.
Now note that Kha'Zix is below him, so eventually they will meet. Or he'll actively avoid them. Either way, they're still winning the game here, for better or worse. Sia doing the right things, getting the structures, getting the gold. And they're effectively a snowballed assassin comp.
But this is what's crazy to think about. You have a LeBlanc that is 10 and 4 on this map, and you're losing this game. Speaking of that one, let's take a look at what Kira's able to do here.
Because Kira can only really kill one person in a single rotation. He was cooldown locked after this point. He used his ultimate. Again, big outplay, I will say, from the LeBlanc to get the kills. But look at what he can provide from this point onwards. whereas the C region have just got all 5 members doing damage, working as a unit. And I guess it's a bit weird to say 5 assassins working as a unit, but they are.
Yeah, well, I mean, they've taken the tack of, you know, assassins can sometimes work better together. And considering they just have so much more comfort overall in these champions, it's not hard to see why. As Kira does some fancy footwork, he's comfortable enough, but as you said, it's only one man, even if he can make himself look like 2.
Two LeBlancs laughing is atrocious to hear. And they both use their ultimate at the same time.
It's only once a year, Rusty. We can handle it.
It's like if Singed and LeBlanc were in the same game, the amount of laughter you'd get would be absurd.
I actually have experienced that.
Poor soul.
I'm the only one who plays Singed, though, so that I've encountered on the regular. Let's not talk about that, though. It's all about the assassins. We're cresting 20 minutes. We're getting close to it anyways. Toronto P picks himself up the blue buff, and he's definitely had not too terrible a game. And I think it's fair to say that, considering how he climbed a challenger, this is something that's definitely more in his wheelhouse.
I see how this team dynamic works now, though. Rono P gets the blue buff, Optimus does not. It says a lot when the support's able to get a blue buff as a higher priority. And as we said, that Optimus was losing a lot of damage, as he just got freaked out by Kira.
There's been more of a distraction, if anything else. And Zanzara's coming around the side, but Kira jumps right into 3, and he has to bail out before he's evaporated. Zanzara, they just take out his clone. He escapes, but not for long. Charm goes wide. They find Edward. QTV flashing back out of the way. And the Shroud will keep Team Fire from pushing further into this base, but only for a moment. It's 20 minutes, and they're on the inhibitor turret.
Yeah, the Shroud may stop them. Smurf does well to push them back, but they're also 5 assassins who do not excel at sieging. This is the only opportunity they will have, and it's 10 seconds until Kira and Lex are up.
Oh, they can hit this turret down, no problem. They still have some time on the clock. It is a 3v5. Edwards just throwing spears waywardly to see if he can push him off. That's not going to be the inhibitor, but they have cracked the base.
So Kira's going to teleport mid lane. There's no dragon, there's nothing he'll look for. It's more just to get that middle lane turret down. You would expect, however, the health that you can see, thank you spectators, is actually quite high. It does mean they might, you know what, I lied, it's the LCL region. They'll probably just try and Baron.
Yeah, let's go for it. It's been on the rift for about 45 seconds, sounds about right. Get themselves over the wall. Zanzara's going to pop it, and they just blast cone over.
Yep,
sneaky, sneaky. But this time there was a ward spotting them. So let's see how fast Team Fire can get to the party.
Pantheon does have his ultimate if they get there in time.
He's going
You're
for
seeing it now.
They're a little bit low. The man drops incoming. Oh, this Baron is up for grabs. He jumps up. Takes him out, it's Optimus that takes the kill, and all of a sudden, this is now looking like a good plan! The Baron, it's stolen! Levy takes it, and Sea have come up with everything!
And only Kira left alive. You would expect them to be able to push now by having that Baron buff, and the aggressive decision that comes out of the CIS region from the LCL team is not going to work this time, because you know what? GPL were ready. They had a control ward on the pit, waiting for him to actually go for it.
Take notes, everyone playing against CIS. Always ward up the Baron pit, give them some time, and then bait them in. But, man, as soon as we're talking about Optimus being kind of a distraction for his team, he gets the triple kill, and they steal the Baron away with Levy. That's going to break the base even further, so they take inhibitor number 1, and Kira tried to make the outplay, but there's still 5 men standing on the GPL side, and another double kill for Optimus.
Yeah, there is 5, albeit really low health. And so they will have to back away, you would expect, except for Levy right now. This could be a spicy meatball.
That was a cheeky clear.
He got the best that he could out of it. Smurf definitely is not going to stop looking, but Baron recall, they can completely reset. So now the 5 assassins of the GPL side can look towards that bottom lane inhibitor. That is Bear.
Yeah, they're definitely going very, as far as conservative as you can go when you're playing in assassin mode. 3 Maws. You've got a Rylai's, so you get a little extra health out of that for Ron OP. So they're not getting insta-give. And
So we
you
do
can see
get
what
to
happened here.
watch this one again. It all starts with the Pantheon coming in. Optimus is the man you have to look towards as he does start picking up these kills. He flashes inside and effectively cherry picks all of the work that Baron had done already for him. Kira the only survivor using a blast. Plant.
Yeah, and speaking of Kira, I mean, this guy is doing everything he can to keep this game afloat for CIS. I just got word from our stats that he's done twice as much damage as anybody on the SEA team, and they're still getting pushed into base.
I mean, there is 16 kills and he has 11 of them and has been in 13 of them. It says a lot about the work Kira has been trying to do for his team.
He has made one crucial mistake, though. He did not buy that Medjai's.
Yeah, I mean, I agree, and then coincidentally he died a lot after we said it, so perhaps it was the mentality of, you know, when you buy a Medjai's, you appreciate that the stacks are really important, and you'll try not to die as best you can. Kira has been having all of the GPL side thrown at him. It's assassins, maybe Medjai's is risky.
Yeah, that's true.
But I mean, it's a
But as
manly
he didn't
item,
build
and
it,
he should be a
just
man.
wasn't able to do much. Yes, he absolutely should. And speaking of fun items, you know, we have an Edge of Night finished up by Edward here, who, you know, he's been dropping out of the sky. Unfortunately, he's just not able to stay alive for very long.
And I actually like this item above most of the other AD options. We already said this on the analyst desk, and Mithy pointed this item out in particular. It's an offensive item that gives you something defensive. You can activate it, get your Banshee's Veil, and as Pantheon, activate it and then ult. You will have that Banshees to stop the Ari charm or something in this case from stopping, like stunning you down.
Yeah, it's just a little difficult when everybody on the enemy team is at least 2 levels ahead of you, and as no resistance is offered up top, the SEA team is able to take out yet another tower, leading some Baron empowered minions up to the top side. And Zanzara's around the back. We've got Edwards looking to man drop out, but Zanzara's already down, and the chaos is reigning supreme as Smurf pops Ron OP. A double kill, however, goes over to Optimus. SEA, they're looking to finish this one off, or rather bail out of this one as Ice have managed to find the kills that they need.
Oh.
But is it going to be enough? Levy! Oh, that Maw's paying for itself.
That was disgusting. This is why you evolved the Q on Kha'Zix. That's what we've just learned then. And Master Yi, 2-8, has a Phantom Dancer and a Blood Razor. That's not enough crit or damage to actually take the Kha'Zix out.
I mean, that was so much blood.
Optimus
I got
has got
juked
Edward
there,
there.
and Edwards is going to walk right into Optimus, but who's got who? Woo! Okay.
Nope. Oh, no, you used the clone!
Wait a minute!
All right, now I'm lost.
Classic misdirection.
And the Baron recall is going to be enough, even though he did it on a ward. What a cheeky devil.
Now that was beautiful.
+1 for style points. And I think across the board, style points to be considered here from Ice as they get to engage with the Shaco and Pantheon combo. Eyes are always going to be on Kira, however. Flashing in, getting the 2 distortions is going to be what really determines the outcome of this fight.
Yeah, that was really nice. What I missed the first time around in this fight was the fact that they sent the Shaco clone in, Zanzara himself bailed out, and then all of a sudden, there were no spell rotations for the SEA team because they thought they were popping the Shaco, and Kira just had his way with them.
Yeah, exactly right. And being able to live there feels bad, honestly.
Yeah, I'll take a look at the fight done in that, or the damage done in that last fight.
Starting to see more damage from the rest of the team. Zanzara showing why we didn't really want the Shaco to begin with. However, as it progresses, as Shaco gets more items, you'd expect more from him. But a Titanic Hydra is what we have seen. And again, we were talking about this being the man mode of League of Legends, the most exciting, action-packed game mode we can possibly make. And he's gone for a halfway item instead of an Infinity Edge or a Static Shiv on his Shaco to actually get in there.
Desperate times. They're not playing the game out as they might have liked
doing
in
it
style,
again.
but they're going to go for the same play once again. This time they're ready, and Levy is able to pop Smurf on the back, but QTV is going to pay with his life as well. Sansar taking out his clone and all, and they are going to finish the job and take down all 5. A quadra kill for Levy, and it is all Nexus.
And this should be the game for the GPL side. 1 point back for them, and it's another for Fire, unfortunately. As we look at the standings, Ice, no response, Kira. He tried his absolute hardest, but almost is never enough.
Ronald P blows a kiss goodbye. The CIS All-Stars as Southeast Asia have taken them down. A big victory for Team Fire.
Yeah, it definitely was, actually.
It's our first win as a team here at International Wildcard All-Stars. They got to feel happy about that.
Definitely. We said a lot coming into this game as well. You look at the roster across the board. QTV has had a history playing mid. They've actually got a mid laner in Optimus. Celebrity's definitely capable playing a marksman role. And Levy, he plays Lee Sin. If a Lee Sin main is in an assassin off, there's a pretty high chance that he can play assassins quite well other than Lee Sin.
Definitely seems like this mode was a lot more tailor-made for the GPL side, and they take a well-earned victory. CIS had a flying start there, and Kira was really the MVP for this team, but it just wasn't enough at the end of the day.
Yeah, it definitely was. Not Kira, he did a lot of damage. Absolutely ridiculous amounts of damage, but the rest of his team just wasn't there. It felt like they came in with a strategy, an assassin snowball, keep that in mind. The strategy was to try and take the jungle, to try and double jungle and get Levy behind. Unable to do so. Of course, a good move from the C team. Looks like their plans were too strong and just well thought out.
Well, they managed to keep themselves relevant with a lot of tower gold early on enough in the game. And the problem with trying to snowball one champion is when you've got 10 champions in the game that are capable of doing it, it's a matter of time before somebody passes you in the race.
Yeah, definitely. And C across the board actually started to beat their opponents. Optimus started slow, was getting shown up a little bit by Kira at the end of the day. Having that ignite perhaps shows the difference in the 1v1 between them. A lot of utility, and honestly, mistake around the Baron, which became desperation from the LCL team.
Yeah, very true. I mean, it's signature style for them, but you can tell that C came prepared, and they were able to take a big victory. So 33 to 20 kills. This Assassin's mode, the death toll just keeps on mounting, but it is impressive. A few surprises, though. You didn't see any Katarinas this time around, no Dianas. And Celebrity, I think he found a good niche for himself playing Nocturne, which has been an AD carry champion, depending on who you ask.
Yeah, I mean, Nocturne can still assassinate people. It makes a lot of sense, even though it's weird that he's in the assassin list for what it's worth.
I still think it's weird Pantheon, but we've seen Pantheons, double Pantheons almost every game, so,
Even Master Yi.
Yeah.
Again, he's not exactly an assassin. Shen's closer to an assassin in aesthetic, but definitely not in play style. There's a lot of disparities.
Yeah, definitely true. Well, for more on that one, we're going to go over to Hingers, who's standing by with SEA's QTV.
Thank you, Pyra. I'm here with QTV right now. And first of all, congratulations on the big win. It's good to get one on the board. And I want to ask about your picks. Why did you guys go with Nocturne?
Chúc mừng anh chiến thắng. Thì nếu muốn hỏi sơ về cái lượt pick của anh thì tại sao mình pick Nocturne vậy?
Thì lúc đầu thì tụi mình có chơi cũng thử nhiều cái vị tướng nhưng mà thấy không hiệu quả thì nó tên mình nghĩ mà khi sử dụng chiêu cuối ra thì sẽ gây hỗn loạn đối phương và đội mình sẽ dễ tập trung mà tiêu diệt một đối phương hơn.
Yeah, so we try a lot of different picks, and finally we came down to Nocturne because his ultimate is really strong. It's disrupted the teammates, and it caused a lot of chaos.
Did that match play out as you expected it to, or were there a couple of surprises along the way?
Thì anh thấy cái trận này mình có dự đoán được hết không hay là có gì bất ngờ không?
Hơi bị bất ngờ tại vì đối phương dùng vị tướng đó là Shaco, thì vị tướng này nó khá phổ biến trong cái đánh không phải đánh xếp hạng, nhưng mà khi mà đấu giải thì vị tướng Shaco thì tụi mình hơi bị bất ngờ về vị tướng đó.
Yes, the biggest surprise is Shaco. Like we probably don't See Shaco a lot these days, so yeah.
Awesome. And finally, I want to ask about your build. You were prioritizing cooldown reduction. Talk us through the strategy behind that.
Thì nói một chút về cái build của anh ha. Thì cái build của anh đang là build tập trung về hồi chiêu nhiều hơn. Thì tại sao anh lại như vậy?
Tại mình nghĩ là cái giai đoạn đi đường thì nó cũng không quan trọng lắm. Mình nghĩ là nên sử dụng hồi chiêu để dành cho những pha công giao tranh tổng nhiều hơn.
Yeah, so he's prioritized cooldown reduction just because the team fights, not just for the laning phase.
Yeah. Excellent. Well, thank you so much for hanging out with us, and congratulations on the win. Good luck with the rest of the tournament. It's now time to throw it over to Sifa at the desk to break down that game.
Cool. Thank you very much, Hingers. Of course, we had a lot of questions about that champion select as well. As good as Nocturne worked out, why did we not see Diana?
I really don't know. I mean, she's done so well. It's blind pick, right? So I guess if you're blind picking, seemingly the two champions that we're going to see is LeBlanc and Diana. And if you don't feel super confident playing a melee champion into LeBlanc in the early levels, then why not just pick the same champion and go, okay, well, let's just play range?
Well, I think it was more like they felt confident into playing LeBlanc into Diana than the other way around.
I think that's totally fair. Of course, it did end up being the LeBlanc v LeBlanc mirror, but additionally, really odd Master Yi on the bottom side of the map and double smite coming in for LCL.
This is the thing that I actually have a bigger problem with, is that double smite. Now, we did see it used creatively, but the thing is you're giving up exhaust, and we heard the players at the top of the day. Exhaust is such a key summoner going into assassin mode because you need something to combat all of that burst damage. So I just think that it was a big question mark.
We saw creative uses. I want to see conventional uses. You have two smites. As Baron's dying, Zanzara doesn't smite. They lose it. It gets stolen away.
I think that the Master Yi pick had a strategy behind it where they would get both buffs and maybe Shaco invades afterwards, but...
Well, the interesting thing there is that was canceled out.
We did see...
all right.
Okay.
Let's bring it in. Because early game, we did see Southeast Asia play around the double smite very well. We saw the early invade on Kazakhs to make sure that, this early smite wasn't used to successfully take a buff, to successfully get this on. And, I mean, pretty proactive play coming in here.
Yeah, pretty proactive. We saw them go in with the Kazakhs fairly early on, taking away any kind of that cheesiness with that second smite. It was kind of spotted out, but nothing really you can do at this point. If you're assassins this early on, the numbers game is always going to play out in the advantage.
And Mithy, what is the value of getting this blue buff early, taking it away?
It's not really that you gain a value, it's more that you don't lose anything, because I think that what the CIS team wanted to do is to have the Master Yi farm the bot side of the jungle, the Shaco to start on the top side, and then try to like duo man invade the Kazakhs and put him off his game. And when Kazakhs has his two buffs and he's secured on at least two sides of the jungle, then he's going to be able to scale well into the later parts of the game. And
yeah, and
Master
of course,
is going to be useless.
Stress, you were critical of some Alexis smites there, and we saw in that clip too. Failed and just couldn't quite take away the blue buff. Of course, you have a dedicated jungler versus a dedicated AD carry, so a little bit different. But despite how successful Southeast Asia was, I mean, CIS had one beacon of hope, and that was Kira, and he was going off for the entirety of that game.
He was going off. Okay, so my point about LeBlanc wasn't on... my point about LeBlanc is on Summoner's Rift. Kira had a great game to begin with, and this is the strength that LeBlanc does have after the rework. The smart usage of the TP, Mithy, we were talking backstage about that, about how it's a bit of a risky laning pick, but eventually pays off because they get that early advantage.
Yeah, well, it turned out better than expected. I think that he just wanted to be safe in lane, and just in case he goes against something like that he doesn't expect or anything. But he had the perfect TP to go on against LeBlanc, who started with Ignite and just got 2 kills early game and was able to basically snowball the game through that.
Yeah, 45% of the team damage, 1,037 damage per minute. Pretty disgusting stats, but not enough. And I think the big thing here was we saw so many towers drop in the early game in favor of Southeast Asia.
Yeah, kind of piggybacking on the idea of, the towers dropping as well as having that teleport on LeBlanc and that when she snowballed, you just have this massive pressure game. And the thing is that's really fundamental to the changes of the Vision game as well. Again, there's no sight stones, and we're all playing around Assassin. So as soon as you get control of pressure on one side of the map, there's nothing that... It's dangerous in a Summoner's Rift game. It's even more dangerous against like all of these assassins. You walk into one dark area and instantaneously you're going to die.
Yeah, you're basically shitting your pants. You don't want to move anywhere. It's basically how it is.
I mean, terrifying. And one thing that we did see is how strong Kha'Zix was in this game mode. We expected, a variety of junglers, but Kha'Zix honestly coming in huge here.
S tier in this game. Realistically, it's kind of a product of the map play. SEA with the Nocturne pick, they were talking about that. They actually came into an Assassin's game mode and went, okay, we're going to kind of have a strategy and try and play around it, which is better than going, well, we're just going to try and play 5 Assassins with 2 smites and maybe, it was kind of using the fundamentals of how the game works on Vision, controlling areas. And Kira, he can't make picks if he hasn't got the Vision to do it.
Yeah, and I just kind of want to reiterate, like, Kha'Zix, like, he has a superior early game because he's going to have that burst damage. And even when you look at him next to the likes of Rengar is actually not getting a ton out of his passive that he normally would in a Summoner's Rift game just because there's not as much CC. Like, that cleanse that really puts Rengar over the line isn't necessarily as viable into this game mode, as well as the fact that he is really good at ganking posts. Not necessarily pre-6, so Kha'Zix just has a much wider window, and this game mode seems to be decided on whoever gets the first gank.
Absolutely, we're going to have to see who's going to get the first gank in our next match, because we're going to take a quick break, but first, let's get a local look at one of the squads about to test their might in our final Assassin matchup of the day.
To get a better understanding of the Brazilian All-Star Quintet, let's start with Yang. INTZ top laner started on the team in June 2014, and little by little, he became one of the best in his position. He has 3 CBLOL titles and was part of the all-conquering team that qualified to Worlds this year. Going into the jungle, there aren't too many better. Considered the best League of Legends player in Brazil right now, Revolta was the most popular voted player from the team, with more than 126,000 votes. Going into his second All-Star event, the jungler has already played on CNB and Keyed, 2 of the biggest teams in Brazil, but it was with INTZ that he really made his mark and was chosen to be part of Legends Rising. In the mid lane, showing the big support Pain Gaming has, is Kami. He enjoyed the best campaign ever from a Brazilian team at the World Championship, and he is a true legend. He now returns to another All-Star competing against the best from across the globe in Barcelona. In the bot lane, we have 2 debutantes to All-Stars. AD carry PBO came from the base division of CNB, and in only his first year of CBLOL, impressed everyone. And finally, in the support role, we have the most Brazilian French player in League of Legends, Dude. The Red Cannon support was crowned champion with Kami and Pain in 2015 and has represented Brazil on the world stage. Dude has the Brazilian fans' trust to defend their region and show the rest of the world just how dangerous Brazil can be.
Dare to be different. Revel in the impossible. Introducing a little anarchy. Disrupting the natural order. Because a hero lies in all of us. Nothing is beyond your reach. Claim your victory and go forth to conquer new worlds.
Jack Link's Jerky presents Working Out with Sasquatch. The cornerstones of any serious fitness program are exercise, diet, sleep, pectorals, and hair. All of which are part of Working Out with Sasquatch and Protein Pack Jack Link's Jerky.
Protein, amino acids, good for the hair muscles.
Fan! Jack Link's Jerky, the protein pack snack packed with protein.
Finishes him off. Lex isolated now. Will go down, not before. He picks that up. Can Kira make the 1v2 here? Zanzara's only been able to show face and cause a distraction. It looks like the answer is yes. It takes the kill, and all of a sudden, this is not looking like a good plan. The Baron, it's stolen. Levy takes it, and Sea have come up with everything. They are going to finish the job and take down all 5. A quadra kill for Levy. Welcome everybody back to the IWCA day number 2, where we're about to get into our final Assassins mode matchup of the day. Is LatAm North from Team Ice taking on Brazil from Team Fire. It's going to be a big one.
Definitely is. Of course, we've seen a lot of assassins today. There's a lot of exciting stuff that we have seen, and unfortunately a couple we haven't, but maybe we'll see it in this one.
Talon, we're looking at you. But for a couple of players that are definitely no stranger to assassins, we have to talk about the BR squad. Kami, legendary Katarina player. You have to go a little bit further back, but this guy is very comfortable on this, and it's been reworked. We've seen some massive plays. And, Kami's just the guy to pick it up.
Yeah, exactly right. He's an old-school assassin player. As of late, he's been playing more control mages. There's a lot of people that now look up to Kami for playing those control mages and being passive, and you see his farm advantage that he does get. However, once an assassin player, always an assassin player. He could very easily revert to playing them, and the mentality is the only thing that really has to shift.
Yeah, that's what this game mode is really about, letting these players unlock their true potential and just fulfill that desire to just kill everything on the Rift. Speaking of killing everything, Audi, he also had quite a solid performance on Rengar in the 1v1 tournament, and even though LAN weren't able to pick up a win overall, well, he made that one look easy.
Yeah, exactly. He was playing an assassin, so obviously going to be super important coming into this game. Shows his abilities to use at least the mechanics, I will say, when it comes to Rengar, executing on things like that. We've had discussions on whether Rengar is worth playing over Kha'Zix, but if you're that good, you may as well.
It's true. Well, he's not the only cat in the assassin pool. Let's talk about a few. Few champions we haven't actually seen. The Nidalee, it's something that we heard that Revolta is actually still liking despite the nerfs. I mean, we'll have to see if it comes up. Let's go ahead and take a look at our assassins that are going to be hitting the Rift, though. In the blue corner, representing Team Ice from Latin America North, it is, in the top lane, Porky from Just Toys Havocs. Prowling the jungle, it will be Adi from Land Gaming. His mid laner, also in Land Gaming, it is Seiya. Evan RL, representing Just Toys Havocs, will make up the AD carry role. And of course, there's Zool from Galactic Gamers.
Just Toys Havocs is a great name, but we also have to look on the opposite side. On the red side of the Rift for Team Fire is the CB LOL All-Stars from Brazil. And featuring in the top lane is Yang from INTZ's partner in crime, obviously, is going to be Revolta, also from INTZ. Kami from Pain Gaming, PB0 from CNB Esports Club, and Dude, the French dude from Red Kenneds.
Yep, as we heard Atlas say, the most Brazilian French player, not just at this tournament, but just about as we can even find. Team Fire are in a massive lead right now in this tournament, 6-2 in points. And they could very well take every Assassin's Mode game here. All Brazil needs to do is finish it off, but oddly enough, neither of these teams have actually gotten a win on the board for their teams.
Yeah, exactly right. Brazil could actually put in the extra work and close it out for Team Fire, but Team Ice obviously want to get one back for themselves, so a lot on the line for both of these teams, and we'll see how they execute on them and whether or not we will see that talent you're alluding to before.
Yeah, you gotta wonder if the pressure's gonna be on LATAM North to try and snuff out the torch of Team Fire as we get into picks. I want to say bans, but where's the fun in that when you've only got about, I don't know, 20-odd champions to choose from? There's definitely some variety in all of it. However, take a look as looks like off to the start, LATAM North, they have locked in something we haven't seen so far. It is going to be the Echo, but fortunately we won't see him playing tank.
Yeah, Evan RL can also pick, half tanky items, Glacial Shrouds, things like that are always available for you to pick. Another thing that isn't really a surprise whatsoever is actually the Diana. I was shocked we didn't see it in the last game because of how powerful it has been today. Sei is able to get that one for Team Ice.
Yeah, we're going to have a Rengar on Rengar in the jungle as well, as both Audi and Revolta have picked that up, and the LeBlancs are locked for the top laners. So a lot of teleports on this squad too. This early game is going to get wacky.
Interestingly enough as well, Kami has chosen to lock in the Kassadin. And he's going to be playing that. I guess it's a historical throwback where Kami's just saying, you know, I used to be a god, I'm now a god again at Assassins. And Cassidy was one of the OGs that everybody used to play in the middle lane. He is going to be against the Diana, which is effectively a free level 6. And Diana with a free level 6, pretty nasty.
Yeah, we saw what could happen when a Diana gets unchecked on the map. A lot of mirror matchups, though. 2 Pantheon supports. Normally, we've been seeing the mismatch with it one in the top and one in the bottom, but with both LeBlancs going topside, this is going to be a little different. Yang is a terrifying player. I am not sure if I want to see what he's going to do with LeBlanc.
I just Yang against Porky, 2 LeBlancs in the top lane's a little bit weird to, I guess, expect. No one would have predicted that happening.
I mean, he plays Echo in regular.
Yeah, but I mean, he's not playing Echo now. It's going to be the AD carry. The opposite side, but 2 LeBlancs in the top lane, 2 Rengars in the jungle, a heavy hitting bottom lane with guaranteed stuns. And the interesting thing to me that we have to highlight is that they have 2 guaranteed stuns in a really, really strong duo lane on the side of Team Ice.
I think we'll be in for those 5v5s as soon as the towers start falling down once again. That's the best part of it, of course. If you guys think that Team Ice can come up with a victory here and at least take 1 win in the Assassin mode, hashtag LAN win is your cue. At LOL Esports is the place. If you think that the Titans from Brazil are going to take this one, hashtag BRWin at the same place. If Team Fire is going to keep on rolling and go 4-0 in Assassin mode, we're about to find out as we hit Summoner's Rift.
As we hit it, we also we have to scrutinize the skin selection here from Seiya. Perhaps he forgot that Diana has really cool ones, and he's not Infernal.
Maybe he's just trying to channel his inner Faker.
I just, like, Infernal's just too cool not to have.
No, you're not wrong. There's a good reason why, too. It even comes from the same name team taking out the last All-Stars, winning. The last All-Stars, I should say.
Yeah, maybe he's just saying, you know, screw Team Fire. Can't
It's out
have
for himself
Infernal.
this game.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what Kami does on this Caston. He's not gone for the teleport. He goes Ignite. And we haven't really talked about some of the other selections. PBO on this 80 carry Ahri. Seen a few different builds. Some AP, some hybrid damage.
Yep, was the last to lock in as well on his team, so undecided perhaps, or just being slow. Locking the Ahri means, I guess, the standard bottom lane as far as Assassin standards are concerned for a 2v2. It could be a little bit more challenging for Evan RL and Nazul to actually farm in this lane. I guess it comes down to how that level 1 progresses, as they are looking to be quite aggressive.
Yeah, I think a lot of the X factor is going to be the difference between Ner'zhul and Dude. Running the same summoners, same starting items.
What happens when 2 Rengars ult? They can, like, can they see each other and they're both invisible? Like, what happens there?
I think we'll have to just find that out.
Yeah.
I would imagine with the way this game should shape out, Revolta and Adi will run smack dab into each other at some point.
Speaking of which.
As Evan is going to be escorting him up towards red buff. Revolta and Yang don't know this is coming.
They found their in.
Oh, and they jump right for Revolta. Not even turned on the red buff till just now, and this is a bit of a pickle. Revolta jumps in, takes the red, and now it's Adi and Evan. We're caught out, but they jump right out the bushes. Evan's gonna have to flash.
2 flashes.
So is Adi.
Wow, so they go for the red buff for a very cheeky play. Of course, having a teleport for Evan RL means that they can afford to do things like this, but that does not work. Revolta with a trusty smite.
And once again, Rusty, we are 1 glorious Thunderlords off from something that I have not seen since the start of Season 6. Unfortunately, this teleport gets spent by Evan to go back up to the top side. Okay, so we do have a top echo. It's just not who we expected.
Okay, yeah. So LeBlanc Pantheon, Porky's decided that he's going to rebel and he's no longer going to be playing a top lane position. That explains the teleport for the Echo. It also solves a lot of problems. They've juked us. However, I don't like being juked.
Seen a lot of LeBlancs getting off some pretty impressive jukes this game, or this entire tournament, we should say. As Revolta moves up towards the top, he's a little low on the health bar, and Evan
he has no stacks.
Got 100. Yeah, no stacks right now.
Evan, no flash, I guess, is the big thing. Also has no teleport, so any damage they put down is meaningful damage.
Yeah, he's going to dash, and the flash from Yang. They land the bola, but they just don't have any follow-up damage.
But again, super meaningful. Evan, if he does choose to recall, will not be able to teleport back to lane. It's actually just really relevant damage, and it's also an advantage that Revolta is going to have over Oddie, because they tried a really cute play at level 1 by invading that didn't work.
It's a nice attempt from the Ladder North squad as Revolta heads back towards River and takes down Scuttle Crab. Consolation prize, but it can't fight back, unfortunately. Imagine if you had an Assassin Crab.
What?
That would add some complexity.
Assassin Crab.
Yeah.
Also, why doesn't Scuttle Crab only go sideways?
That is a really good question.
Consider that.
It really should. It doesn't really scuttle, does it?
Nope.
Going back towards the bottom side. We've got an 80 carry LeBlanc now. I guess we call this a kill lane, but everything's a kill lane in Assassin mode. Seiya's actually getting pushed back by Kami. This is a little bit different than we expected.
Yeah, it's an Ignite on the Cassinan as well, so he has a little bit more pressure, and does quite well into Diana this early also.
Yeah, Corrupting Potion doing favors for him right now. Don't really expect too much gank-heavy action down on the bottom side. Revolta and Audi were both set a little further behind.
Where are you off to?
They're going for a roam, though. Kami's got to watch his back.
They've walked through 2 wards, and perhaps that's because the blue buff is available. But they're looking for something, but they're not going to get anything. I'm not sure what they're after.
They're taking a lot of time here. They're really trying for a cheeky
deny
play.
farm for Cassidan.
Yeah. Well, I mean, once Kami hits 6, he's just not going to care about this at all. And he's been able to keep up in farm, so CBLOL squad lose nothing for this.
They got caught in a tic-tac-toe game or something on stage and just kept clicking while they were walking. Forgot which lane they were in, perhaps, the champions they're playing. Unfortunately for them, again, nothing's going to happen. They did have it pushed into the turret so they can freely reset, but this is where they have to be back by, so things work out okay in the end.
I keep trying to compare the farm, and then I remember Evan Earl's up top. That's a weird game. Big wave building.
They've definitely come in with a strategy. We'll say that much.
Now, whether that strategy works, that's a completely different story. As CBLOL built a big wave, they're shoving towards Porky and their Zool, or rather, they attempted to freeze it for just a minute. Dude still threatening. With both Pantheons here, this definitely becomes a game of chicken to see who can hop in first, or who can hop in after the fact and nail it. Revolta keeps clearing the crabs out.
It's a very chill game. I'm not used to this.
This is the most relaxed Assassin mode game we've had.
I guess there's just higher expectations to be placed, but Revolta had an advantage. For some reason, that advantage is completely gone. The time that he has spent on that top side, perhaps looking for a gank, evened the jungle clear out. And again, a big thing that we are going to look towards when we highlight the champions being played is how important level 6 will be. Diana obviously wants to sit back and scale, as does the Cassidan. And Rengar gets a little bit more gank potential off when he does hit that 6 point.
Yeah, that should be the cue for this game to bust open like a powder keg, but for the time being there, both teams are happy to bide their time and just shove minion waves back and forth at each other. A couple of Doran's bot on either side, and of course the Negatron Cloak finished up for Seiya. Still have to keep an eye on that champion for quite some time. This Diana, we've seen it bust games wide open. Meanwhile, up top, Evan continues to trade one-for-one with Yang, who's been locked under tower. And the teleport advantage starts to become pretty important here. There's only one on CB Lowell's side. Meanwhile, Seiya and Evan both have it. So both top laners, I'm going to use air quotes when I say that, and the mid laner of Team Latin America North.
My immediate expectations go towards the red buff that Revolta is currently at on this Rengar. So if Evan is somehow able to be a really good top laner as well as AD carry, then we might see him ward soon in an area that will spot Revolta before he can even use his ultimate.
Yeah, but Yang's jumped in. He's going to land the chains, and Evan's half-healthed. Can't even get the conversions off, and Yang just too slippery. Meanwhile, Adi and Seiya have gone on a roam here, but Revolta is playing ring around the red buff. Yeah.
Oh, this is a bit awkward.
Okay, so here's the answer to the question. It looks like you can't see the Rengar, and Kami can't finish the job, but Revolta finds Seiya on the bullet strike. They jump for him. Kami waiting to jump in, but Evan's gonna tag his way in.
Yang's here as well.
And he jumps. Does he have the damage? It looks like it. That is going to be first blood and some change.
Oh,
Revolta picks up Evan and gets a double to take down Adi. Blast cones his way further into the jungle, and that's 3 kills for CB Lowell.
What a disaster. Adi revealed himself by walking out of the bush, and Revolta just saw a free kill opportunity for another free kill effectively. And now Fire, the CB Lowell team, they open it up.
The best part about that is as soon as everybody backs, you can see them buying control wards, and then I was about to laugh and be like, oh, that's a great reason, but then, oh yeah, that doesn't stop invisibility. Anyways.
We do, of course, get to see this again. Rengar only seeing the Kassadin. So going in, Adi making a big mistake as Revolta was directly behind him, and that's how this trade goes sour for the side of Ice. And this is where Yang comes in to seal the deal and find those kills.
And we answered your question, Rusty.
No, not
Rengars
quite.
cannot see each other.
They can. It's just the old change. Oh, they see the first closest person.
Well, I guess only if you're in the one-on-one situation.
Yeah, that's what we want. We want
the. So Kami was the one who was keeping himself in the front line, and that means that of course they were able to take a lot more out of it. So CB Lowell jumps out to the first lead this game. 8 minutes in, and they're eyeballing Dragon. This would be the fastest Dragon take we've seen so far.
And it's a Mountain Drake. If there's one thing Assassins cannot do, it's take down turrets. I would imagine the more Mountain Drakes you have, the faster you can actually hit them. The 1 in every 100 sieges that you get. So it could be quite valuable. They may look towards it.
Kami's going to pick up some honey fruit. Revolta takes down the crab. He's had a seafood diet this game, that's for sure. But the double kill certainly helps him out early on as he has the Warrior Enchant finished. It's going to take a little while for Adi to catch up to him. And the rest of LATAM North are playing a little further back.
Now, Jude is hidden here. PBO is just trying to be a bait. I don't think it'll actually work out for them, as Yang's actually mid as well.
Seiya has got to watch his back. The man drop incoming will force him away towards the wrong tower. And all of a sudden, there are 4 members of Team Fire right on top of him. And Revolta picks up his 3rd of the game.
Yeah, there may be Assassins, but they have a lot of mobility as a result of this, so there's no running away as Seiya. And we're not seeing a Miracle Diana performance early into this game just yet. They do keep taking him out. And again, Yang, a big deal as well.
Holy moly, Dude's gonna have to flash away, but he may not get away. I don't think so, as Adi will find him. Those Rengars are starting to come up big.
They definitely are. Always a threat, as once again Yang's just trying to do his best. He can wave clear and half-health somebody in one go because LeBlanc is a dirty champion.
Yes, indeed. Yang is, like we said, he's a beast. And he's gone for the Magic Pen boots to start this game off. Still working towards his first completed item, and on the other hand, Well, Evan's going to have a while before he gets up to there. He's had to give up a lot of farm just by going up towards top side, and you can tell he's playing a little scared of Yang.
It also looks like a GLP 800 is the item of choice for Kami. Not something you often see with Cassians. Usually want the Rod of Ages, but GLP immediately scales. Remember, it's Assassin, so you want to be scaled up as quick as possible as they all get their Ghost Blades around their first big item spikes. You want to be just as strong. And I was wondering why we were seeing a Cassian at all, and maybe this is a supplement to it. Gank the lane, get it ahead at least a little bit, and then let him start to scale up sooner.
Yeah, it's an interesting choice. So keep an eye on Kami in that mid lane and see how his plan works out here. You can already see now back towards the bottom side, PBO starting to get rolling, and he's got a very interesting Ahri build himself.
It definitely does. We've got an AD Ahri. Maybe it'll be a Hextech Gunblade one more time. Again, we've already heard in the interviews that they've had, Brazil have scrimmed Oceania and a couple of other regions, including Turkey, so the build could be consistent throughout all of them.
Yeah. You might say contagious. Definitely seen a lot of Ahris in that 80. Position, and Adi is going to dodge away from Bola from Revolta. Gives himself up though, but he's roaming with Kami here, and Azul puts the ward down and realizes they may have to back off this turret. It's 4 members down bottom. Maybe not, as there's not much wave to deal with.
If they are ever going to siege, it does revolve around having the Ahri nearby, even the LeBlanc perhaps, because they're ranged, and you know that's the single most important part before a Pantheon uses his ultimate to get in somewhere.
These guys just don't want to give up the Ghost. Latin American North playing back and letting some tower damage be dealt as CBLOL roves around. 12 minutes into this game, we've only got 5 kills. I mean, it is a really, really low kill cam for an Assassin.
Yeah, it is. And Evan RL playing like a typical AD carry would as it hits mid-game. He's going to sit in the side. This time he just happens to be an Echo.
First tower blood's going to go down too in the mid lane, so Evan, he's going to try to equalize here because there's no one to really answer him, but Yang and Revolta, they may be able to get up there in time to clear the minion wave away. Looks like he won't finish the tower off after all, so CBL still stacking that gold lead up.
Yeah, and just being invisible means that Evan has to show some respect. The ward is going to be cleared, so timing very efficient here from Yang and the rest of the Brazilian teams. Things looking good, honestly, for our red side.
Yeah, there's really nothing to worry about for those guys, but we've seen these games turn on a dime. It's just they're not giving enough opening. They're not giving a chance for the Latin North team to really do much. Yeah, they're just, like 50 said, just, you know, laid back.
It's a picnic on Summoner's Rift.
An assassin picnic. And the menu is scuttle crabs.
They really do like those scuttle crabs, actually.
Well, vision's pretty crucial when you have 5 roamers on each squad, you'd imagine. Speaking of roamers, Adi, oh, he's a jungler. I guess that's kind of his job.
Yeah. No, he's definitely going to try and do something. Of course, won't find it. Adi not being as efficient as Revolta in terms of the Rengar off. Unfortunately, we didn't get the LeBlanc off, so to speak, in the lane.
We got juked, man.
As we are, yeah, we all definitely got a pump fake, and they got around us towards the bottom lane, so he's an AD carry.
Also, the Pantheon on Pantheon has not been as exciting as I anticipated.
There's definitely nothing exciting about 2 Pantheon supports. I will, however, pay my respects much more towards Dude than that of Nozul, simply because of the item build. Lethality is a really good scaling item in terms of levels, but you may as well just get all of the long swords in the world. Just be PDD. And just smack people sooner.
Well, we're starting to see items actually stacking up a little bit more. Yang's got himself a Morellonomicon already now. The GLP does get finished. We're still waiting to see if PBO is going to go ahead and turn that Bilgewater Cutlass into an Hextech gun. played, and then we might start seeing the rove around from CB Lowell as they still are sitting pretty on a 3,000 gold advantage.
It is sitting pretty, but I'll tell you what they are doing. They're sitting boring.
That's true.
They need to work it out.
They need to fight.
Man up. You heard it from Evan. You know what? It was Evan himself that said this is man mode. I am distinctly seeing a lack of that from him right now.
Yeah. Well, we have to call him out when appropriate. And unfortunately, they feel a little bit more inclined to fight the environment. However, they might have the fight brought to them. CB Lowell moving in, but they're just only going to find a control ward. You can see Latin America, they're just melting away into the night whenever the Brazilians come calling.
They're being afraid. And you know what? Assassins went ahead, usually snowball and win. And when there's 5 of them, that snowball's a little bit harder. So far, it's exactly what Brazil want, and it's the opposite of their opponent.
Oh, dude, Fabio's checked out. He's just playing a video game.
We're at that stage in the game.
Pretty much.
Get in there. Oi.
I've already reverted to that. 15 minutes. The
I'm
Hextech
always
gunplay
saying
does
oi,
get finished.
to be fair.
Yeah, that's true. I guess we haven't reverted to anything. We've just we've pushed ourselves towards the oi stage.
I am uncontrollable in my Australian ways.
Wouldn't have it any other way, Rusty.
I mean, you could, but you're not going to.
I don't expect it. What I do expect is more fighting. Come on, Latam. Where's that aggression? Let's see it. You got a Rengar, you got a Diana.
Here, though, for the Diana. They know he's taking the blue buff.
Okay, oh, the man drop. All right, there we go. Take the blue buff away. And they just melt through Seiya. Jude even scumbag support steals it.
Yep, Jude also doing a lot of damage, so take it for what it's worth. They find the Diana. Playing it slow. Cool, calm, collected, perhaps the CB Lowell side is, but they're always making it work. They're the ones with the lead, and the onus is on the opposition side to try and make something happen. Because if they don't, eventually the spillover will be too severe.
I suppose Assassins have to have some finesse, and you can clearly see that from the CB Lowell squad. Speaking of, let's see it again in an instant replay.
And again, the ward does spot Seiya walking in here. The Pantheon ult was expecting him to run away. Doesn't matter.
Oh!
Good night.
All right. Catfight. Revolta wins.
Revolta definitely does. He's a 402 Rengar. Was 302 to be fair. Doing a lot of damage. And they also got the jump first, I believe. There's not a lot of difference in items on them. An extra longsword and upgrade, about 700 gold of AD.
Yep, mirror matchups is the purest form of outplaying your opponent. Revolta gets spotted on the tail end of that ward, pinged out. But there's nothing Nozul can really do about it as we get 17 minutes into this game. CB Lowell squad just keeps on creeping their lead forward, but you can see them making the proactive plays. They're daring to step into the enemy jungle, and there just isn't an answer from ISIS squad here. Revolta's making a return trip down bottom. In full vision, they land on Ner'zhul. Diud is able to pick the kill up. Revolta even tanks a few tower shots. Oh! All right, so Porky gets something back.
They do actually lock it up, so Porky, well done. Having that Morello stops a lot of healing as well. Revolta had his flash. Chose not to use the flash, and perhaps it was the turret attack. Speed that got him. And as an end result, Rengar dies. The Kami's down here to reinforce the troops.
Now, this should be an easy tower take now, even with only a few minions left. Kami's arrived on the scene. They pick that one up, and they just kind of slowly are rotating around and leisurely picking up kills where they will. Only mistake was Revolta overstaying as well.
Yeah, and it was just a mistake in terms of health calculations, perhaps. So 2 turrets to 0 topside, the natural progression for the CB LOL team. As after they reset this wave, it could be even more so. No Drake to look towards. There's absolutely nothing else on Summoner's Rift for them to take. And once again, we do get to see how this one progresses, and it's on the back of the Charm. That skin, by the way, incredibly hard to actually predict. Revolta could have flashed. Could have done a lot of things. Part of me thinks Jude body blocked him. Disappointment.
Momentary disappointment.
It's all right. You're an alright bloke, Revolta. I'll forgive you. Once.
It's a good compliment.
Once.
All right, 5K though is what CB LOL have got in the lead. It could have been more if Revolta hadn't died there, but still 7-2 in kills. They've got the tower lead. Yang is on the hunt here. See if he can pick off Evan RL. Baited by the minions. Phase dive. He can't get out. That's half his health in a heartbeat.
Yeah, and I mean, he's got an Abyssal Scepter, and still all of this damage comes out. Of Yang. Perhaps this is the reason we're seeing less and less of the echoes. This is the first one that we've seen in assassin mode as well. For those that were confused, there was definitely a scrying orb that spotted the ward that he was killing.
Yang's going back in for round number 2, but you can tell Elvin's already wise to this. It's the AD carry mentality. Am I half health? Am I going to step forward? I don't think so. He might even try to stop this back. Nope, can't do it.
But by recalling, if he does not teleport or ult, then he will run into a spot of trouble. However, now the ultimate is down. If I were the Pantheon or the Rengar even from Revolta, I would be making a play. And speak of the devil, after this wave is pushed in, you would expect it. However, really hard to push in and echo.
Yeah, it's kind of difficult to do, but there's only one outer tower remaining, so you can tell that's the objective. In comes the man drop, Evan. He's stopped up by the chains, nowhere to go, and Dude's on him, tagging Revolta, and they triple team.
And that was pretty clean, honestly, from the CB LOL side. It was coordinated, they pressed their buttons at the exact same time, so they're clearly sitting there saying, go. And all at the exact same time get that kill.
Yep. Evan RL didn't know what hit him, so now 4 members strong. The rest of ICE is going to try desperately to stop the push here, but the Ost outer tower is going to fall. 20 minutes into this game, CB LOL clearly in the lead, but they do not push their luck.
And the blatant disregard of all of these control wards that they do still have a lot of from the Latin American North team. Doesn't really amount to much when they're so defensive. They're not actually providing any vision or control. And as an end result, further and further ahead they creep.
Yeah, this is the big problem for LATAM North. They just aren't making any moves on the map. They're not making huge mistakes, but the little mistakes they're making just keep on stacking up, and eventually...
But they're just not doing anything.
Yeah,
just
if you
do
just
it.
keep getting pushed back, what's going to happen? Well, you're going to get pushed back off the edge of a cliff.
You can't just watch them win. You're assassins. You have, like, everyone does this on assassins. Let's be perfectly honest. You go 0-3, you go to a side lane, you die about 10 more times, but you... really do give it a go in that side lane. They're just losing.
Yep.
Just man up. Just go.
We've got to make something happen. We've got the score. You get 0-2-0, 1-2-0, 0-3-0. You need to just dive on somebody, all 5 members, but they're just not doing it right now.
Press your buttons, man.
All right, well, the Dragon's going to spawn up in a minute. Would you guess it? Rusty, it's an Infernal.
Ooh,
It's going to get worse and worse for Latin American North if they don't start making moves. They're going to try to collapse here on Yang, but they're going to give up a Dragon no matter what.
Exactly right, so the Drake will go down. A bit of extra damage for an assassin-based team. Kind of scary.
So don't be fooled, by the way. That did go on the other side, even though it showed on Latin American North side for a second. Baron's live, and Jude is going in. He's going to land behind Seiya. Oh, the zoning man drop. Diving is Seiya, but exhausted immediately. Yang tags in.
He's out.
Chains were flashed. And Kami can't really close the gap anymore, but they burned a lot of summoners.
Yeah, this time around was just DU going man mode. Had the exhaust available, so can afford to do things like that to the Diana, who is 0-3, so doesn't have that instant burst that we were seeing from Siros in the LJL's Diana performance.
It's a very different type of game than what we saw in the LGL.
They get to hold out, at least. So that's like a minute of extra time bought. We're waiting for the Pantheon ult to be back up again.
And Azul's got his. Problem is, Seiya's got no flash, and he has just played an incredibly defensive Diana. Very strange to see.
Honestly, I think that CBLOL should just do the Baron.
Yeah, I mean, they got a 5-1 Rengar.
They
do a
do
lot of damage.
They've set their sights towards the bottom side of the map, perhaps to get a pick before they make a play. I was just looking at their team composition. It's Cassidy can get over the wall, LeBlanc can get over the wall, Rengar can ult around, I suppose. And avoid wards. Pantheon can ult, Ari can. They can all just get inside the pit. Like right in there.
There's not a lot you can criticize from the CBLOL team this game. The thing is, they've not really had to show anything. They made this game look like a walk in the park with knives.
They actually have. Yeah, it's been way too casual. Super cash, you know? They've got their thongs on. By that I mean sandals. God, my bad. I am Australian.
I figured that's what you were going for, but Porky was going for getting out of danger, and Revolta still finishes him off with the bullet strike. Seiya TP's in. Finally, they've decided to make moves, but it just looks like too little. And too late. Evan, Ner'Zhul, Seiya all on the chase, but it is just not enough. Revolta gets tagged by the Bola. They jump for him, but that blast cone was clutch.
Surprisingly clutch. Almost cost Revolta more than he would have liked. Didn't get over the Dragon Pit with his team, but does get out safely. So CBLOL can continue this onslaught as they're looking further, not finding. It's more about Kami.
Yep, keep the split push casting going. Let's do this. The GLP starting to pay word. Let's see if PBO can make a play. He tries and he stays alive, and Revolto tags in to kill Seiya. Meanwhile, down bottom, further Yang is looking for Ner'Zhul. Still has a mini wave to work with, and Evan is gonna have to chrono break, but Kami is on the chase. He dashes, he dives. But it's not enough. Kami with the big kill.
Absolutely no chance, unfortunately, this time around for Evan RL on the bottom side of the map. Lots of fighting has continued to happen. And again, not recalling, not relenting, and just being constantly aggressive. The response from LAN, sit down and take it. It's a little bit saddening. It's disheartening. I want them to do better.
Yeah, CBLOL just keeps slowly turning up the heat knob. And Latin America North are starting to crack under the pressure here. It is 2 kills. They are trying to make plays, but they're all reactive. The Brazilians are choosing where and when they want to fight, and there just has not been a quick enough response. And as a result, you can see the waves pushing in on all 3 lanes. There just is no answer.
Everything completely belonging to CBLOL, as he's using that to clear vision, because that indicates the Baron is where they actually want to go towards. As we do get to see this fight again on the bottom side. It was surprisingly a bait. Seiya thought he could get PBO. He could not get PBO because Ari has a lot of mobility and he's the one that gets baited in, incidentally, of his own mistakes. Kami going for a turret. Evan thought he could take advantage of that fact, and Ignite, kind of a big deal against an Echo who does go down.
Yeah, and Kami just making that look simple enough. You can see why he took the build. He did, and Porky, he dives in, he dashes out, they tag in the rest, and Revolta might be isolated. This should be a big shutdown. Audi gets some revenge. A rare big play here for LATAM North, but they still lose a tower down bot.
Yeah, again, another movement from CBLOL. They have the win effectively in their sights. They're looking for it, and getting the turrets is another step in that direction. Still, we're waiting for the items to be seen from the opposition side. Maybe they can group up and make a big effort together, because again, Assassins ahead or behind still have a lot of base damages. However, Seiya.
Oh, there's the man drop. Dude just keeps on using that to zone out. Instant exhaust down, and they should finish him off. Dude got a little dangerously low there, but unfortunately for Seiya, he just couldn't take the 1v2. Starting to learn, starting to play a little bit better, and you can see him picking up a few more items. He does finish his Gnasher's Tooth. We saw Evan had already gotten him himself the Lichbane, but you know, when you're 26 minutes into an Assassin's Mode game, you expect these items to be done a lot sooner.
You absolutely do. You also expect more than 15 kills total in 26 minutes. A little bit more cool, calm, and collected from the CBLOL side. And from what I've been hearing, their scrims were definitely not like this, so I'm not going to put onus on them. They want it, and a Trinity Force apparently is what Ari wants.
Yeah, it's not a build I see every day. But AD Ari and mixed damage Ari has been the build du jour. So PBO just says, let's have some fun with it and see what we can get. And you know, to his credit, he has definitely improved his score over the last time we saw him play. Last game it was, well, it was normal summoners, but it was PB Ow.
Oh. There you go.
Let's see how this works. He still hasn't upgraded his boots, by the way. He just hasn't had to.
Oh, Audi.
Audi! He gets taken down. That's going to be a big double kill for Kami in the mix. Looking for Nerzul, the triple kill. Chrono break back. Kami is still alive in this one. Porky picks up Gang for revenge. Revolta, the quadra kill.
No,
Can he do the fifth? Flashing, shutting down. No! Seiya denies the penta, but they still nail the ace.
Kami was already dead, so there was no chance of him getting a penta.
That was crazy. He already used Ignite. I thought it was on the last champion.
Not exactly a
denial. I'm going crazy, Rusty.
You're definitely going crazy, but Brazil still get another one team fight. They're now pushing towards the bottom side of the base. Would be an inhibitor at the very least. As 5 seconds roughly to the rest of the team. All right, we'll see if they can get it. They're pushed off beforehand. You need to calm down.
I do, man. I just wanted the action for so long and it didn't come. They do get the inhibitor. Kami makes himself quite a bargain, 4 for 1. And now on the chase, it just is too little too late. These guys just don't have the damage. They're getting kited out. Dude. He's able to dodge the chains. Audi does come around from the backside, but a pair of teleports now as he jumps onto Dude, who man drops right on top of the teleport, and they knock down Seiya.
That worked somehow. Revolta's still going.
Yeah, double kill. Revolta's found more, and he looks for Porky and nails him with the bola. Looking for another shutdown finally by Evan, who chrono breaks back onto Yang, and there's the action. What? They get them all down almost again.
Here comes Kami.
Uh-oh, Evan stopped. Iced by Kami. 3 for 4.
Kami's definitely still looking for the Rengar. Note that he has no mana to use his ultimate again, so he has to show some respect here. It's a big Kassadin, but when the big Kassadin isn't there, LAN have a chance.
That appears to be the opening, but we've suddenly gone from 2 and 11 at the 25 or so minute mark. I've lost track at this point to 8 to 21 in kills. It's just cracked wide open, and here was one of many reasons why.
Incidentally, making a great play here, Dude, as he goes in. Actually finding Seiya's teleport, gets the stun off and they instantly destroy him. He was using it, I believe, for that purpose, but at the same time was running. Revolta flashes because he wants the third. Sick bowler. But instantly dies, so no chance of a Penta this time around either. As a result of all of this fighting, Yang completely left alone to flash into a wall.
Yep, Seiya and Kami are going to go at it again, but Dude's there to tag in. It really is no such thing as a true 1v1 in any of these. But yeah, it was a really, really nice ultimate by Evan RL. I mean, that kind of saved Land's chances there to, you know, leave one and one champion up on either side. All the same, Revolta's going to be able to easily solo out another dragon, so they've got themselves a little disco in their step. Earth, Wind, and Fire now.
Do you remember?
When this game was a snooze fest?
The 21st night of September.
Oh, that was a different line than I was expecting. All right, Seiya's caught again, but he goes on to Yang. Orbit Deception comes back around again, and PBO is out.
Rengar still looking. Of course, he can only see the closest member being Liara. He doesn't know where LeBlanc is, but still searching. As it really just freaks you out, having this thing over your head and your screen change a different shade of color.
It's been unsettling. And now the Baron has been started, and it is just getting shredded by CBLOL. No chance to contest, nobody in the area. And they make quick work of it to pick up a big buff.
Yeah, they absolutely do. The gold lead's pretty much insurmountable. They should be able to utilize this buff. As they're not waiting for someone to walk in and clear vision. They're actually waiting to use their ultimates in unison. They know they're on a control ward, so they're actually in a safe zone. As actually...
Oh, wait just a minute. There's still two sitting here. Dude, PBO...
This is... way too many people without having Rengar nearby.
Kami might be caught. Just kidding.
He is a level 16 or above Kassadin. Yeah, no, he's not caught. They're never really actually caught.
Now they're just playing with their food.
They are, actually.
Still, Latin American North have finally found some fire. They've woken up a little bit, but it is just so late in the game to do it. Revolta hops in, and that damage is huge. But Evan RL puts a bit back on before falling to Kami, and Adi is running. Nah, cannot get away. Yang picks up another big one. That is two quick kills, and it sends the rest of ICE scrambling back to their base.
And the charm doesn't connect. It doesn't really matter because Ari at this stage is just a charm bot. The rest of his team has definitely scaled. This Kassadin is a monster.
And Kami just pushes forward onto Ner'Zhul. Another inhibitor is going to get fired down, and they are on to Nexus turrets. Diyud is flashing and stunning, and they are dishing out so much damage back to the fountain.
Yeah.
Yang tries to make a big play, but he ends up taking his own life.
And now they've got no health left. Yang makes the exact same mistake that, believe it or not, Mithy made on LeBlanc. Has now got a lockout period when you use the W, so there's no going back. You have to actually staying under a base turret is asking to die. So we do get to see the actual starting of this fight and Revolta's damage, namely 780 crit. Evan showing that he's got good mechanics still on the Echo to do damage, but Kami is a massive Kassadin, and he's pretty much destroying everybody to ever exist. As that's a feels bad, man.
Now, not as much as they have to feel bad in this game. They've done a quite excellent job at locking out Latin American North pretty much every chance they've got, but it is just so brutal. They are so close to knocking it down. If they one thing had gone different, they land that charm, Yang doesn't YOLO into the fountain, they pretty much win the game right there.
Shoutouts to Kami, good bloke, big fan, has Mage Eyes. That's what I want to see.
Top tier build. I love this build, actually. Do you think his game goes on a while longer? Not that it's going to. He sells the GLP and just like, I don't know, picks up something else.
A death cap?
Another, yeah.
Vedius would be happy then.
Vedius would be really happy. Well, he's not happy with his game anyways because there's no Katarina.
Yeah, yeah, I guess. No, that's fair. But I'm happy there's no Katarina.
Yeah, I'm okay with that, to be honest. Surprised, but okay with it. More surprised by this Diana. Seiya just has not been nearly as effective as we could have expected, but you know, maybe we're ruined a little bit by Sarah stepping it up.
Yeah, so we're kind of at the point of the game where Diana can be matched by Kassadin in terms of split pushing. So there is no real 1-4 type of threat. Kami's just going to sit bottom. They'll send 1 or 2 to him, perhaps more to him, and that's where Brazil will just... This is actually fairly standard League of Legends.
Yep. Well, it's definitely not standard assassin. Mode, but you know they've gone the more macro track this whole game, and as a result, CBLOL have left very few openings for Latin American team to get back.
Again, the Baron buff top lane inhibitor is already dead. They're playing it slow. Minions are about to crash. So this is the wave where you actually see them start to make some moves from the CBLOL team.
There we go. Just wait until there is no resistance up, and they just keep knocking down the inhibitors. That will be the last one.
Come on,
they just can't do it.
Just do it.
This has been one of the longest games we've had on Assassin Mode, too, by the way. We're getting close to 35 minutes.
Use your Pantheon button.
The minions are all coming. This is the last chance saloon here.
Double stack of cannons as well. Oh, supers rather.
Oh, Kami goes in. Porky! Yee, okay. Back to Fountain with you.
Porky's name just added a couple of Y's to it.
I don't usually spell well on broadcast either. Math is one of my things I can't do. That's another one. Seiya now.
This could be it.
Fired low. They jump the bola. Man drops incoming. Seiya. Has gone golden, and they found Dude. They found Kami, but who's found who? Shutdowns are flying, and the damage is just too real. He was trying for it, but that's a shutdown. Audi goes down, and it's Seiya and Porky left to defend the base. Nothing left now as they take Dude for their troubles, and they won't finish the game.
They have to recall the fantastic sieging of assassins on Summoner's Rift is now entirely evident. As with 2 people still left alive.
Revolta ignited, Porky flashing,
oh!
and he just can't do it! Whoa, he just turns around, and he autos him, and that's the ace, that's it! 35 minutes, they just like, why not? Let's finish this game. It's all Nexus, boys. And CBLOL, walking the park, wiped the single bead of sweat off their brows.
We just watched an entire game of League of Legends in Assassin mode, and that last 10 seconds has made me just distinctly hate Rengar infinitely more than I did beforehand. That was disgusting.
Kami has a giggle at the end of it all, and he was, believe it or not, 1 stack away from full Magi's. And that was pretty much the way you sum this game up.
That was, I guess it was a controlled victory from the CBLOL region.
Somehow they found a way to play control mages.
They out-assassinated the assassins who were playing like supports, unfortunately. I think is what we can say to contrast this victory for CBLOL, but another fire win.
Big fire victory. So they go 4-0 in Assassin mode today, and that is considering how close the games were yesterday on Summoner's Rift. And the 1v1 coming down to the final game. Team Ice needs to find something left. Otherwise, they are in serious danger of, losing out insurmountably.
Yeah, I believe they need nothing short of a miracle. So the 1v1s have to go both to Ice, I would imagine, is the next best step. But kicking it off on the perfect foot here is Team Fire.
Oh yeah, big statement for them in all of the Assassin Mode games. This one being a much more one-sided affair than any of them, in fact.
The closest Assassin game, I would say, to a stomping is, do what you can. Not everybody plays Assassins. Granted, I definitely do not play Assassins.
No, I couldn't do anything.
I know Stress doesn't play LeBlanc as an example for you on top of that, but, Brazil clearly do.
Yeah, and they definitely made it work for them. I think the Kassadin was something we weren't quite expecting because, we talked up Kami as maybe playing something a little bit different, but he did a really, really good job, and not just him alone. The whole team, Revolta in the early game, we thought maybe he was going to get out buffed, and then he turns it around back on Audi and, said, no, let me show you how to Rengar.
Yeah, and he definitely did. He out-Rengar, to say the least.
Pretty much. So with that, that's it for us. Hingers is standing by with Revolta himself. Let's hear more about that victory.
Thank you, guys. All right, I'm here now with Superstar Jungler Revolta. You look like you had a great game that time, yeah? You having fun?
Yeah, Assassin Mode super fun.
But yeah, it was kind of a slow start to the game, though. Was that your guys' strategy going in, or just how the game played out?
Oh, actually, we were about to gank top, and then we failed hard, and I was like, oh, I'll just wait for level 6, guys. Let's just wait for Kassadin Power Spike, and then at level 6, the game just went off for us.
Also, we saw Kami kind of fail with a pentakill, almost get it. In the comms, though, how annoyed was he?
Oh, he didn't even realize. I guess, because he didn't speak about it. Like, I didn't even see that he got a quadra kill, actually.
All right, and finally, you're about to head into the 1v1 tournament. Give us a sneak peek. We're going to see Rengar again in the 1v1s.
Well, I think I'm going to put everything on Yang and Kami because I'm so bad at 1v1s that I wish they win everything so they don't, need me anymore.
Awesome. Well, there we have it, guys. Revolta not very confident going into the 1v1s. That's enough from us here. We'll send it over to Sifa at the desk to break down that game.
Thank you very much, Hingers. Now I'm kind of excited to see what Revolta brings to the tables when we do get to those 1v1s later in the day. But talking about this matchup, looking at the picks and bans, we finally got that Kassadin versus Diana matchup. Kami took the risk and he played up against it. Mithy, can you run us through why Kassadin does so well there?
Well, basically, Diana wants to farm. Until level 6, and Kassadin loves farming to level 6 because it's an even better champion at 6. So if you know that the enemy team is going to pick Diana, you can just go Kassadin and you have a free lane. You can even pressure the Diana a little bit in lane, and you're just going to be much, much stronger the later the game goes. The main issue with Kassadin mid is that you're blind picking a Kassadin into so many things that could be possible, and playing against a Pantheon mid, for example, would be a disgrace for you.
In the end, though, does get the matchup, so it works out. And of course, combined with the power of Revolta, it does feel like he was able to pull out an incredibly effective early game. So if we take a chance to look at some of those early kills, we can see exactly how Brazil found those early leads.
Yeah, and it kind of goes back to the pressure game overall, the fact that level 1 went so well for them, although we're actually going to take a look at the mid game. So this is already after Revolta has gotten that snowball going. He teams up with Cassidy, and he's now going to snowball the mid lane ahead. And as soon as those two champions are ready to go, it's just about moving that power point wherever they want on the map.
Just piling everything on Sia time and time again. And this was actually reminiscent, I know this was Assassin's Mode, this was reminiscent of what happened in yesterday's game when Naru was playing up against them on Summoner's Rift in the regular mode. Because after this, the LATAM North team just don't really seem to know what to do if Say is behind. The jungler ends up being behind in the matchup as well, and you know, Adi kind of goes, I don't really know how to compensate for this, and LATAM North just kind of sit back and sit at their turrets, and suddenly they lose mid-tower, like everything goes wrong.
And that's what's to be expected, and you have fundamental changes to the vision game, so as soon as you lose that initial snowball, you pretty much just have to watch yourself bleed out, so Latin American North can do nothing but hide under their towers.
Well, bleeding out, you talk about that, but it took a very long time, one of our longest games in the Assassin modes, if not the longest. Why was this, you know, such a marathon in terms of Assassin mode, at least?
It was the Baron, so the fact that, okay, you're... on Assassins, there's struggle at sieging, so the Baron is a big issue for trying to siege. Well, they got so far ahead so quickly that they almost had to kind of waste time, essentially, until they could do the Baron safely enough. Because at 22 minutes, you have no one to tank that. Everyone's super soft and very squishy. So if Latin America North are just hiding under the tower, Brazil are standing there like, well, what are we supposed to do? They're hiding from us. We're just going to bounce back and forth. We're going to wait until it's safe enough or try to make a pick.
Interesting, Mithy. Did you have any thoughts? Is there anything you think that Brazil could have done better to kind of execute there at the end of the game?
I think that Brazil did a good job. As soon as you get mid-tower so early, especially when you have a Cassidy in your team, you're basically prone to lose the game, honestly, if the other team plays well. And I think Brazil did a good job at snowballing mid-tower into bot tower, into top tower, and then try to pressure the tier 2s, which is not really an easy thing to do, but they managed to put enough resources on the tier 2 bot that basically made them able to get the tier 2 top lane on the other side. So I think they did a good job at just stalling time, and like Frostcurrent said, wait until they can actually do Baron, because even though it's 20 minutes and they have full pressure in the game, no one can tank it. And it's such a risk to walk into Baron, and let's say they get an orb there, they get some kind of way of figuring out that they're doing Baron, they can all fight them there and they will all die because they're taking so much damage from the Baron.
Yeah, and I mean, at the end of the day, Brazil closing it out, and that is yet another win for Team Fire. So with Assassin's Mode done, let's take the opportunity to look at how the teams stand, starting with Team Fire, who are above and away our big team here. Japan 3-0, Turkey 2-0, Southeast Asia and Brazil each 1-1 respectively, and that puts Team Fire at 7-2.
They certainly have brought the fire today, that's what you can say. With a clean sweep so far. I mean, Ice need a good performance in the 1v1 so they don't get frozen out of day 2 here.
Well, absolutely, because that's the big... I mean, I'll accept the puns. Pyra is like all full of them, so one on the desk I think is perfectly acceptable per segment. But take a chance to look at the Team Ice segments, or the Team Ice standings, and we have to keep in mind, as you can see here, 1-1, 1-1. Those guys are at the top of the bracket. We've got 0 and 2 and 0 and 3 on the bottom, and what this means is that if Fire is able to take both sets of upcoming 1v1s, they have secured 3 slots in the bracket stage.
Which means that there's only 1 slot available for Team Ice if the 1v1s turn out in Fire's favor, which it has been all day, which means that it was super important that CIS actually lost for the rest of Team Ice, because now they're one, like, it's much closer. Everyone's looking at each other like, okay, I don't need to outrun the bear, I just need to outrun the other guy.
Just leave the man behind, see who they can sacrifice, so you can just make it to the top of the sinking ship that is Team Ice right now. Maybe they can turn it around today. They have opportunities to turn it around tomorrow, but after the break, we'll be throwing our All-Stars into the Howling Abyss as the IWCA 1v1 tournament continues.
Here. He jumps. Does he have the damage? It looks like it. That is going to be first blood and some change. All right, there we go. Take the blue buff away. And they just melt through Seiya. Tag in the rest, and Revolta might be isolated. This should be a big shutdown. Duel the triple kill. Chrono break back. Kami is still alive in this one. Porky picks up Gang for revenge. Revolta, the quadra. Flashing and stunning, and they are dishing out so much damage back to the foe. Tries to make a big play.
Dare to be different. Revel in the impossible. Introducing a little anarchy. Disrupting the natural order. Because a hero lies in all of us. Nothing is beyond your reach. Claim your victory and go forth to conquer new worlds.
Jack Link's Jerky presents Working Out with Sasquatch. The cornerstones of any serious fitness program are exercise, diet, sleep, pectorals, and hair. All of which are part of Working Out with Sasquatch and Protein Pack Jack Link's Jerky.
Protein, amino acids, good for the hair muscles.
Fan! Jack Link's Jerky, the protein pack snack packed with protein.
How do I like it here? Well, it's not bad. The Wi-Fi, though, straight whack. Would have been fine in 2005. I had to patch into the gigabit connection across the street. First thing I did, got a new router. 5 gigahertz extreme processing. That kind of speed keeps me young. GG, noobs. GG.
The last year, I remember watching from home. It was like, no matter what, if like in the finals was playing Russia and Turkey, and no matter what, if Russia win or lose, they're gonna go to the main event of All-Stars.
Birebir'de geçen sene zaten bayağı dersimizi aldık. Okkalı böyle güzel bir ders aldık. İş ciddiye bindi çünkü her oyun modu bir puan veriyor.
Kendime süper güvenmiyorum ama yine
Öyle 1v1'lerde hemen elenip gitmeyeceğimizi düşünüyorum. Bu sene iyi puan alacağız oradan. 1v1 çalışıyoruz zaten takımca.
Yeah, playing 1v1 against like Turkey region is gonna be kind of tough because like most of the players from there is like really good mechanically, and that's what matters pretty much in 1v1. But also you need to know what is the meta in 1v1 because it's completely different. And since we had Kira is like he won last time and he understands pretty good. So I think we have a bit of an edge on it because we can practice between us, and I think we get a good chance.
Lex var, iyi AD carry. İyi AD carry'lere dikkat etmemiz lazım bence. Lex ile Kira'ya dikkat edeceğiz. Diğerlerine çok sıkıntı olacağını düşünmüyorum. Bizimkilerin bireysel yetenekleri onlardan fazladır.
I doesn't trust most the Zanzara, our jungler, because he said he's gonna play Ivern and do like bushes all the time and like troll. So I think he's gonna lose 100%.
En ümitsiz olduğun adam Crystal tabii ki de. Bütün gün jungle camplerine karşı bir şey kesersen hero'ları unutursun tabii.
in my team for 1 vs 1, I don't trust in Lex. Because previous time he took Renekton in 1 vs 1 and it was really sad. I hope he will not do it again.
In from the ICE lineup because they really need to band together. Welcome back to the IWCA, coming to you live from Barcelona. We're about to jump into day 2 of our 1v1 tournament. We have CIS and Latin America South up today for Team ICE, while Turkey and Brazil will be fighting on Team Fire's behalf. And just to give you guys a reminder of how the 1v1 format works. Our 1v1s will be played on the Howling Abyss. The first player to get a kill, 100 CS or destroy a tower, will win. Now, a lot is on the line overall for the side of Team Ice, and they have to go against Brazil, Turkey, pretty much the strongest regions Fire's shown up so far.
I think the most important thing to note, though, is the change is that Kira cannot carry an entire region this time. He gets one 1v1. So it's not going to be the case that just because Kira knows the map, just because Kira knows the champions, that's not enough. For the CIS region, so they need, as you said, to step up as a team.
And likewise on the other side then, it's Turkey's chance to finally tie for #1. Japan sitting 3-0. Of course, they were superior in their own 1v1s, and now Turkey get to settle the score if they can take down CIS.
All right, guys, what do we think is going to be the make or break here? Do we think Fire can close this out 2-0 overall, or should CIS maybe be able to pull out something?
I mean, on the day so far, it's been the bet for Fire, but you look across some of the individual talent on their lineup, especially because they do have Kira there. He's already shown and proven himself, but now it's just kind of a question mark, you know, where does everyone actually scale up 1v1 in individual skill?
Well, we'll keep it brief because we got a lot of 1v1s ahead of us, so that's enough from us. The players are readying up for their time to shine on the Howling Abyss, so let's send it over to our casters.
Thank you very much, Seafood, and hello, everyone. I'm, of course, Max Atlas Anderson, joined by the glorious Richard Pulse Cam. How are you doing, my friend? Are you ready to analyze some sick 1v1?
I am. They let me here as a color caster. When I walked to the desk, I actually tried to stand there because it's so weird. Walking there every day of your life and then walking to this side of the desk actually felt weird, but great to be here.
Yeah, most certainly is, and I'm excited to have you here as well because we've got two very heavyweight lineups here at the same time because CIS versus Turkey, like these are the top dogs of both of their groups.
groups.
Absolutely, and you take a look at like Kira as well. He won the 1v1 tournament last time. He carried his team to All-Stars literally by himself. So we'll see if Kira can do that. A lot of the teams don't seem to have too much faith in their junglers, however. It's just like, yeah, they just farm the minion camps all day, so they don't know how to duel anyone.
Yeah, I really like the fact that it's sort of Lex's Renekton that was the big problem. And speaking of which, he's going to be starting things off for the CIS region. Of course, Crystal is going to be on the other side for Turkey. So we've got the Renekton player, of course, lost that 1v1 against a Kennen. It was Kami's Kennen from Brazil, and he lost that at level 2.
Yeah.
So things didn't go so well. However, Crystal also not necessarily with, you know, a lot of faith from his team.
That's true. So pretty down in the tier list. So it's actually interesting in terms of theory, right? It's like, do you want to send out your best players first? Do you send out like a likes of Kira, and then you just blast them, try and get those early points? Or do you send out your meat shields and have them just die first, and then you send in the big guns?
Yeah, well, if we go back to what we did in OCE versus EU, we did do a little bit of that. I mean, I was first cab off the rank, and it was definitely not because I was the best player.
But you were the superior meat shield. You did take out Cephas, so I mean, you just got 3 points right off the bat.
I'm going to put that down on my resume, I think. Superior meat shield. Got it nailed. But we are into the champion. Select here as Caitlyn and Nasus have already been taken away on the side of Team Ice as Kennen is going to be removed. Crystal does not want to deal with that one. Of course, I would have assumed that Lex would have banned that one, considering the fact that he was knocked out by that. And Rengar is going to be the final ban here on the side of Lex.
If I was Crystal, I would BM Lex and just ban Renekton, just to send a message. Because honestly, you've banned out all of the high tier picks. Maybe Syndra is there as well if you want to take that one away. But in terms of mechanical skill, you have an ADC and a jungler. So who's going to play Syndra anyway? Twitch is the final ban. That's interesting, but that does leave it a lot open, such as the Syndra.
Oh my goodness, do it, Crystal. Don't be scared. Just eat it. That is a perfect answer, right? Just gonna eat you.
I don't know if it is the perfect answer. We'll see if he actually locks it in, but we see another Misfortune, which is pretty cool. We saw the 1v1 Misfortune yesterday.
Oh my god, he's doing it.
He's actually done it. Okay.
We have unclogged the frog 1v1.
Unbottled the axolotl.
We could be here all day doing this. But Lex is back to the Misfortune, of course. It is a power pick here. We've seen her banned away a few times. That Make It Rain being relatively strong, but we haven't seen all that much Thunderlords, which is odd because, I mean, that was the big tactic, wasn't it, with the Misfortune?
Yeah, pretty much. You put the Thunderlords on, and then you get the proc coming in from Make It Rain. The other tactic I was thinking maybe yesterday we might see, at least in the mirror matchup, is you actually just go full AD, and you actually max the double up, so you can get that one golden double up that just chunks your opponent for half their health. In a matchup like this, where it's a battle of attrition against Tahm Kench, you'll probably see the Thunderlords come out.
Yeah, and we actually did see the double up start actually win out yesterday when we saw the MF mirror match. So we'll see whether it does happen again. But I'm just excited about a Tahm Kench. I actually don't care what's going to happen.
Well, I mean, we saw him wreck face in top lane yesterday, but I just don't know how he'll perform in that 1v1, because you have the lick, and then yes, you can eat a minion. You have actually decent wave clear against the Misfortune, so he can constantly shove her in early. So we might see like a Devour Max or something like that, because you're not going to get the Tongue Lash on Misfortune constantly in that 1v1.
Yeah, no, you're not. And, you know, minion waves exist. Exactly right. And she's going to have the Make It Rain. She's going to stop him from walking at you. Like, the kite potential is most certainly there. However, we're going to see how it works, as we are going to have a look at the frog as we hop onto the Howling Abyss. Misfortune just doesn't want to be on the fountain anymore. We want to start this one off as quickly as possible, as Lex is making it up this glorious bridge to potentially her doom at the hands of a frog.
Yeah, I think he's good. I mean, Lex is not up against Superman right here, so he should be able to at least take him in this 1v1.
How do you know?
I don't know. I'm making a prediction. I'm the analyst here.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
You gotta take my word as gospel, mate.
Just not used to it.
Yeah, me neither.
Well, who's better at the emote spam, though? I mean, that's the real battle that's going on right now.
Miss Fortune's top tier.
She is. Well, her laugh is incredibly frustrating. I'll give you that one.
Did you know there are 5 champions in the game which you can actually repeat your emote? So you just spam constantly. Nasus is one of them. Heimerdinger, very annoying to play against.
See, this is what we've been missing with Pulse as the play-by-play. We don't get this gold in the analysis.
This is the analysis you're looking for, ladies and gentlemen. Lex is immediately. Gotten the control over the minions, though, which is to be expected because you're against Tam Kench. You want 7 minions, that gets you level 2, but it doesn't matter when you're actually not really fighting over them. So Crystal needs to wait a bit until he actually gets a couple levels. What did he go for? He went for Tongue Lash first, so I would have preferred him to go to Devour here, Atlas, so he could actually push back. But he's having a pretty rough time, so he's going to have to CS under tower.
Should be able to get there just fine. Double Up not going to find the Tam Kench as he's just waddling around. And what is going to be the strategy here? Is like Crystal, is he forced to go for some sort of level 3 all-in, something like that? Does he want to hit a specific level? I could imagine Abyssal Voyage is going to do practically 0 on this map as far as getting him an upper hand in a 1v1 scenario.
Yep, that's pretty true, considering his passive was, of course, moved to his actual passive, his innate, so he doesn't need his ultimate. He doesn't get a power spike.
Yeah.
And also, he can't instantly interrupt the Misfortune ultimate unless he's in range and has the stack. So it doesn't seem like a particularly good matchup for Ultron in the mid lane.
Maybe
Catfish,
Crystal
I should
knows,
say. Someone's going to yell at me.
Maybe he knows something that we don't about the
So that's what I'm
power
thinking
of the frog.
I'm thinking that too, because we saw the Trundle yesterday, and unanimously all the analysts and pretty much everyone watching was like, this is awful. But then he was gifted 2 opportunities to win and didn't take them. So in this matchup, we might see Crystal.
I was about to remind you, like, he did just straight up lose
almost
that.
dumpstered him.
Oh, goodness.
But we'll have to see, because if I was the Tam Kench, I would have maxed Devour and just tried to push out the wave. Now he's level 3. It reveals a little more about what he's thinking.
There's the lick, there's the snowball. Crystal's looking for the gobble and is going to find it. He'll throw the emote spam as well, stunning the minions, doing some work. The exhaust goes down. He knows exactly what he's doing. Lex throws down the barrier, but is it going to be enough as this is a hungry frog and it's going to take him down?
What did I just witness?
You just witnessed a frog turning it all around. No longer will he be food on the plate. He will be the one eating you in a most... certainly happened.
Kermit had an ace card up his sleeve here, Atlas, and pulling me surprise. That was... Okay, I see it now. The snowball, I didn't even pick up on it. I should have hit that. I'm going to get yelled at. But the snowball into just the all-in, I wasn't expecting to be that good.
Yeah.
Misfortune with the Darren's Blade and no boots means she just can't run away from that. As soon as he gets 3 stacks, it's the stun, and then it's the gobble, and then you're dead. That level 3 all-in was ridiculous. And he got the level 4 level up while going for this 1v1. The taunt as well while going for the all-in trade.
That's style points. We should give them an extra point for this, I reckon.
I think so too. So 2-0 right now. And First Blood. That was way better than I was expecting. It was a good matchup for the Tam Kench, as good as it's going to get, right? You are against an ADC who is squishy and you can chunk. And I think it was maybe down to Misfortune just trying to play how she was doing, but just play behind the minions.
Yeah, well, now turning to the second scheduled 1v1, Edward is going to be stepping onto the Howling Abyss versus Naru.
Okay.
So this could be a little bit more of a test as Edward is going to make his way out. You can see him, and Naru there looking very confident, especially, I mean, this is the guy that had absolutely no confidence in his jungler. He's now happy to take him down. Whew, this is just such a good start for Turkey, knowing that, you know, their wild card that they threw out first has taken the victory.
And now they've tossed out Naru, who is, you could say, the Turkish faker of the lineup and indeed the region. That's what everyone's calling him. And now he's against Edward, who I'm not sure how we'll cope in this 1v1. I mean, like, naturally used to those 2v2s. Naru, mechanically adept. Is Edward another meat shield? Is Naru the playmaker of the team, the ace of the team, just to get another one in the bag? And then it'll be 2-0 to a point where they just need one more. Like, anyone can just throw like a cheese pick, do a carbon, toss out a Teemo, and then just pick up a kill.
Yeah, and if we're looking back to sort of Edward's playstyle, I mean, this guy's been throwing spanners in the works for basically his whole career. So we could expect all sorts of crazy things to come out from this guy.
I'm 100% expecting cheese of some sort. I mean, he brought out the Tarek before it was cool. Like, we will see something, and because of just how the meta is currently, it could be literally anything. There was some talks of junglers playing Ivan in these 1v1s and trying to make the bushes work. I think it's terrible, but he might do something like that and surprise us, just like the Tam Kench that we just saw.
Well, I certainly hope so. LeBlanc, Cassiopeia, and Draven has been banned away here by Edward. LCD, so certainly doesn't like a certain array of screens, which is great to see. Caitlyn, Ezreal, and Kennen to be taken off the board by Naru. Not spelling off.
She's a bit of
anything fun, really, which is a bit sad. And Naru's just going to flat out lock in the Tahm Kench as well. No fear. This is a strategy they've all been practicing. They know, get to level 3. Wait until we're almost about to hit that level 4. Land a snowball and win the trade. There is nothing they can do. We will always take the victory. And he's done it. He's locked it in, and he's expecting that it's just going to all go like clockwork.
Is this the Turkish trump card? Like, the Tahm Kench? I guess they'll keep playing it until it stops working. And if ICE all they want to do is play ADCs, then they're in a much better position. This time he has Valkyrie though, so it's harder to go all in. But if you go 3 stacks in into a stun, so you bait out the Valkyrie, get the stun, or waddle on up to him, give him the old gobble, and then just spin him back out for the kill. That's an easy way for Naru to get this one if there's no minions in this way. So Edward has to be very smart about how he plays, kind of similar to actually Vel'Koz, funny enough. I was never thinking in my career I would compare Tahm Kench to Vel'Koz, but very difficult to approach. You want to stay behind your minions, otherwise one lick could spell your doom.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I just love that that's a sentence that we can use in the correct context. One lick could spell your doom. I'm going to have that written on my tombstone, I think. That's fantastic information to learn, because Turkey seem to have found a strategy, and they're sticking to it here as Naru's just going to hop back on. The Tahm Kench, which is interesting given the fact that he's a mid laner. He plays a lot of 1v1 scenarios, you know, in his everyday League of Legends life, has a lot of those skills. Like, this guy could have played almost anything, and it's the frog that's the decision.
I mean, funny you mention it, because Faker did play AP Tahm Kench for a little bit in solo queue, and I mean, I don't know if it was necessarily good, but it throws people off. And he does play some wacky stuff, like Olaf and Turarella is actually a good matchup. He did play that at Worlds. And there is some validity to an AP Tahm Kench. So we'll have to see if he busts that one out. But it's worked for them so far through a sample size of 1. So, I mean, I can't really doubt them.
Well, we are going to get straight onto the Howling Abyss here for game number 2. Naru versus Edward. Team Ice are going to try and fire back as Naru MasterChef Tahm Kench this time. It's almost like it's like a skin showing of Tahm Kench at this point. Does he have 5? I don't think so.
Unfortunately not.
Unlucky.
That could have. Been the play.
Yeah, I understand, Tom Kench. I'm a bit sick about that as well.
All right, so Edward, he's gone down the middle tree because he has the biscuits here. So looking to just poke a little bit. I assume he's gotten some knowledge off of his ADC. That is a great skin.
Yeah, the Valkyrie coming out, the Gatling gun coming out first. Just wanting to clear the wave. Is that actually better wave clear than taking something like the Phosphor?
I mean, you'll hit like the entire wave unless you're trying to manipulate it. You can't really manipulate the first wave, but you could theoretically hit all of it. In terms of Shred as well, if he's trying to just trade blows with Naru, Naru can't really punish him for using the Valkyrie because he can stay behind his minions. He can just make it difficult. So it does kind of make sense. He's probably gone fast bomb right now. He's not really in danger of getting all-ins by Tam Kench since he has the level advantage. So he'll go for that Valkyrie level 3 maybe. But learning from the mistakes of his ADC, then maybe he'll go for a more defensive option, but... He's good. So this is turning out the same way as last game, where you get the shove off as the ADC, takes the tower shot, classic. And then Naru, he's just constantly looking for that snowball opportunity.
Actually hasn't picked up the Devour yet either, so got that grey health. He's going to nom through it just to keep himself healthy and has the Tongue Lash there already. Still waiting for that magical level 3.
It's worth mentioning that Edward is out-farming his ADC. It was 9 out of 12, I believe, on the first 2 waves, whereas Edward, I think maybe even gotten all of them so far. So he's already won against his own team.
Yeah, this is actually a tryout for a role swap for Edward at this point in time. So right now feeling pretty good about that one. As he once again Valkyries this frog. Oh no, we're not going to find the Tongue Lash.
Maybe Edward is thinking he's playing Rumble because he's playing in the same way, sitting in front of his minions, hitting S and then allowing the Gatling gun to hit Naru from behind the minions. And he is in a mech, so you know it's an easy mistake to make. So
that's a very good point.
It's making it work. Okay, so by using the fast bomb there, you know he's going to go back. He's just burning the mana. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been an efficient trade. So this is fine. He got the push off. And Tam Kench is obviously not faster pushing, so Naru will take the opportunity to go back himself.
Yep, have something to eat there as well. Ruby Crystal is going to be his pickup. Double Doran's Blade here for Edward. The only amount that you can purchase, of course, in this 1v1 scenario, and has himself some boots so he can attempt to run away from the frog, who doesn't actually have the boots.
Yeah, the boots are really important specifically for the Corki in this matchup, because if you do get licked, you want to get away as fast as possible, and also allows you to try and juke that lick a little bit easier. However, walking face first into the Tam Kench, not so great.
Yeah, and he even lands the snowball as well. Doesn't have the help of the minions just yet, but is going to be able to stack up that passive. Good exhaust comes out as Edward's trying to get himself to the health back. Does so. Naru is so hungry. Another Tongue Lash comes in, but a little bit too late.
Oh, Tam Kench almost claiming another victim in this 1v1.
He's so scary.
Not how I expected this day to turn out. Edward trying his damnedest. He just needs to play the CS game. He lost a cannon there, unfortunate. Naru, now the panic is in Edward's eyes. He never would have gotten hit before by that Q, but... Now that he's forced to play behind the minions, and he's a little cautious of a Tam Kench who almost 100-0'd him, then he's just playing a bit wobbly. So needs to try and regain control of the lane. But now that the minion wave is in favor of Tam Kench, he'll have to let this one reset, wait for the next wave to come in, and then regain control after that. The fact he only had 1 pop means he is going to be a little chunked, so this is actually precarious for the Corki.
However, the Corki does still have this CS advantage, and could it be that Edward sort of just stays back, tries to farm this one out, and plays that 100 CS game? Is that in his wheelhouse to do? Because this Corki is farming better and has the ability to do so throughout this matchup.
I'll be honest, Atlas, That's his only play, because he's not going to kill the Tam Kench, because he's Corki. So he might be able to shove in the waves and hit the tower, but it's too risky because we saw exactly what just happened there. Naru ambushes him, maybe he lands a stray lick, a stray snowball, and he gets in on the Corki, chunks him again. He can't play that game. So the less risk-adverse play is just to try and play the numbers game. He's already ahead. Yes, it has been equalized by that play that Naru made, so only 5 in it now, and it should equalize to about 4 if they both CS perfectly. But Edwards should still play that game.
Well, right now, they're just farming things out. Naru looking on the offensive. Remember, the onus is on the Frog to make the moves. Misses the Tongue Lash. Now just going to walk up to Edward. The minions firing at the Tahm Kench, but pretty tanky, not too worried. Has the gray health, like, just looking relatively unkillable as he misses that cannon creep. Now just going to walk past these minions, stacking it up now as well as the Tongue Lash comes in. He's looking greedy, looking hungry.
But all Naru really needs is to burn the Valkyrie, and he gains control of the lane.
Snowball is going to come in. He wants that Devour, can't quite close the distance. The boot's working wonders here for Edward. Just goes back again.
So because it's unlikely that you're going to just like max out Valkyrie as the Corki here, then Naru can burn the Valkyrie. It's on like a 15-20 second cooldown, and you have control of the next wave. There's nothing that Corki do, because if he steps up, gets licked again, Tahm Kench walks at you. So by just burning the Valkyrie, he's effectively just won the next 20. 30 seconds and the next minion wave, and that's all he's done. And as a result of that, you can see he's not only evened up the CS, but is about to get ahead.
Well, there it is. Only a few minions in this wave as well. Naru will actually be able to take the lead as far as minions killed on this map. Edward's going to be able to clean some of these up, but only gets 2 out of the 3 once he makes it back. And the Sapphire Crystal just feels so bad, man. Like, building obviously towards that Sheen, which is so important for a Corki, but the fact that he goes back twice, the first time gets a Sapphire Crystal, second time gets 5 potions / biscuits. I mean, it's not a good feeling.
It's the only thing he can do, because he's not going to get another component of the Sheen. He'll just go for the mana so he can continue to push out the wave against Naru. Because the way he's going to win this is, of course, as we already mentioned, by farming it out. So the longer he can stay in lane, the better, and gets him towards that goal of the Sheen. In terms of going for more AP, completely useless, because he's not going to kill the Tahm Kench, and he doesn't need it for clearing, but he may have just screwed up.
Well, there's the Grasp of the Undying. He is going to get eaten as Naru's going to pull him all the way back. Valkyrie comes in, but the Snowball has already landed. Good exhaust by Edward. Not going to be able to find it. He's just trying to use his range advantage as best he can. Grey Health not used yet by Naru. Wants to be able to hold onto it for the regen. Boss Bomb, oh, actually now going to break it. Remember, the Abyssal Voyage is there. We'll be able to get right back underneath this turret to keep playing that minion game.
Naru played the start of that extremely well. He managed to force all of the defensive tools from Edward, managed to hit him a bunch, but Edward, on the return of that, was not only kiting, but also hitting back on Naru, and Naru missing that lick was the important thing there, because that would have forced Edward back. He would have had to go back to base, or back to his tower at least, to get control of that minion wave. However, as it turned out, Edward was able to continuously hit Naru, which meant he could force him back to the tower. And because now he's hit the level 6 spike, has those rockets, and had a lot in reserve as he wasn't using them, he was able to get that trade off.
Well, Snowball not quite up here for Naru as Edward takes himself the health pack. And that's an exhaust down now for Naru. He was feeling the pressure. extra that the Corki was putting down. Grabs himself a Ruby Crystal, still can't afford that Sheen. Actually, no, could. Okay, there we are. So he's going to discover that he has enough money for his initial purchase and picks up the package now. Edward, a little bit more movement speed. I didn't even know that that spawned on the Howling Abyss, Pulse. I'm learning things today.
Today I learned. Well, I don't think I've ever seen a Tahm Kench Corki matchup before on Howling Abyss, so it's all new. But he does have the Sheen. And also has the package, so he essentially has control of this lane for the next couple of minutes.
How did he land
I don't know.
that? Very cheeky.
The Neo of Tahm Kench's. But Naru has to be a little careful, because this is the spot in the game where Edward could theoretically have kill potential on Naru if he chunks him down to, say, 60%. It's not going to be 100-0, but he has to respect it.
Certainly has kill potential on this turret as well, as Edward, remember, has the Sheen. So the extra tower damage is an opportunity, they know. As Naru's going to go aggressive, package is going to get laid down. Looks adorable here on this skin as well. Shoutouts. Naru's just going to try and grab brush positioning. Edward gets the mana back from the health pot.
Yeah, that's a really good shout. The tower is very low. I had noticed from the just constant minions crashing against the tower, and when Naru is also forced back to base. So this puts the onus on Naru to try and get a play off. Gets the 3 stacks, he goes in, he has to go for this.
Looking for the dive, yeah, the consume comes in. Naru's going to have to spin him out as Edward grabs another health pack, but is it going to be enough? I don't think so. There's the auto, and the Tahm Kench, 2 for nothing.
Unreal. He had one shot, one opportunity, and the Tahm Kench went in and grabbed it. Absolutely incredible play there, and Tahm Kench now undefeated.
That is a sentence that I was not expecting, Pulse, but certainly one that I'm excited to say. And I have a feeling we are going to see a Tahm Kench being put on the bench this time around, because it sort of has to. If it's going to be 2-0, CIS needs to look at themselves as their group of 5 and say, we need a gentleman's agreement. Turkey just seems to think that this frog is the best, and they've proven it twice in a row.
And there you can see, give him a lick, tastes just like victory. Incredible play from the Turkish lineup, from the from the Turkish lineup. Yeah, that's the Badger.
Exactly right. And look, Pulse, I understand that your brain's getting a little bit rattled, because this is twice in a row that we've seen Tahm Kench, a champion that I would never have expected to be the one and only in the 1v1s. But twice in a row, he's been victorious.
Yeah, I'm not sure how I feel about that. I think we just honestly need to see less ADCs.
Yeah, that's definitely true. But we are up to round 3. Zanzara, CIS jungler, is going to be coming out for Team Fire, as Elwind is going to take to the stage for the Turkish lineup and Team Ice. And we saw Elwind actually wasn't all that confident as far as that 1v1 potential when we saw that feature earlier on. So we'll see whether he can pull it all together now after his team is already up 2 games. If there was a pressure off scenario, it is now, Pulse.
I mean, he doesn't need to be nervous. Stay calm and just play Tahm Kench, as his team has demonstrated to him. It's just a free win, apparently. Zanzara, like... Sending out your jungler now at this point is just like, well, if I lose this one, I'm the person no one really has any faith in, then we've just kind of lost the best of 5. Lot to live up to. We haven't even seen Kira yet. I would have busted out the big guns and said, screw it. We're going to at least get 1 win on the board.
Well, this is right. And I mean, if Kira's going to be playing so far down the lineup, they may just flat out lose before he even gets a chance to carry them. Of course, if anyone remembers from 2015, Kira was the champion of the 1v1s. This guy knows exactly what's up.
Yeah, he was my boy. I was repping him all the way through IWCI, all the way through All-Stars before he got bopped by Froggen. But until that point, he was doing incredibly well and just understood the game. So this doesn't work like a dungeon atlas. You don't put your raid boss at the end. You want your raid boss at the front.
Yeah, exactly right. Because you can beat the dungeon by only doing the first 3 levels. You just leave the butcher down there. Like, who even cares? Like, you can want all the fresh meat that you want, but I'm back up in town just reaping the rewards of my easy win. So we are in a champion select, though. Caitlyn, Nasus, and Tahm Kench going to be banned away by Zanzara. Makes a lot of sense. As Rengar and Graves are going to take the bench on the side of Elwind. We'll see what he decides to take away. Away last, and then what we're going to see from the Turkish lineup is round 2 of their picks of choice, because it seems like together they have a tier list of 1v1 champions.
That's actually what I wanted to talk about, because the interesting thing here, Atlas, is we don't really have much of a meta. It's not like X is open, so I'm going to pick it 100%. Lucian's open, okay, bam, going to go for that Lucian. It's what cheese has our team prepared to toss at the opponent? Let's see if it works. That has left Kennen open, as we were talking on the analyst desk yesterday. That Kennen should be a pretty strong pick if Pampion's off the table, but Pampion is open, which was actually strong yesterday. So we'll see. Like, Quinn is always good, and that's going to be locked in as well. So this is actually more, quote-unquote, like 1v1 meta, and more what we were expecting to see.
That's exactly right. Nelwind, of course, being the top laner here. This guy has a lot of experience on the Kennen, so it makes a lot of sense. I mean, it has been a 1v1 top pick of old. We saw him all throughout IWCA 2015. And now Elwind going to pick it up one more time. But Quinn is a champion that has always had a bit of a reputation for being good in those 1v1s.
I mean, she has crazy 1v1 potential. She is a lane bully. She's the quintessential lane bully in that 1v1.
I see what you did there.
In the mid lane and the top lane. Thank you very much, Atlas. I always appreciate when someone appreciates my terrible jokes. But in this 1v1, slightly less in the Quinn's favor. Kennen will be able to trade back, has slightly less range to keep in mind, and his AD numbers have been hit in terms of the base stats over and over and over again. So in pure auto attacks trade, she'll win out, especially with the Harry. And the blind on top of that. But Kennen, if he gets the harass in and Quinn isn't like controlling the lane, that could be a potential window for him, and also at the level 6.
Yeah, and Quinn as well doesn't necessarily have the range to outrange the Maelstrom if he is just going to go straight in at level 6 as well. So we'll see whether Elwind is going to be able to utilize that, just get the auto attacks down. The stuns are going to be coming in left, right, and center. Kennen, that's what he's known for. We'll see whether he can do it. However, on the other side, Quinn, I mean, level 2, you get Vault, you get Blinding Assault, and you can just probably kill someone anyway.
Yeah, I mean, you take a look at Quinn, and her spikes are at level 1, level 2, level 3, level 4, level 5, and level 6. So Kennen in a bit of a rough spot. He'll want to maximize his W damage, so he may even go for that first. Actually, he might go for the Q first for the range harass, and then max out the W. In the 1v1 trades, he can just go all in with the E. There are some strategies where you'll max out the E as well second, but I'm not sure if he really wants the resistances or will be enough really to save him in the 1v1, whereas the damage from Electrical Surge will be way more.
Yeah, definitely true. As right now, they're just eyeing each other off. Arcticops Cannon, one of my personal favorites, but I don't know why you wouldn't be a doctor.
MD Cannon.
Yeah, MD Cannon is the best, because trust me, I'm a doctor, you know? You can lead them into a false sense of security.
And bam, here's the scalpel.
Yeah, exactly right. Well, laning phase is going to start. Zanzara just clearing out the waves, not worrying about hitting the Kenny too much. Zoin's going to miss one of the CS. Zanzara doing much better this time. Actually misses two of them, unfortunately.
Yeah, by virtue of being Quinn, it forces Elwyn back. Like, Elwyn can't approach the minion wave because if he gets into an auto-attack trade at this stage in the game, he just loses. He went for the Q level 1 because he just wants to farm and knew this fact.
Oh, misses the Blinding Assault. This is exactly what we were talking about. Once he hits that level 2, especially if he hits it before Elwyn, things get dangerous.
He looks for the punish. Elwyn is just going to punch him in return as Zanzara tries to approach. That's the only really window that he can go for, or he can go for some like crazy Qs that go around the minions. But this is disastrous right now. He's missing all of the minions under the tower. This is about as bad as it could have gone. But there were 2 missed minions from Zanzara, so it's not the end of the world right now.
Well, it certainly isn't. And of course, the pressure is on the jungler to try and farm this one out. Doesn't have a lot. A lot of experience last hitting creeps because of course the jungle minions don't have any things bashing on them. It's much easier that way. Elwyn's just guarding his health relic. Doesn't want to use it just yet for the lack of efficiency. Oh, good stun from Elwyn as he goes back, wins the trade.
That's nice. It's very hard for him to make that happen because typically Quinn will just be able to hit you with the Q, but I think he was either down or just about to come up there as Zanzara had used it on the minion wave, so it's kind of like a Blitzcrank hook. Like, you don't want to just shoot it out because as soon as it's down, then it opens up a window for your opponent to go in. Likewise, when Elwyn throws out a Shuriken and gets a Mark of the Storm, then he can go in as well, because landing 2 more marks considerably easier as he can just charge at the Quinn. And now that's happened 2 or 3 times, and it's given Elwyn control of the lane.
Yeah, the other thing we have to look at is the fact that, of course, Kennon's an energy champion. Zanzara on the Quinn is a mana champion, so we'll have to watch out for that mana bar. Elwyn certainly doesn't, so all of those spells can just be spammed by the Kenny. Quinn has to be a little bit more careful. However, not anymore. We'll have that full blue bar. He goes back, grabs himself an extra Doran's Blade and those boots as well. I'm looking to hopefully pick up some of these minions under the turret.
Additionally, Kennen is very punishing if you force your opponent back, because he can just sweep through the minion wave with his W and E combo, completely clear it out, and then Zanzara is going to miss maybe 2 or 3 CS there. Later into the game it becomes even worse as he insta-clears it. He can't do that while his opponent's in lane necessarily, unless he has a massive advantage, because your opponent will just hit you in the face a bunch, and then you'll get chunked. But right there he was able to shove it in and use Lightning Rush to get back to lane.
Yeah, he's going to do so. Falling behind 8 CS though. on the side of Elwind. Zanzara misses that one, but has otherwise been very, very good with this farming. Elwind once again back in the position of guarding this health relic, trying to find his window. Is it going to be level 6? Is that what Elwind's looking for? Wants to get that slicing Maelstrom. Of course, Zanzara will have the Sky Strike, I guess, after he comes down off Valor. But otherwise, it's not exactly a huge level for Quinn.
You can move into the bush. Because there are no wards in this game mode, then you can head into the bush and then try and get like a surprise strike. It's not like an all-in trade, but it's just something else you can add to your combo. Kennen finds it kind of hard to interrupt it out of the ultimate. He has to land the shuriken, if nothing else. If he lands an auto attack, she's already on top of you, so it's pretty hard for him to deal with that. But as soon as he hits level 6, as you rightly said in Champion Select, Kennen's going to murder you. Because it's just like, oh, what's your offensive spell? You dash further into my Maelstrom. Fantastic. So Elwind's in pretty good shape.
And of course, if that Vault does come out, then what do? You just throw out your Q, easy peasy. Skill shot, not even necessarily. A skill shot at that stage.
Yeah, I feel like the end may have come for Zanzara already, just because he's not being particularly aggressive. He's not looking for a lot of auto-attack trades. That's what he should have been doing earlier into the game, but we're now 5 minutes kind of too late. He was able to get the push in the last wave, so Elwin had to go for that health relic to just burn it, but right now, unless he gets some serious damage in, Elwin's in a position where he can all in. He's got the level 6.
Yeah, and he's going to get hit by the edge of that Blinding Assault, but not too much of a good stun comes out from Elwin, but not going for the all-in just yet. Oh my goodness, the face check as Elwin throws down the ultimate, but can't close the gap. It's a disaster, and that is a huge cooldown now that Elwin will have to wait before going for any other kind of all-in.
Okay, that went as well as it could have done for Zanzara. Elwin got the perfect combo. He put Zanzara in the easiest of kill ranges. He just needed another trade. He could have chased him down, could have popped the ultimate. That's a kill. But now Elwin walks back in again.
That's ludicrous amounts of damage. Remember, Elwin doesn't have the defensive summoner spell. Zanzara's the one with the barrier, so isn't as worried as this Kennen, who's now forced back 11 CS behind once this last one falls, and another minion wave for Zanzara to eat up and throw into the turret of the Kennen.
Yeah, but to finish that point off, Zanzara played that pretty perfectly. He stayed just on the outside ring of where the Maelstrom was, so he's not going to be able to get in range again. He knew he'd already burned all of Kennen's spells, so he wasn't able to Lightning Rush in. And then he could just stay on the edge and continue to harass. He's got the farm advantage. He can play this slow now. The only downfall is that Elwin did manage to keep the Exhaust and Ignite. So if he does get in range for the Exhaust, he can use that as a soft gap close to allow himself to get on top of the Quinn for the ultimate. But Zanzara also kept his barrier, so there's a lot of trade-offs to how the next couple minutes can go, but Zanzara has an into this game now.
Very interesting that he goes for this Spectre's Cowl pickup as well. Zanzara just looking to play out the long game. Not too worried. Just says, well, I'm ahead in farm. Head in farm by quite a way. That's like more than a full minion wave. Blinding Assault comes in one more time. Draws back some distance. Nicely done as the auto trades are winning out here for the Quinn, but good stun once again for the follow-up from Elwin. Will go and get himself a little bit more healthy. Health packs for everyone. Just going to once again go back.
The optimal trades here for Elwind is not to get hit in the face by a bird, but instead to get all 3 marks of the Storm down just like that.
Yeah.
If he can lead with Q and then follow up with an auto attack and a W, perfect. Just backs away. If he gets into an extended trade, I'm talking about 3-4 seconds, Quinn starts to come out on top.
Owen does have that Slicing Maelstrom back off cooldown once again, so that all-in opportunity is there, and this clock is most certainly ticking for the cannon. Scary, scary time. Zanzaro just using that mana bar to clear out as many minions as he can. He knows that the pressure is on to last hit them all very, very effectively if he wants to win this, because slowly but surely Elwind is coming out the better as time goes on. But still, 11. It's not, that gap isn't closing very fast, Pulse.
It is not, but that was a dirty Q coming out from Elwind, and that may allow him to get in here. It's been a couple minutes, so his ultimate is, of course, up. Had he landed one more for the stun, that probably would have spelt the end there for Zanzara.
That was a fantastic vault as well, just to make sure that that Slicing Maelstrom was once again not in range. Wants to be able to see exactly what's going on. Good Ignite comes in as Elwind there. He's going to close the gap now. No opportunity. Good exhaust very, very late. No, Elwind doesn't get the last auto and cancels the final one, being very scared of that turret.
Big smile on Zanzara's face there. He knew he should not have been alive to see another day, but Elwind botches it just at the very end. Was not quite enough. Needed to be a little further forward so he could have just landed the final auto attack, but he gets away with it.
Oh, there it is.
That is what Tilt is made of, ladies and gentlemen.
Exactly right.
Okay.
Doesn't do so well. Clearing out that particular minion wave as the cannon's going to make his way back to lane as well. Bit of attack speed, bit of damage. Just filling out that variety bucket after the Seeker's Arm Guard has been picked up, which should stack up before the game's over, which is good.
You would have to hope. But the important thing here is Elwind has maybe one more opportunity before minions take over the game or his tower dies. Zandra hasn't got that much damage on tower. It's probably going to come down to a minion game. But Elwind, his all-in is now on his next ultimate. If he doesn't win with that, basically over, because Zandra will just chunk him down. Sky Strike will be able to just get efficient trades against the cannon if he abuses the brush, and he has that one shot.
Good dodge of the Blinding Assault. And Medpack going to come up once again. Elwind does have the inside track if he wants to get to it first, and Lightning Rush will allow him to get there, so it steals it away. And now one minion is the difference as this wave crashes to the turret. Make that 2, make it 3. That's 4. He's farming very, very well. Misses the last one, but that's only 4 minions. This is very, very close. As far as all the 1v1s that we've had, like, this is probably one of the closest thus far. Zanzaro is really trying to hold on to this series for Team Ice.
I think regardless of how this 1v1 goes, Zandra has garnered the respect of his team and pretty much everyone watching, because no one was expecting this from a jungler, not even his own team.
Yeah.
So he has done real well against a top laner.
His micro skill is fantastic. Actually wins out on that last trade as well, as Elwind's looking to try and get his way in. Slicing Maelstrom is there, the Volt's down, but look at all this damage. The minions doing work as well, but there it is. No barrier available. Oh, misses the Q, but gets the last auto, and Elwind secures the victory for Turkey. 3-0 in the first 3 games. Dominance is asserted.
That is the face of happiness, but frustration. For Elwind, as multiple all-ins went awry for him. Zandra holding on by the skin of his teeth, but in the end, the all-in from Kennen was enough.
Yeah.
That literally could have gone either way, depending on how they mechanically played that last trade, but props. I mean, the Turkish lineup just went in.
Yeah, just completely ridiculous. And of course, no one was expecting the Tahm Kench, but now the Quinn comes out, played by the jungler. Just ridiculous. I thought that, you know, when Quinn got first reworked, that she was potentially a jungler, so maybe Zandra had the same idea
for a bit.
and has a fair bit of practice, but you can see right now, Elwin turning it all on its head with that last engage. Took him 3 goes with the Slicing Maelstrom, but doesn't matter. If you get the victory, you get the victory.
Yeah, a win is a win. Zandra was happier with that result than his opponent was with the win. So, but honestly, well played. That was just good Quinn mechanics. Maybe he was just imagining his opponent was a jungle camp. And it was just like, I see the Krug here. I just need to kite him around. Maybe that was what he was doing, but either way, I'm impressed.
Yeah, playing Graves, things like that, you know. Could possibly give him a few of those mechanics, but we are still going to play this one out. Kira is going to be hitting the Howling Abyss now as CIS's mid laner, and he's going to be versing Zeitnot, the Turkish AD carry. And can the 1v1 master himself try and pull Team Ice out of what is a disappointing situation thus far?
Man, if I was Zeitnot walking up to the Ray boss himself, I would be crapping it, dude. Like,
real
Kira,
scared.
Yeah, real good. At League of Legends in the 1v1.
In an isolated situation, I would not want to go up against this guy. And you've seen him in interviews. I mean, he's just always cool, calm, collected.
Yep.
It's terrifying.
We'll see. I feel now that, we're 3-0 down. So Kira in rage mode has been activated. So good luck, Zeitnot. Kira's going to bring the thunder.
And you can see right now Zeitnot's face. He's very serene. Underneath that mask, of serenity is pure, undiluted fear. I can feel it. He's
radiating
just
from the space. Yeah, we can even see him.
It's hot in here.
We'll see what, it is quite hard. We'll see what Kira busts out. It may be like, I don't know, something like this Tahm Kench. I feel like he has something more mechanical under his belt. He likes the Anivia, of course, but something like a Lucian, or even just going back to that. Anything that's strong, that's left open, he's more of the meta player, so he will go for like a Caitlyn if it's available. Maybe even the Syndra. Hell, the Ryze could come out. So I think anything that we see slip through the fingers of the bands, Kira will pick up.
And Eye of the Not Tiger is exactly in the right position right now as Kira. I mean, if we need a montage, it's for Team Ice.
Yeah, it's time. All right, there's the target ban of the Anivia. There's the target ban of Draven Ezreal.
Yep.
So what's next? There's the LeBlanc.
Caitlyn probably should be taken away. As look at Kira, he's calculating. trying to work out whether he wants his opponent to ban the Caitlyn or whether he's going to ban it himself, as Nasus is going to hit the bench.
Kira saying to himself, where did I leave my Death Note this morning? On the kitchen counter. Damn. If only I had eliminated my 3 last opponents for my allies, this could have been a free win. Instead, L got the victory today.
I have a feeling that now he's just saying, I seem to remember maybe there being a Zeitnot on that Death Note, so we're just going to go in.
Maybe. Knows exactly how it's going to end for him. There's the Tam Catch and the insta-lock.
That is severely insta of the lock. Both of them going for it. And Kira, remember, he's up against an AD carry player. He's a mid laner. He won most of his 1v1 tournament games, though, playing the Caitlyn, as she inevitably slipped through the cracks as the 1v1, I guess, meta developed.
Yes.
IWC 2015.
Caitlyn, Lucian, baby. That's what Kira is all about. And yeah, I mean, the meta champion.
And
got
look at
through
his
the cracks,
face.
so
He's
gonna get
so
it.
ready. He's so ready. He's like, there is nothing but confidence emanating from this man.
The readiest of humans.
Oh, yes.
I'm not even sure he is human. We're about to find out,
It's
though.
a 1v1 machine from the future. Come back to exact his revenge.
Yeah, he already knows how this turns out.
Oh, yeah.
He's gonna reverse sweep and it's like, this isn't how the format works anymore. Bring them all against me. 5v1, let's go.
Yeah, that's like that About Time movie, you know? It's like you go through the day and you're all stressed out and then you do it again and it's just all calm and it's fine. You can acknowledge the beauty. It's exactly what he's doing, because look at that face, just serene. Already knows that it's all in the bag. Zeitnot, however, on the other side of the rift, you can see him on your screen right now, still wearing that mask. That serenity is most certainly still there. We'll see whether it's actual serenity or whether it is actually the fear that Kira can instill in his opponents, as we are about to hop onto the Howling Abyss for the 4th time.
We do have a difference in summoner spells. Kira has gone for the Exhaust and Heal here versus Zeitnot with the Barrier and Heal. Kira did typically do slightly different things from his opponents before they caught on, and that did give him a slight edge. So that may come into consideration here. We'll see what masteries they have in a second as they start auto-attack trading. There is a Greenfather's Gift on Zeitnot's side.
Interesting.
For both sides. All right.
Already walking out onto the Howling Abyss, and they're already battling before we even saw what was going on. Zeitnot throws down the heel. Kira trying to kite this one out. They want to stand in the brush as much as possible for the headshots. He's still looking for it. The first order is going to come in. Good barrier comes out. Oh my God, Zeitnot at level 1. That was a face of serenity. He was calm, and he destroyed him straight away. No minions necessary.
What was that? He just took down the raid boss by himself. Absolutely unreal, making that the 4 and 0. We just got into the rift and we're already back. Yeah. The Howling Abyss was... What did I just witness?
I have no idea, but Zeitnot, he had something to prove. I feel like we talked up Kira way too far, and that is now a 4-0 sweep for Turkey. I mean, they've looked phenomenal in Assassin mode on Summoner's Rift. Now 1v1s, almost having a perfect game thus far. This team, I mean, I picked them for the favorites of this whole tournament, and they are most certainly making me look like I know something, which is often not the case. Throws down the heel. Kira trying to kite this one out.
I've heard that voice before, but...
Yeah. I think that's me.
Maybe. I hate that guy. What was his name? Atris?
Atris.
Yeah, that's the one.
That's
but we didn't see the start of the trade, which is often the most important part of the 1v1s, because whoever gets the first auto attack down will have priority. So if you're chasing after your opponent after that, then you have to continue trading. But if you were too far in, which it looked like because he was in the opposing bush, then there is pretty much no out. So it's very much about how the start of the trade works. I didn't see quite how it happened.
Yeah, that's exactly right, but there is still one more of this bout of Fire versus Ice. CS's top lane, Smurf, is going to be taking on Dumbledore, of course, the Turkish support himself. He got a haircut, but he's still the glorious man that we know him as. And he's trying to make it a clean sweep here for Turkey.
Love me some Dumbledore. All right, let's see what type of cheese he's got ready to go, because he's the type of guy who will just bust out a Poppy support, a Bard support. He'll just go in. ADC, what's that? I'm off to mid lane. I'm going to go jungle. I'm going to go to the enemy base. I'm Dumbledore. I don't care. Smurf, on the other hand, very strong player in his own right. We saw what he could do at Worlds. He's just a good player.
Yeah, and if you're thinking about Tahm Kench here as well, as I am, because he's been a certain focus for this particular game, like, he can go in both the top lane and the bottom lane. We saw it already this tournament that Evie, you know, one of his favorite champions, the Tahm Kench, pulls it out towards the top side of the map, just destroys people with it. Tahm Kench, fantastic support as well. And both of these players, notably, certainly able to hop on that guy, so should ban it.
Yeah, probably. I'm probably going to see the Tahm Kench ban just because of what we've seen so far in this series. I mean, even I would. Like, even if I didn't respect the Tahm Kench, just seeing it take down my teammates is enough for me to ban that one away. So there we go, first ban.
Straight away.
They're
going on monologue about Tahm Kench and immediately just removed. So definitely a good idea. Cannon going to be taken off the board as well. Not going to be pulling any Elwyn shenanigans. And none of this Caitlyn Mirror from last game as well, as she's going to be banned. Ezreal Karma here on the side of the CIS. TKE. Misfortune's done. Nasus snuck through. This could be CIS's opportunity. We saw Nasus do some pretty disgusting things earlier on. And LeBlanc is now going to be hovered at least by Dumbledore, who's still considering what he wants to do.
So this is how the team talk went behind stage. We're 4-0 down. We've lost the best of 9.
Yeah.
Pick Nasus, be boring. Just try and get us a win on the board.
Pick the Doge into the Doge.
Pretty much, yeah. Because Nasus, he seems like an interesting pick, but his goal in life is just to E constantly, push the wave, buy a couple Doran's rings, and then if your opponent gets frustrated with their lives, then he kills you.
Yeah.
Because he just withers and ults you, and that's the game over. So that is
precisely what Evan RL did.
Yeah. And it worked.
Looks at his opponent.
Okay, yeah. LeBlanc does have windows of kill pressure, just being an assassin in general, but he may just get ground down.
Well, this is the thing, the war of attrition potentially to be on the side of the Nasus, but things have changed for LeBlanc. LeBlanc, of course, assassin changes are certainly upon us, and she has a heck of a lot more wave clear, so the Nasus will need to try a lot harder to farm underneath that turret, and Spirit Fire isn't exactly the best tool when you're unable to completely destroy that backline straight away and you're underneath the turret, because that tower is just going to mow them down. You're going to miss all of that farm, and that war of attrition, like we were talking about, is certainly in the hands of the LeBlanc.
All right, Atlas, look at me. I am the play-by-play now. Your predictions for this game. Who do you think is going to take this one home, just based off your knowledge?
All right, based on my knowledge, Turkey has won the last 4 1v1s, and I have a feeling they're probably going to do it again. And Dumbledore, also a fantastic player in his own right. My money is certainly on the Doge. And I guess it'd be on the Doge regardless of which side of the Howling Abyss I was on, due to the fact that there's a Susan. It's almost a cop-out.
Yeah, I think so too. I'm probably just going to have to give it to Smurf based on the fact that he's playing the boring auto. Win champion, that is Nasus.
But look at his face as well. He's just having a giggle while he's just got his boombox out.
This is what you do. He's the type of guy who probably gets frustrated sometimes. It's like, you know what, I'm going to play Ignite Ghost Darius top lane. I'm going to ruin someone's day. And I'm going to go back to being good and play Fiora and stuff. But
yeah,
for that one game, I'm going to ruin someone.
And I'm going to hope that that guy has only time to play one game. You know, he's just got back from school. I want to play one happy game of League of Legends, and then I'm going to go out.
Yeah.
But no, he's against a Ghost Ignite Darius top, and that's not fun.
It really is not.
It's a good analogy. Dumbledore seeing whether he can change that. Spirit Fire is once again going to come out. Oh, look at that, the power of the
mechanics.
Just terrifying. Another Q. Dumbledore theoretically winning at this point. Can't quite proc his sigil just yet.
Yeah, so if anyone hasn't seen it, the play for Nasus is he pretty much outpushes anyone else. I actually don't think there's anyone else who outpushes the Nasus other than maybe Vel'Koz. But Vel'Koz is just a hard champion, so if your name is not Seros, then you probably won't just pick him. So the alternative is just to pray to God you can get an all-in onto Smurf. But Smurf, he's trying his damnedest just to hit minions for his passive lifesteal, and he'll just either way. And Dumbledore will have to try and set up the wave to CS it under tower.
Which is difficult, but he is doing a fairly good job. This tower isn't targeting the wrong minions. There it is. Dumbledore just gives up on that one, says, I just don't even care. Gonna eat both of his potions. Look to see whether he can out-pressure Smurf now. Another Spirit Fire under the wave. Dumbledore avoids the damage. There's one button that he doesn't have. The Shadow Orb was there with the distortion. Gets the proc. Smurf just levels up, now level 3, and just doesn't look like he's taking all that much damage. Remember, Siphoning Strike's going to give him a bunch of health back as well. Just doesn't seem too worried. Picks up a health back. Good chain by the Doge. I've got to stop saying that, because there's two.
There's two. There is two. But Dumbledore was walking the Doctor, walking him back to spawn. And Smurf will... Yeah, just do Smurfing. Double Durance, that's what you do.
Yeah, just get another ring. If you like it, put 2 rings on it, I think Beyonce said.
That's the saying.
Yeah.
And he'll come back to lane. He's got the mana regen now, which just amplifies his pushing potential. And the douchebaggery that is Nasus. In this 1v1.
I think that's where the word douchebaggery came from.
Yeah.
Is people that played Nasus in 1v1s.
I believe so. That
there we are. Origin story for everyone. Exactly right. Spirit Fire in there.
Look at
Seismic
this.
Strike helping him with an auto reset for clearing out these minions. Smurf, you have no excuse to miss these last hits. Come
He's
on, man.
5 out of 6 currently.
Stack it up. We're playing for late game. 50-minute 1v1.
That's the great thing about Nasus when you play this playstyle, because you don't really even need to last. Your goal is to max E and just ruin someone's day. Dumbledore, I want to auto-attack you, but I'm withered because I just got point and clicked.
Well, Dumbledore decided not to go for another ring. Grabs himself a book instead. So, trying to invest. Get himself towards something like Fiendish Codex, potentially. Smurf not going to get that one procced.
Okay, Dumbledore is playing this well. He got a couple good trades off, which forced Smurf back, so he couldn't approach the minion wave. Then he got priority on the minion wave and is now forcing it into tower. Smurf returns. By taking the health pack, so he's healthy enough to challenge, pushes the minion wave into tower, preventing the freeze, and Dumbledore in a slightly less good position than he was a little bit ago, just because of the way that the melee minions are coming in.
Oh no,
if he had landed that chain, that would have been strong, but Dumbledore is getting a lot of good trades off. If he can put Smurf in kill range, which is at this level maybe around 40-30%, where he can just all in him with the Ignite, then it's an instant kill. Smurf is aware of this and will go back.
What is very, very important to look for here as well is the fact that Smurf is behind in experience. Dumbledore will be able to get the jump on him with this minion wave as well. So level 6 for a LeBlanc gives her a massive boost in the damage of her combo with that Mimic. So Smurf does have to be very, very careful in that window. Of course, does have the exhaust, does have the barrier if things go wrong. No level 6 to be gained just yet, and misses the distortion damage. Withers there. Spiritfire was doing work, and Smurf just going to walk at the LeBlanc. Shadow Rod goes down, and this is very dangerous. Exhaust's traded. Ignite's still there. Oh my god, there it is! First Blood with a massive Spiritfire and Ice on the board in Game 5. Now 4-1. We can't say clean sweep for Turkey this time, as Smurf gets some of the dignity back. However, it is still a victory for the Turkish squad, who looked so good throughout the day and now as well in these 1v1s.
Absolutely dirty. If you want to pick up a win and you want to make sure it's not a clean sweep, you just go Nasus. And that's what the team talk must have been behind stage before he went on.
Yeah.
That's it, pretty much. You play Nasus.
That's the Susan rule, everyone. So when in doubt, play Nasus. Certainly don't do it on Summoner's Rift, because that can end up being a little bit more boring. But let's have a look at this victory moment. The exhausts are down, and he just presses E.
So the lead up is the important thing here, because LeBlanc was so far down the lane at that point, he was just waiting for the cooldown. And as soon as it was up, just popped it. He was actually hoping for the LeBlanc to kind of corner herself between the tower and him, and depending on how far back he got. But as it turned out, he just placed down, and a couple of ticks was enough to finish off the LeBlanc.
Yeah, just fantastic play. But to hear more from the Team Fire victory, Hingers is standing by with Dumbledore.
Thank you, Atlas. Yes, I am right here with Dumbledore, and unfortunately, you didn't get your win in the last game. But your team did go 4-1 in that series, and now that it's over, I want to ask you, how did you go about drafting yourselves into that 1 to 5 order? Who went first? Like, was it best player first? How did you feel it went?
Well, we decided to send the worst player first, which is Crystal, and we were thinking that he was just gonna lose, and we were hoping that they were gonna play with their best player. But it didn't go that way actually. Crystal won, so it was quite surprising.
So you sent him out as a sacrificial lamb. Yes. Yeah. Also, what about the Tom Kench play? Talk about that. Did you guys pre-decide that going in?
Yeah, we practiced some game 1v1, and we found out that Tom Kench is really strong. Yeah. So two players decided to play him.
Stuff. And finally, I want to know, this is 2 wins for you guys today. You feeling confident? How do you feel about the rest of the tournament going forward?
I'm excited for One for All. We didn't decide what champion we will play yet, but we will decide today. And I'm hoping that it will be fun too, as much as other games.
Excellent stuff. Thank you so much for chatting with us. Congratulations on the win. Good luck for tomorrow. And I'm going to send it over to Sifa right now to break down the game.
Thank you very much, Hangers. An exciting set. To be sure. Now, interesting champion select coming out. Definitely benching the Kench appears to be the appropriate strategy. We saw in those first 2 games, Tom Kench being overwhelmingly powerful. I mean, what makes this champion so effective in these 1v1s?
I think it's mostly the snowball. I think that summoner spell, just gives you the opportunity to catch up to the enemy, which normally you wouldn't have that mobility spell to catch up to someone, and you basically just sit on their face, get your stacks going, get the W, and you just do so much damage together with your grasp.
Wow.
Nice. Got it. Got it. There it is.
There's 4 of you on the desk, and no one said that it was on my head. Anyway, yeah, it's just as Smithy was saying, the fact that that summoner spell pretty much compensates for the one thing that Kench doesn't have in his kit, his ability to gap close, because once he's on top of you and you're running away, you're donezo.
And the funny thing is, like, the emote came through here just because they already knew that they'd won at that point for Crystal, so he's just like, well, this game's done. We saw 2 different victories come from Tom Kench, because this one was way later in a do or die kind of situation. Edward going right back into snowball range, and with that 3rd proc already down on the passive from Tom Kench, it's kind of an easy walkthrough at the end of the game. But Edward should have won that game from the tower damage. It was so far gone.
I'd like to point out, though, that both of them knew that they were going up against Tom Kench and that this strategy was probably likely, especially Edward, because he already saw it. And he didn't go either Flash or Ghost, which is something that I don't really understand, since you're not really going to kill the Tom Kench. You mostly just want to play the chicken game where you just hit the tower, hit the minions, and try to get more than them. So I think he should have gone Ghost and Flash.
Yeah, because it's about being able to disengage so you can play around the cooldown of the gray health there, because obviously, like, the big thing about Kench is he's going to be doing damage to you as well as absorbing so much. So if you just get into an all-in scenario, you're pretty much screwed.
And well, coming into game 3, once Kench was off the table, things looked a lot sketchier for Turkey. We had that Kennen versus Quinn matchup, and honestly, some pretty shaky early off. All-ins here.
Yeah, a couple of them, because really Elwin should have won this game a lot earlier. There was that one missed cue, which he'll pretty much, you know, go back and rewatch time and time again. But the actual successful one, based on just the auto attack, that one was painful. I think this is the one that
this is the one.
Third time's the charm.
Oh, but he gets it. The auto does connect. Can't dodge those. So definitely rough overall for Elwin, but does manage to snag it out. I mean, we just pretty much expected that to go way, way faster.
Well, Elwin did say that he was very nervous coming into the 1v1, so yeah, he is the top laner. He should have experience playing Kennen. Kennen's very like meta and vogue right now, but he did seem nervous, and we did see that on kind of the questionable Kennen ults.
I like how Sansara was like celebrating like twice or three times because he was not dying. He was like, yeah, I'm still in it, I'm still in it.
Takes one auto, one Q, but he manages to live in the end. Now, of course, we're just going to skip over Game 4. It was a little too fast. If you didn't see it, it's about 20 seconds of your time.
That was the best
one. You can watch it. They just walked at each other and shot each other. It was nothing.
But it was like a true shootout. You had like one sheriff on one side, another. Other sheriff on the other.
There's no
just
analysis
ran
there.
at each other.
Pick different
The only
subs.
analysis is Kira stepped out of the bush, so had it gone any longer, that would have been the headshot counter being worse for Kira, so he was a little nervous.
Maybe some room to change, but let's look just briefly at the end of Game 5 there. We saw the power, quote-unquote, of AP Nasus coming in here. I think maybe Dumbledore's just a little bit too early to make it a 5-0.
Distortion damage.
You're going to hear Atlas talk. About it again, because why not? We love the sound of his voice.
Just gonna walk at the LeBlanc.
So does he.
Here's the kill.
This is very dangerous.
Bam!
Well,
got him.
Got him.
Got him.
Got a little bonus Atlas on the desk as well, so that's pretty exciting. So, you know, at this point, Nasus, Tom Kench both look like pretty good picks. Nasus mostly banned today. Do we expect those to be top tier? Throughout the rest of the 1v1s?
I expect Tom Kench to continue to be banned, but I think there's still options available for dealing with Nasus.
I think there's counterplay to Tom Kench, but to Nasus it's even harder. I think this is just
He's
so
like completely the other way.
It's just so annoying because you just push the wave and ignore completely what the enemy champion can do. And I think he didn't even play the matchup as properly as he could have because the new LeBlanc has a delay on his W, so you can basically just every time LeBlanc jumps on you, you can just like cast your spell before it hits you. And you can always hit Q on the LeBlanc as soon as 3 Ws on you.
See, this is what I challenge though. I feel like, and this is hard because it's blind pick, so maybe from this perspective, the Nasus will consistently be the top tier one, because if you pick Orianna and you just take your, you can either take Q, or I would probably take just E level 1, and yeah, he's going to Spirit Fire and he's going to push the creep wave forward, but then after that goes, like if you hold it with your shield, absorb the creep wave, then you just stand on the back half and you just zone him off with Clockwork. But again, like blind picking, that is much scarier than blind picking a Nasus.
It just feels like everything. Everything comes down to the mind games and what do you expect the enemy team is going to pick up, and maybe they can leave the Time Kench open and pick the Corki with Flash and Ghost,
Take
and
Flash,
there's a good chance that works, you know. So I think it's more about the mind games that you can pull out between.
And Turkey coming out on top in the mind games, now advancing to be 4-1 in that set, getting themselves their extra point to now be tied with Japan. So let's take a chance now to look at those standings. You have them coming up here. So you can see, here's the important thing though. You see that they're both at 1, but remember that tiebreakers are counted. 1v1 wins. So Japan or Turkey at 4-1 is actually in the first place seed alone if it does come down to those tiebreakers.
And now it's super important because backs against the wall for Team Ice. If they do not win the next 1v1 shootout, they will only guarantee one seed into the next portion of this tournament for their group.
Exactly. Team Fire will, the top 3 placing regions will be going through. And that leaves Team Ice really, really in a bad spot, which, I mean, whoever's going through to this is going against you, right, Nithi, in next week's All-Stars? So
Yeah, I guess, yeah.
do you want Team Fire to have 3 teams, have that representative,
Well,
so would you prefer?
Who are you most scared of?
At the end of the day, it's only one team that's coming out, right? So it doesn't really matter. For Team Ice, they just need to, they don't even need to look at Team Fire anymore. They just need to look at their own group and be like, we just need to get the most wins out of our group, guys. So I don't really mind who we play since we're going to be able to play a lot of different regions, but it'll be fun to play some team like Japan since they're not players that I play against on a daily basis. So that'll be more fun for me than playing a CIS or Turkey. Or Brazil even, because we meet them at Worlds, right?
I'd imagine you don't want to face CIS.
All right, salt in the wounds. But remember that everything is now on the line. Up next, can Brazil seal 3 spots for Team Fire on Sunday, or will Latin America South from Team Ice freeze them in their tracks? Find out when we return.
Seals Ice.
Seals Ice.
Dare to be different. Revel in the impossible. Introducing a little anarchy. Disrupting the natural order. Because a hero lies in all of us. Nothing is beyond your reach. Claim your victory and go forth to conquer new worlds.
Legion, rated teen.
Get a new perspective with the Sky Viper streaming video drone. When the whole world is your playground, the possibilities are endless. You can be the center of the action and record every moment. Sky Viper's astounding agility and incredible performance gives you the freedom to go wherever you want and to capture the impossible. With Sky Viper streaming video drones, see the world like you've never seen it before. Fly fast, fly fearless, fly anywhere. Fly Sky Viper. Batteries not included, each sold separately.
Jack Link's Jerky presents Working Out with Sasquatch. Are you a worker-outer? Do you like muscles? How much can you bench? If you answered yes to any of those things, then Working Out with Sasquatch is for you. Working Out with Sasquatch hits all the major muscle groups with major muscle confusion. 52. Then I get a full-body snack out with protein-packed Jack Link's Jerky. Original. Jack Link's Jerky, the protein-packed snack packed with protein.
me to be my myself and never feel alone. You're all that I want, you're all that I need. If I was ever in the dark, I'd see. You've always believed and have faith in me. You'll always be my hero. I love you for everything you've done. You'll always be my hero. Faith in you like the way. I feel so strong, I feel the freedom to be who I can be. You'll always be my hero. Give me everything I need.
Okay, so coming into this tournament, my team was not really happy about the 1v1. Revolt especially was like, yeah, I'm a jungler, I don't know how to play 1v1.
As a jungler, I hate 1v1s because like I have no idea what to do with waves and how to properly trade damage.
I think Brazil has really strong mechanical players, individual players.
They do have a lot of mechanics involved in them, but I feel like mind games are really a real part of it as well. So if you can come up with a good strategy, I think you have an advantage even before the match starts, so you should probably study your opponent, see what he does, what he likes to pick, maybe scout their runes and masteries, and just try to pick the best you can be and stay in your comfort zone.
In Elior, the top laner of the team. I think he can do a good performance.
I think I would put everything on Yang. I think he can win the tournament.
I think our ADC, Warangelo, is a really good mechanical player. I think he can do good. I think ADCs usually do good. I don't know why, but they do good. I think it's because they are more like micro players. So I think he can do a good performance and carry us.
No, I trust my team. I trust my teammates who are there.
Welcome back again to the International Wildcard All-Stars. We are getting set for our second slate of 1v1s for this evening. It's going to be Brazil versus Latin America South. Latin America South desperately trying to hold on to the hopes for Team Ice and Pulse. Can they do it? Do you believe in Team Ice?
We'll see. I don't know. Like across the board, it just depends on how individual players turn up. I mean, just hearing from the players themselves, like even Revolta's like, I'm actually not much faith in myself as a player in these 1v1s. When I had him stuck as one of the players, I'd be like, damn, he can go in. I've seen him on Lee Sin.
Well, exactly right. But if you don't know how to manipulate a minion wave, things like that, like he was talking about, I mean, it could be theoretically a problem, but it's a Revolta. This guy has amazing mechanics, like you said, and he's just an all-round nice guy. How can you lose?
I don't know. Wara is someone I want to keep my eye out for on Team Ice, who I actually think can bring it home. We saw his performance on the Vayne yesterday, all the eggs on the Wara basket, and he brought it home. Saw Bear earlier today as well, just go in constantly. So that's a 50-50. He's taking the carbon approach, which is just go in and someone's going to win, and it might be me. So if he gets the right side of the 50-50 constantly, he might make it work.
Exactly right. But we do have our very first matchup. Dude is going to be representing Brazil, and Plugo is going to be representing Latin America South. Of course, support versus mid laner. We'll see how it's going to go. And as far as what we heard in that package earlier on, what do you think the strategy is here? Do we think that they're going in with their big guns first up? Of course, Plugo is a pretty well-known name from the Latin America South side.
Yeah, he's looking great today. I think the strategy is Tam Kench coming into this one, seeing what happened in the last series.
So it's not like, well, we'll put our best player first, we'll put our second best player first. No, just all of that's wiped off the table. Doesn't even matter anymore. The plan is Tam Kench.
Gun for Tam Kench. Plugo, pleasantly surprised watching him as a player. He had pretty good jungle synergy with him I wasn't expecting. So depending on how he does in that 1v1, he's not like a big assassin player, but he might be able to make this work. Diude, on the other hand, seen him for a long time. You know, I used to cast him in like the challenger scene back in EU. Was also like a pretty decent mechanical player. He was a Thresh player for a long time. So in terms of skill shots, I have a lot of faith in him. I just don't know how this one will match up.
Dude as well just looked so incredibly calm. And relaxed and just ready to go. No cares in the world, just ready to do Brazil proud.
Hair on point.
Yeah, exactly right. And I mean, this is a thing that we can certainly judge. However, I mean, first cab off the rank, he's ready to seal the deal here for Team Fire. There is a lot now on the shoulders of Brazil to make things very, very easy moving into tomorrow's matches. And as we hop into the champion select of this final 1v1 of the evening. Not, of course, final 1v1 game, but final 1v1 set, whichever one you'd like to call it. We need to work out a
we do
a term for that.
You're Australian, I'm European. It's all good.
I don't even know what's happening, but there are a bunch of bans. Syndra, Cassiopeia, and LeBlanc have been taken away on the side of Dude, and Caitlyn, Nasus, Tam Kench been taken off the board here. And it looks like standard red side bans here as well. It's like, can't see the Caitlyn, can't see the Nasus, can't see the Tam Kench. Oh god, oh god, oh god. Remember guys, this is blind pick. I mean, you can play one of those guys. It's absolutely fine. But I know. Oh my goodness. Finally, we could potentially see the Nunu. It's a real icy 1v1 looking to be shaping up here, Pulse.
But he's on Team Fire. That doesn't even make any sense.
I know.
Yeah, but the day where we see Caitlyn, Nasus, Tam Kench as the priority bans on red side. Either way, Talia picked up, which is the interesting thing. We'll have to think about that a little. little bit. What you don't need to think about is the Nunu.
Yeah, because you know exactly what he's doing. And look at the cold, calculating face of Dude who just picked Nunu and is basically just going to throw snowballs and walk at you, hopefully play Nunu bot, laugh in that incredibly annoying way, and then win the game. Oh, it's just so frightening. You can see Plugo, this guy, immediately, as soon as he saw the Nunu, he was like, oh god.
This guy's a Darius player.
I know what's happening. This is Ghost Ignite Darius on my night where I've only got one game to play.
Not like...
awful.
Well, Nunu is basically Nasus, except you throw snowballs at your opponent and then you eat minions.
Yeah.
There's not really any mechanics to him. You may be able to surprise your opponent if you get in melee range, pop the ultimate, burn a flash, depending on summoners. You may even want to go for like defensive spells here. The goal playing against Nunu is just trying to burst him down, run him down, because you're not going to win the sustain war. But just in general, Nunu is an asshole, and there's not much you can do against that.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And of course, we've got a lot of experience having casted IWC in 2015. We saw Oceania, in fact, against Brazil, Carbon versus Kami, and the Nunu did reign supreme in that particular matchup in the hands of Carbon, who just threw a snowball, auto-attacked him a few times, threw another snowball, and won the game.
It's what we call an outplay. When you pick Nunu, that's the extent of it.
Just incredible. Oh, and he's playing Nunu bot as well.
Of course he is. There's no other skin.
Yeah, but did you look at his face? His it's like this is just a calculated strategy. When really you're just being a jerk.
But man, the mental mind games that Nunu bot brings to the table is definitely worth the investment. Took a bit of damage to the face there. Doesn't matter. He can go back to base, and the minions have not spawned, so that's what you want to do if you're ever caught in your 1v1, even on Summoner's Rift. You get harassed a little bit around the 40-30 second mark, just go back to base.
But Plugo does know that the message has now been received, and Dude will not try any of that funny business ever again. Because he's going to have a bit of a giggle, and this is what our lives are now.
Yeah. I mean, to be honest, Dude didn't probably need to go back. I mean, at the point where he gets consumed, he's just going to sustain forever. I just don't know how much damage Talia is going to do, because she got a round of nerfs on her combo. Easier to hit, but different, and just less damage in general. So I'm not sure she has the damage to deal with Nunu. That's the issue here.
Well, Dude's decided that he just doesn't want a last hit. There's his first one underneath this turret. He's going to throw some ice balls, try and auto-attack down these minions. It's a Doran's Ring start, so Dude not going for the standard health stack, where you're just a big jerk that can't die. He's actually going to try and do some killing here, which I do like.
Now, Plugo's goal here is to be as aggressive as possible, as early as possible. Zone Nunu bot away from the minions, zone him away from himself. Keep hitting him as much as possible before he peaks critical mass of Nunu. At the point where at the point where he picks up Consume, gets a couple levels in it, that's where it gets rather bad for Talia.
He's actually going with Deathfire Touch as well. This is going to be the slow, painful death of Ice Ball after Ice Ball.
Deathfire makes sense. I mean, he's not going to get more than anything else off on his opponent. He's not going to hit them 3 times, so you can see the burn there.
Look at the sick mechanics. Just clicks him.
Gave him the old right click.
Mm-hmm.
and backs away.
Powerful stuff.
You can't miss Cannon because you have Consume.
Yep. Why haven't I played this champion like every single game?
Pretty good, man.
Played? Oh, he's going in. There's the exhaust down, dude. No longer able to attack as fast. Throws down the heel after he got exhausted. It's not a good idea. Oh, the barrier. Oh my goodness, Plugo. No, he's going to make it under the tower, and that's the first blood, dude. As soon as he turned around, that was game over, and the Nunu has been stopped.
GG, well played. Finally, we see a Talia take out a Nunu. That actually just makes me feel happy more than anything else. Do you look for the
That was justice. Did you feel it? I felt like there was justice
game.
emanating throughout this room as Nunu falls down. Nunu bot especially.
That's what you get.
Oh,
picking Nunu.
Amazing.
Right, let's see that glory one more time, because that's what I'm all about. Because dude, he's like, oh, I'm in a great place, just need to hit him one more time. And Nunu's bot's stubby little arms couldn't quite reach Talia.
No,
and that was
didn't
the
happen.
end.
And there's the reaction shot. Definitely deserved there by Plugo. And this Team Ice finally out. To a good start here in these 1v1s. Plugo, we'll see whether he's got the ball rolling now for LAS to really bring this one home and keep Team Ice on the board. And of course, our next matchup is going to be Kami from the mid lane on the side of Brazil. Bear is going to be taking to the Howling Abyss as LAS's support. So mid versus support could be a dangerous one. And Kami was definitely doing well in the 1v1s. Last time we did see him, IWCA 2015, he was thwarted by Carbon, but it was up the ranks a little bit.
Kami's good. I don't think he's the raid boss of his lineup. I think that definitely goes to Yang, but he is up there. He's not even one of the ads. He's maybe a sub-boss. And Bear, he just goes in. So he will probably, as we were mentioning, apply the Carbon approach of just walk at the opponent and see what happens. And that could go 50-50. Kami's play will just try and outplay him and stop Bear from playing his game.
Well, we'll see whether he can actually get that one done because things are on the line. And Bear, he played the Pantheon today in the Assassin mode. We'll see whether he's going to be able to get a chance to do it here in the 1v1s. Because I personally think the Pantheon is a fantastic choice when it comes to 1v1s.
As do I. If you don't have mechanics, then Pantheon is the man for you.
That's the one.
You just press Q. He's AD Nunu. You just toss the spears, and then you have all-in potential.
I personally like Grasp of the Undying as well. It's just disgusting.
Yeah, it works against the EU casters. Sifa. So getting into this champion select, Atlas.
Yeah, I just wanted to have some hands-on experience analysis that I threw out there. This is all about play-by-plays attempting a bit of analysis here, Pulse, and I just really had a good time as we go into champions select. Karma going to be taken away on the side of Kami, and Syndra is going to be removed. Of course, he played it day one. Just get rid of it.
Yeah, Syndra is a perma-ban against all mid laners. Anyone who has the potential to play Syndra, you should just ban that one away, just because she will dominate the 1v1 pretty much regardless of who you pick, I think. Outside of those cheesy
exactly
picks.
What he wants to get rid of. That Cassiopeia ban came through immediately.
Get that one off the table. Again, Kami just too good with those mid laners, and Cassiopeia can be absurdly oppressive if he starts to get rolling, so don't want to play against that.
Yep, Caitlyn, of course, very, very standard. Varus going to be the final ban. We saw do quite well yesterday. Nasus, of course, the Susan Award. Goes over this way. As Bear's just like, I'm playing Annie. And I'm going to smack you with a bear, with a bunch of fire. And yet again, another champion that I was actually tossing up whether to play Annie or Pantheon. So you know that you can't really get that wrong.
I mean,
all
she's,
that easily.
She's another point and click, right? Like,
Yeah.
she's in a pretty good place. Whoa,
Oh,
okay.
God.
All right, so I just want a ho from all the pro players. They're literally just right next to us, a couple meters away.
Yeah.
Urgot I'll get to in a second. Annie is a pick that Miffy is definitely behind. He was saying if you want to win that 1v1, Annie is up there in the tier list in terms of cheesy picks, because there's just not a lot to it. It's very brain dead. There's not a lot of outplay potential, but it's easy to get to the maximum potential of that champion as a player who doesn't often go for those 1v1s. So as a support player like Bear, just go for something like an Annie, a Pantheon, a Nunu, a Nasus, something where you can reach that very peak. And if your opponent tries something spicy, goes for something like an Urgot, like a Vel'Koz or something, tries to outplay you, screw you, I'm Annie, I'm just going to hit you in the face a bunch.
Yeah, and I know that you really like the analysis and all this sort of stuff, so it actually pains me to say this, but his name's Bear. He had to play Annie. Because she's got a bear.
Yeah, I mean, he's a special species of bear, because we've had, Mighty Bear, and he's just Bear. He's vanilla bear. He is the most vanilla of bears.
The OG bear.
The OG
Just
bear.
bear.
Just Bear. That's
I'm looking
him.
to try and throw one down. And of course does need to get to that level 6 mark in order to do that. The big old switcheroo is going to come through from the Urgot at that point as well, but you can't really counter a big old bear to the face.
So the goal here really is for Kami to try and outrange his opponent and just hit those corrosive charges so he can lock on with the acid hunters. That is
the aim of the game.
objective. Try and outrange the enemy because her spells are the same range as her auto attack, so if she's in range to auto attack you, she'll be hitting with Q instead. But Kami will be able to outrange that ever so slightly, so that will be the objective.
Yep, adorable little Frostfire Annie and terrifying Mecha Urgot. Not exactly something that you want to be coming up against as like a 12-year-old girl. It's not good, not a good news story. It's actually a really frightening 1v1.
Indeed.
For a whole lot of reasons. Just waiting for the minions. Come down the Howling Abyss.
I can't think of anything particularly worse than Annie facing Urgot down.
Yeah.
Maybe Vel'Koz or an Aoi, something like that.
Oh god, boss. Every time. Oh, misses the Acid Hunter flat out, does Kami. Still able to get that passive rolling. This bear looks to be like just trying to farm out this mini wave. I would have thought that those... Oh god, okay. Throws a snowball in there. He's looking to go aggressive.
Okay, snowball to bear. He will need that to try and close the gap now that he's seen the Urgot, because he just has the slight range advantage. His auto attacks, of course, not, but with the Acid Hunters, as it is a skill shot. So Bear will be able to use that to get in range and just land the full combo. His goal, essentially, in life is to hit Kami as much as he'll let him, get to level 6, blow him up with his full combo, hit him with the exhaust, hit him with the snowball, and that will be his in. He doesn't even necessarily need to hit Kami, he just needs to hit a minion close to him, and he'll be able to get in there. That's goals. Goals for Bears.
Yep. Bear goals.
Bear goals.
Bear almost has that snowball back off cooldown, of course, very low on the cooldown scale. It's that particular summoner, as Bear is going to be able to finally charge up that stun, gets rid of it immediately. Wonder what his strategy is here, because, you know, make it to level 6, go for that sort of pseudo flash Tibbers maneuver, utilizing his snowball. But at the moment, he's not really harassing Kami at all. You can imagine that his life would be made a little bit easier if he was able to get him at least whittled down a little.
So it doesn't matter too much right now because he needs to wait until Kami is near level 6, as Bear will be level 6 as well. He knows there's probably going to be someone going back during that time, so any harass he does now doesn't matter too much. However, I can CS with Q, and it's very easy to do so, and it doesn't hit my mana bar. So if I'm being pushed in by the Urgot, just use my Q on the minion wave, try and get as many as I can before it heads to tower. Regardless of that fact, Kami is still winning, as he has priority, and it's very difficult to CS under tower, just because of how the towers are actually slightly different in terms of doing more damage to the minions. So Bear has recognized this, but that is the thought process for Bear.
Yeah, also the fact that Kami, being the mid laner, very good farming things out. Often a role where you want to be just focusing on farm almost all the time. Isn't even going to miss. The minion once he gets stunned. A little cute fire blast from Bear. Ooh, Thunderlord's proc does come in. Half the health bar now down. So Bear finally trying to get aggressive.
Yeah, knowing the shield was down from Kami as well. The shield was actually very well timed from Kami, just kind of a flourish of mechanics, if you will. But Bear's like, I'm just going to walk up and hit you again. And your Urgot, so
mechanics.
That's fine.
I like it.
Kami does not zone Bear away from the health relics, so he'll just get that one for freebies.
And it's just feeling a little bit like it's a lot calmer than we were expecting.
Yeah.
This particular bout. I mean, I thought that with an Urgot, with an Annie, you'd want to be sort of going at it a little bit more, both of them. Lots of readily available harass opportunities.
So I thought Kami would be going deeper onto Annie. And then Bear would be waiting for that level 6. So I was expecting more of that, right? You know, Kami harassing with the Acid Hunter combo with his corrosive charge. But so far he's been farming, and that's fine, because Kami is vastly ahead in farm. He's over 2 waves, so he can play this game. He now needs to be careful because Bear is approaching level 6, so as a result he'll go back, he'll pick up some magic resist, which will make it hard for Bear to just go for that I'm going to 80 to 0 you play.
Yeah.
So he has to take him a little lower, taking into account that the Hex Drinker is there.
Well, that's an arm guard purchase here as well as Bear goes back, but Hex Drinker is huge. Large sort of spike in power as well, being able to complete some sort of item. I mean, of course, Bear does need to stack his up, but will definitely do him some good, having those extra defensive stats. But I could imagine as an Annie, I mean, what you want is more executionary stats.
My thoughts exactly, dear Atlas. I think Bear should have gone for maybe either penetration or a little more damage. Try and get through to Kami. His idea is like, I don't want to be too low, so if I go for my combo, I'm just going to die to Urgot. I get that, but he does need to be able to kill the Urgot because that's his win condition. So
yeah,
probably could go in a different direction. However, Arm God, a very efficient item against an AD matchup in this 1v1, will be able to stack it up. It's not a bad purchase, just maybe could have gone for more damage.
Well, Hyperkinetic Position Reverser is now on board here for Kami. Big note to say that he did take the Exhaust and Ignite combination. Good God, those Acid Hunters are really starting to stack up as in goes Bear. The Exhaust goes down immediately. He avoids using the Tibbers. It gets hit by that Acid Hunter and has to now go back.
Okay, so this is, in a weird way, kind of good for Bear. He just needs to get this recall on. Off, go back to base. He loses the mini wave, but he would have lost that regardless. Kami burnt both of his summoners. Bear still has his snowball on a low cooldown because that's not like a pure summoner, and also the exhaust. So next time he can go for that trade again, and if Kami stays in, he'll have to go back now after this wave, so he's burning the rest of his mana. But the next trade he can go for is significantly better. The fact that Bear survived that was just a good thing for his species.
Well, the scary thing is that it's 22 CS. The lead for Kami, who's just been obliterating these minions over and over again. The tower down about a third health as well. Bear is on the ropes. Only needs to kill the Urgot. Still has that opportunity. Has a full health bar. See whether he can do it, because now it's a Spectre's Cowl on the way for the Urgot.
So Bear is looking for some efficient trades here. He may just burn the Snowball to get in range, land like a Thunderlord once he has Pyromania up. So he gets the stun, an easy trade, backs away from Kami. Maybe he dodges the Acid Hunters, maybe he doesn't, but he's trying to get Kami within kill range now that he's level 7. He's got Tibbers, he's in good shape. He has the summoner spell advantage. The window for that, however, is fairly low because the two summoners that Kami has down exhaust Ignite. It's not like a flash. So Bear needs to kind of up the tempo now, because if he doesn't, minions will come into effect and Kami wins.
Well, now Bear does have the snowball. He's going to land it on the back line of the minions. Kami's just going to create some distance, get himself out of the way, and there's no opportunity here for Bear to go in. And Kami's just playing this calm and collected. Oh, the Bear comes in. Good stun from Bear. But is it quite enough? The health. Pack is going to be there, and the switcheroo under the turret. Bear tanks that one up, but utilizes his Tibbers to do so. Good stun as the exhaust did come in. Acid Hunter does land, but he's going to survive for the moment. And grab himself the health pack. Kami now just trying to zone, stop Bear from going back. However, he's going to head back to the minion wave and continue trying to win this one out. Slow and steady.
All right, Bear's in a bad place.
Oh, yes.
This is the definition of bad news Bears, because he needs to wait for his ultimate. That may not even be in 3 minions waves time, where at that point Kami would have won through minions. His exhaust is going to be down for his next trade, doesn't have that either, and Kami's summoners are about to come up. This is all looking very dire for Bear. Outside of a mess up from Kami, this should be his game.
Kami as well, looking at his summon spell cooldowns. They are about to come back up. Bear struggling to last hit underneath this turret at the same time. Half the health bar now on that particular structure. CS. Spectre's Cowl is in. Another Ruby Crystal. Kami, we saw he was just doing so much damage regardless.
Doesn't matter, Bear can't kill him. He's playing the numbers game here, Atlas, and Bear is about to become another page in the Dunzo Manifesto.
Sad. I have a feeling that it's true. And it's so difficult to watch. Bear just skipping down this lane. But if I was feeling the way he was, I probably wouldn't be skipping. Just watching yourself circle.
Yeah. If you could swap Annie's walking animation to anything else in the game, what would it be?
A shamble.
Shamble? Something like a zombie brand?
Yeah, like a zombie shamble.
Yep. Heimerdinger walk would be good.
Bear's just gonna walk it, Kami. That was an odd maneuver.
Yeah. Well, Kami just needs to last hit these 3 minions perfect. But he wins in 4 CS. So the CS is currently here. Bear has to make a play. Kami has Spectres.
Does go in. Tibbers is doing some work onto Kami, but these minions are smacking him down as well. Good shield comes in as Tibbers is going to at least be defeated. 2 more minions do have to land as Bear has to try and do something. Another stun. No more mana is left. Kami just holds onto it. Oh my. Goodness. That would just look disgusting.
A win on minions. I mean,
just doesn't feel good, man.
It doesn't. It's not hype.
No.
But neither is Nunu. But it was in the last game, so I'll give him that.
Well, that was
one.
the Nunu losing. That's why it's
that's
hype.
why it was hype. But, I mean, he just had to play the numbers game. Bear, after the first back, like, he didn't play the matchup correctly. That was the other problem.
Yeah.
So while Annie is kind of a brain-dead champion, that you can bring into the matchup and get to that level. If Kami actually knows what he's doing in the classic Urgot Annie matchup, then he actually can outplay you, and that's what we saw there.
Love the classic Urgot Annie matchup, one that we have been seeing for quite some time. Let's have a look at it. Kami just holds on to the Acid Hunter, makes sure he gets as many BM opportunities in as he possibly can, and then just takes down that final minion.
Feels Urgot, man. And that's the end of that chapter. So, another winner on the board.
He's got to go. Got to go. Something like that. It's just...
I'm sure Sifa can get it. He is the master of puns this event. So, he'll make that happen.
Not good at all. However, there are still 3 more 1v1s to try and pull us out of this hole that Nunu and Urgot have put us in. And Yang from Brazil, their top laner... Of course, is going to try and take them out versus Helios, also the top laner for Latin America South. So we'll see which top laner is going to reign supreme as they head onto the Howling Abyss.
All right, so the Brazilian raid boss has been unleashed on the Howling Abyss. Yang heading out here. Monster at Worlds. Completely destroyed many of his opponents. Helios, not to sniff at either. We've seen how well he did yesterday. He is a very competent top player in his own right, one of the powerhouses of his own team. But my money, at least for now, will be on Yang. But in terms of who is best to send up there, LAS sending up Helior, probably the best on the lineup outside of Wara, I would say.
Yeah. I quite like this. I'm excited because Yang sort of voted in from INTZ, the team that did go to Worlds. This guy's got a lot of experience. Revolta, you heard him talking in that feature earlier on. Saying that Yang is their player that they have the most faith in. And now Brazil have the opportunity to make it 2-1 in this Fire versus Ice battle. Yet another nail in the coffin of Team Ice. We could be coming out of day 2 with no opportunity for Ice to be able to make it. Latin America South really need to try and help us get amongst it.
Trying to think what the picks will be here, as they are both top players, so actually very well suited to the 1v1 climate.
Exactly right. But Tom Kench and Urgot have been taken away immediately. I do like it. Please get rid of... What was the other one that was ridiculous? Nasus needs to go. Caitlyn, of course, another opportunity. Rengar's going to leave instead, on the side of Yang. Maybe he considers himself the better Susan.
Maybe. Oh man, if we get a Susan matchup, a Susan mirror.
Oh god, a Susan off.
I'd probably just leave, come back in like 10 minutes, have a have a tea, have a coffee.
I think so too.
And nothing will happened.
Oh god. Well, actually, someone would have won, and it would have been whoever kills the last minion first.
Exactly.
It's like, oh, the battle of the being able to last it. Syndra is going to leave. Helior, please God, please do it.
Okay,
just
so
ban the Nasus.
Respect over to...
There it is.
There it
Thank
is. All right,
goodness.
Noon
We
is
can
still
stay.
open, so there's
Stay
still some anti-fun on the table here, Atlas, but I have faith that these top laners will bring the thunder, bring the... hype.
Oh, Helior.
Is that locked in?
Is that locked in? I think it's locked in.
Oh, baby.
Oh my goodness. I hope he's like Helior. If he now brings attack speed, uber clockwork, wind up Orianna to the table, I am so ready. That's how I thought she was supposed to be played when she was first released. I was like, she's a Ginsu's Rageblade champion. Fantastic, let's do
Another
it.
one to add to my pool.
Yeah, Karma, Orianna, now we can do it. Of course, with Karma with against his Rageblade makes a lot of sense due to the fact that you can get the cooldown down on her mantra, which is very important, of course. It doesn't work, guys. I lost every single game. It was a disaster.
Yeah, please don't do that. Okay, so Cass logged in against the Orianna.
Are these guys top laners, or are they mid laners?
We don't know. Cass went through a small phase of being a top laner. There was also the fantastic cheese when Grump buff was still a thing, where you would smite Grump,
God,
and then if your opponent didn't notice and they auto-attacked you, they just died.
Yeah,
because you twin find them to death. Yeah. So maybe he's got mechanics since then.
I remember those 2 days after that was first discovered where people didn't know.
Incredible.
It was disgusting.
It was the 1v1 tactic.
That was a horrible time. That was a time where you wouldn't want to have that one game in the evening that you had the opportunity for.
Because that guy is playing against you.
Yeah, even if you were the Ignite Ghost Darius, you'd still be having
You'd probably lose,
yeah, exactly. Exactly right. And he was the one that probably would auto-attack you. But let's bring it back to this particular match, because Cassiopeia versus Orianna is an interesting one, because both of these guys have a lot of sustained damage, and we could see them just try and fight it out rather early on, because Command Attack, relatively low cooldown, Clockwork Wind-Up, very, very good, and Twin Fang as well, and something that you can... spam relatively quickly now with this iteration of Cassiopeia.
So Frosk was talking about the Orianna into like Nasus matchup earlier, and how he would actually be good against the Nasus, being able to zone him away with the creeps, actually getting priority on that. But in a range matchup in the 1v1, Cass probably rises in priority just from knowing how mid lane matchups work. I'm not sure that the Orianna can just equalize and stabilize enough where the Cassiopeia just kind of takes over. So it could be a little risky. We'll have to see, because Orianna is still a very neutralizing matchup, so there's a chance that Helio just plays a really good game, and both players have gone for Ignite Exhaust, so we could see some of that fun all-in action.
I'm hoping for it. I'm ready. Could be just like level 2. Let's do it. And do you think that, what do you think the best option to take first here for Helio is? Because a lot of, I guess, mid lane Oriannas in that sort of isolated 1v1 at the very beginning of a Summoner's Rift game would take that Command Protect, so you can trade with those auto attacks and not worry about the minion damage. Is that still probably the best option here, or do you want the ball for the zoning?
I think he might go Protect just because he's gone Doran's Blade, so he'll get in range for the auto attacks, give himself some more resistances if he gets hit by Yang. He may just have gone for the Q anyway to get the reveal on the bush, but as Yang is already hitting minions, it doesn't matter. There's the Command Protect. So since he's going for the auto attacks as his main source of sustain damage, then it makes more sense to put that level 1 in there and try and hit Yang, last hit these minions. You can see both laners, actually this is one of the first times we've seen it where both laners are trying to challenge for that level 2 punish. And it's slightly over to Helio. He gets the auto attack and Grasp of the Undying.
Grasp of the Undying,
okay,
Orianna.
Helio gets level 2 here.
I thought I never would see the day as Yang is going to pick up that level 2 first, but Helio, very quickly behind him, and now going to start zoning. That Command Attack is going to be there now. He does have that whip crack with his ball.
So
Dissonance actually taken instead. He just wants to carry the ball around. Doesn't want to let it go.
That's actually funny for that level 2, because Helio had the advantage over the minion wave, so Yang instinctively backed away, but then Yang just had a minion in front of him. So they both hit level 2, and as a result, nothing really happens. But because of the pressure that Helio had and was able to exert, he just had the slight minion advantage. Nothing to write home about just yet. But something to keep in mind. And he also is winning out in terms of mana.
Going to get a bit of that back as he picks up the health pack. Level 3 now gained by both of these players. All of the spells in the book now collected by both. There Helio gets himself the shield back, but still losing out on this trade. That is so much health. the Yang has over Helior, even with that Grasp of the Undying being taken.
Yeah, if Helior wants to go for auto-attack trades, he has to not get hit by Noxious Blast, because if he does, the extra poison damage from Twin Fang, Yang automatically wins every single time. He's very low on health and mana, or rather mana, but it didn't matter. He was still going to win that trade, and Helior, you could see, he was just like, I just want to stay in combat long enough to hit you with my Grasp of the Undying. Okay, I'm out.
Yeah, exactly. But at the moment, still winning out as far as the farm is concerned. The Orianna are, of course, known for her ability to farm in general, but now with a little bit of extra AD, it's the dream. It's the dream farming scenario. Helior still playing very, very up and aggressive. Knows that he has that extra mana.
He has to, because if he does not, then Cassiopeia just simply takes over the lane. He knows that Yang also has the health part advantage over him. He has that biscuit to nom down. On, so needs to be aware of that and is pushing out the wave. If he can actually get control over the health relic as well, then that would be good because it is just spawning.
Oh, steals it away. Nicely done. Miasma is there, of course. Doesn't really matter here for Helior. He's just going to turn around. Yang uses all of his mana. Helior knows that he can now take advantage of the situation.
Burns the pot, which is real big for Helior, so he has evened up the playing field and also has the minion advantage still. And he's able to continue the pressure. So despite Yang winning out on those 1v1, trade, Helior and just his kind of manipulation of how the minion waves have worked has netted him the advantage in this 1v1 matchup. Yang is forced to stay in because the minion wave is mounting in front of him. This is like a wave and a half that he just simply can't risk missing out on.
Well, Helior's just going to continue to farm these minions out very, very effectively. He's going to be 12 in the lead. These minions should fall to Yang relatively effectively. Cassiopeia known for her ability to control what happens underneath the wave. Noxious Blast going to help grab that minion. Misses one, misses two. So that is absolutely fine. Only 7 CS now between these two. Helior with the first back and grabs the Spectre's Cowl.
You know, biggest thing there was that Yang stayed around for the experience because he does not want Helior to have a massive window where he could just get comboed down by the ultimate, so he needs to have his instant response, and he's gone for the double Sapphire Crystals.
I think I'm going to throw out there that that is the worst buy I have ever seen.
He's going in for the long game, Atlas. He doesn't want to go back for a while. He wants to try and stay in lane and try and grind Helior down.
Couldn't he have bought a tier?
He could have done. That would have been an alternative.
I'm really perplexed as to what he's going for there, as Helior just taking no damage now from these Twin Fangs. Doesn't necessarily want to be walking on that Miasma, but it is absolutely fine. To continue wandering around. The Spectre's Cowl probably giving him more health back from the mediocre damage that the Miasma does do.
So Yang is able to push back now. Helior does have that level 6, but is matched by Yang because he stayed in. Does land the Q, which means he can follow up with a trade that is better for Yang. So this is starting to mount up because Helior it's harder for him just to run all over Yang now that he has the threat of Yang just hitting the Petrifying Gaze.
Oh, and actually, I do understand Sapphire Crystal.
All right, lay it on me, Atlas.
Okay, so basically what Yang has realized is that he wants to go for one bout against the Orianna here. He wants to be able to try and keep his mana as high as possible. You saw that he was just going as far in as possible, so just create a large mana pool so that in these isolated scenarios you're just going to have more in the tank and don't focus necessarily on things like stacking it up or getting that regen. He wants to win quickly, in other words. That's where the buy makes sense, otherwise I hate it.
Well, between us, we probably make up part of an analyst, so I'm sure Desk can help us out with that one, but this 1v1 trade is starting to heat up.
Yeah, very, very nice. Good poison to land here onto Helios from Yang, but the exhaust comes in. Helios trying to fight that one back. The extra health that Helios has, you can see it's paying dividends. So Yang has to back away, and that mana that we were talking about, no regen, just the flat mana. He doesn't have too many of those trades in him.
All right, so really well played by Yang there in that last trade. As soon as the exhaust was popped, instantly back away. Get out of the Orianna range, because she hasn't skilled Q. She's auto-attacking, and it's all about the auto-attacks for Helios. So, with that being the case, you're not going to get slowed down by Dissonance, and Helios will not be able to chase you down. So he now has the Summoner spell advantage, and Yang is in a good place.
That is a really interesting tactic. Is the poison once again going to land, but a good command protect that it looks like Helios is maxing due to the fact that base level of shield is super high.
Yeah, it's a little unfortunate he's leaning against the Cassiopeia, because against pretty much any other matchup, he should just be able to dump them with the Clockwork wind-up damage and the extra resistances. That was the idea. But going up against the Cassiopeia, who, if she hits poison on you, followed by the Twin Fangs, will out-trade you in a sustained battle. You saw Helios pop his ultimate there. It's just like, hi, he sombreroed himself. Actually, he was just trying to clear out the minion wave to try and match that from Yang. Try and push it into tower, and then get the minion wave advantage. Yang, reading this and seeing that happen, stays in lane to push the next wave.
Yeah, I thought it was just hula hoop practice.
It could have been that too.
He's gone home. Got to get that practice in when you can. Because hula hooping is all about consistently going for it, you know? You can't really half-ass hula hooping. Now Yang is going to battle everything. Oh, misses the ultimate, but still doing so much damage. Good shield, as Helios going to let that eat up all of the ignite. But he's down to about 200 health. Now Yang has to go back, and those summoners spells are going to be for naught. Sorry, Summoner's spell. Just the ignite goes down. The exhaust still there.
Helios in a rough spot now. Like, if he gets caught by anything, he's probably dead from Yang's harass.
Speaking of which, needs one more Twin Fang. There's the auto. GG! Fantastic play, and that is going to be it. Brazil up 2-1. Now, Fire once again reigning supreme. Oh my goodness, only 2 more members of LAS to hold on to all of the hopes of Team Ice, and both of them now need to grab that victory.
Well, Helios can feel good about that one. He was against what was essentially the raid boss coming in from Brazil, so he put on a good showing against him with a very interesting tactic with this Orianna, but he had to stay stay in. If he didn't stay in, then he loses on minions. If he does stay in, this happens. Anything that lands on him, a slow from Miasma, a Q, is GG. So he was just put in a rough spot after how the kind of mid-game of that 1v1 worked out. But all in all, just really well played to Yang. He just played that perfectly.
Yeah, it was absolutely fantastic. And I want to say as well, just put myself in the dumpster just a little bit. He used the very last of his mana in order to get that kill. If he didn't have the extra Sapphire Crystal, he would have lost that game. So I'm an idiot, just flat out an idiot. But let's introduce the next pair. It is going to be Brazil's 80 carry, PBO representing Team Fire, and Klatos, the jungler from Latin America South, representing Team Ice. With all of Team Ice's hopes now on his shoulders, we'll see whether he can carry them through. Klatos, though, has been a very good player for the Latin America South region as a whole. We'll see whether he can pull it through here against the rookie PBO.
So I have a lot of faith in Klatos, but only as a macro player. He's a very smart player, but in terms of mechanics, that's what he is not known for. That's why the other day when he was facing down a mechanically gifted player, I was like, oh, well, Brain actually beat Braun. Yes, it did in that circumstance, but you're in a 1v1 where you have to fight your opponent and not necessarily on a playing field that is right for you. It's a completely even playing field. So if he can pick something very smart and has a strategy in store for us, that's how he wins the game. But in terms of pure mechanics, a jungler against an ADC, it could be very rough for him.
I have a feeling that he needs to utilize something like the Turkish tactic, which was find that pick that is stupid dumb, like the Tahm Kench.
Find the Gouda, find that Wensleydale.
He really needs it. He really needs the smart cheese.
PBO is ahead of the game, though. He knows Klatos probably going to bust that one out, so take away the brain dead champions. Take away Pantheon.
Hey, but
take
we're just talking about Klatos as the guy that's it's not going to play the brain dead champions, Pulse. What are we selling here? I don't even know.
I don't know.
If you're going to leave. That's good.
A subscription to Klatos. Cassiopeia.
Thank God. Susan's gone at the same time. Tahm Kench probably needs to be removed. Nunu is going to be the option that PBO takes. Just doesn't want to go against it. He's like, I want to play an 80 carry. This is dumb.
He's taking the shotgun approach to anything that Klatos could possibly have in terms of stuff that isn't inventive. Ooh. I think Klatos has something more inventive to show.
He needs to play Tahm Kench, because we know that Tahm Kench cannot be beaten.
Especially if PBO goes Ashe or any ADC, which is likely.
Yeah, he's been cycling through a few of them now. And Klatos is holding on to his choice. You can see him. I mean, he's a pondering man right now.
He is.
But there is a sly smirk underneath that hand, I believe.
I can see it.
Yeah. He's ready.
He's ready.
He's home.
Right, what have you got for us?
Oh, Klatos, do it. Don't be scared. Don't be scared. That's going to be the misfortune. Is it going to be misfortune? What the heck? 3 seconds to go. Is it going to be the Ziggs?
Okay, all right. I see it.
This is it. The classic Ziggs misfortune matchup. The one I've always wanted. I mean, we're creating circles that slow people down. except Ziggs has got a heck of a lot of little bombs in there. Possibly water balloons if he goes for the adorable skin.
Okay, I'm a little surprised we may have not seen Ziggs earlier because he now has the Hexplosion on towers. He can destruct them at like 30-something%.
Yeah.
So he can actually go for that as a win condition way easier. He can push in mini wave super fast.
Yeah.
And for most champions, they can't push against Ziggs. His problem is mana, so that could be something that comes into consideration, but I knew Kratos had something, and this is it.
Yeah, this is what's in the bag. I wonder whether he's been playing that jungle Ziggs that everyone's been talking about.
Maybe.
Yeah, and by that I mean they have not been talking about that at all. I don't think that's even a thing. But I'm incredibly excited to see what he can accomplish on this champion because we saw Tahm Kench before. I wrote it off, I'm not going to lie to you.
We all
now,
did, I think.
Now with the Ziggs, first time we've seen it, first time I've seen it in a 1v1 setting, I'm ready to believe.
I'm ready to believe too. PBO, got to be careful of him though. He's on an ADC as an ADC player. Additionally, Misfortune, he'll probably just go for the EMAX, or if he's feeling really confident, go for the double up, because he knows Ziggs will be playing back in this lane. So it's actually easier to try and line up the Q, because it's unlikely that he'll go further into the minion wave, because he won't be that far back. He'll be able to just walk up and hit the back line of minions, but if Kratos reads that, then he can just walk away as well. So I'm probably just expecting an E max from PBO.
Look at that. Passive doing some damage here from Kratos, remember? Charges up. He's able to pop that fuse. Smack the Misfortune down.
Yeah, it's actually a lot of damage. And Ziggs doesn't even have like the shortest attack range in the game. It's very similar to the standard of ADCs. It's 550. So he can match the range of Misfortune, who is also 550. So he's always almost able to land his auto attack with his passive, which hurts a lot.
Yeah, it really is a 1-2 punch. You can smack them with that bouncing bomb as well. This is what I was going to be talking about, is that double up that PBO could have possibly taken means that he sort of has to stand in his minion wave if he wants to harass Kratos with it, and that bouncing bomb would then be able to clear the wave and harass down his opponent, which could be an opportunity for the Ziggs to get that pushing advantage, stop PBO from really pulling out too much as the bouncing bomb is going to go wide. PBO very, very healthy here. He's able to look in that brush. Nice scrying old purchase. But there's the bouncing bomb.
That is true. PBO just wants to sit on the side of the minions though, just like that. He's got to follow up.
Oh my goodness, bouncing bomb comes in. Oh my goodness! Fantastic use of the exhaust. Can Kratos? No! Team Fire! There it is, as PBO at level 1, level 2. is able to take that one down. That was so incredibly close.
Unbelievable. That just came down to like the last auto attack or anything else they had left in the bank, and PBO just happened to come out on top. He got 2 good trade as Kratos just kind of ran towards him. Kratos just didn't play the game he was looking for. He was on 6. He wants to push in. He wants to try and get you to the tower, play around those late game win conditions. Got a little greedy because he hit him at level 1. It's like, I should do a lot of damage. And then he tried it again against Misfortune, who does more damage because she's Misfortune, and then just lost.
Yeah, but you've really got to fight in windows as the Ziggs. I mean, you need that short fuse to come up in order to grab it. But Fire, of course, has just taken the victory. We are going to play out the final 1v1, but Fire is going to be the team sending 3 representatives into day number 4. Oh my goodness.
I mean, Fire is just lit right now. Everyone they have on their team, incredibly good. And they just have all of these players who match up so good in these 1v1s. And they busted out the big guns also at the start as well, bringing out Yang, followed by this. And that's just really unfortunate for Ice.
Yeah, really, really sad. However, they are still going to have one representative, so they have to fight it out in amongst themselves to try and get to the top of that pool. My goodness, one more 1v1 to come for tonight, and it is going to be Volta from Brazil, the jungler, the lovely man himself, and Warangelus from LAS, the AD carry, and the man that this team put a lot of stock into in that first feature that we did see. Phenomenal hair at the same time. I mean, when you make us feel bad, like that is a head of hair you could write home about.
Because you're worth it, Wara at the ADC here. I mean, we know Revolta is the most handsome man on the Rift, but Wara is making a pretty good...
yeah. I was ready to say it and be very confident in it, but at the moment,
Wara
I
just walked on it and was just like, actually.
Honestly, I'm not sure. So we got to try and focus in on the League of Legends that they're going to be playing. That is the most important part here. It most certainly is, especially when we've got a close-up of Revolta's face right now. That's just being cruel and mean. It's slightly unusual. But
either way,
Wara. Let's get back to it. I lost my mind just for a moment there.
Yeah, me too. I was just staring into his eyes. But Wara, very impressive from what we saw. Yesterday. I was expecting him to be one of the aces of this team coming into this. So I actually thought he was maybe going to be playing earlier to try and net them some points. But he is playing now, so he might be able to redeem them and stop them getting clean sweeped. On the opposite side, Revolta, he didn't have faith in himself. I had more faith in him than he did. So I want to see him just pick something like Lee Sin. It's not necessarily the best. In 1v1s anymore, but he has the mechanics on that champion.
And Teamfire has already won, so you can just have some fun, Revolta.
YOLO!
Doesn't even matter, but we are.
Get in there.
The bans are already there. We've got Caitlyn Varus Misfortune taken away by Revolta. Nasus, Urgot, and Nunu are going to be the options removed by Wara. And he spelled New.
New.
Which sounds like...
New.
The voices of Team Ice crying out in terror, suddenly silenced. That last 1v1 ended, making Team Fire victorious. Unfortunately, but look at Revolta. He's hovering the Lee Sin. I very much hope that he does it. Oh, don't do it to us.
That's why I'm locking the Lee Sin, so I look like a good analyst, to be honest. But Wara locking in the Jhin, I think it's pretty decent. In the 1v1s, Miffy thinks it's trash. We'll see. Cassiopeia locked in for Revolta. Okay.
Yeah, that's odd. Wasn't expecting it. I was hoping that he'd have some fun. He did hover the Pantheon, which we've seen in and out of the bans, but not necessarily picked yet, I don't think, in this 1v1 section of the tournament.
What, Cassiopeia?
No. Pantheon.
Jhin? Pantheon? No. Has not. Jhin neither.
I know. Yeah. Well, we'll see whether Warangelus can actually make something happen on this Jhin. I personally don't like it. Just don't like it. I don't know why. Just don't feel like it'd be good in a 1v1. I feel like he's just a little bit flimsy, maybe. Not necessarily the champion that you would want as far as trying to get a 1v1 victory. However, Cassiopeia very good in that department. We saw that happen earlier on. And look, it's all up to fate now. And honestly, it doesn't really matter. I'm just excited to see what Revolta can do on a champion that he probably has never played as a jungler.
Me too. It's interesting he went for Cassiopeia. It's just like, I'm a low mechanics player. Like, the highest mechanics I have are Lee Sin, very difficult champion. But let me go for the other high skill cap champion of Cassiopeia in the mid lane and try and make that work. We'll see. It should theoretically be a good match of him into the Jhin, because just of how, in terms of ranges, she should be able to get on top of him, slow him down, just force him back and pick up the kill. Jhin, on the other hand, just because of the disparity in, it's an ADC playing an ADC versus a jungler playing Cassiopeia, he might be able to get in range and just land a couple cheeky auto attacks, land some spells, follow up with the ultimate, and net a kill. That is what Wara is looking for.
Oh, like ships in the night, they pass one another. Revolta taking so much damage that last. Is going to do so much work, but fantastic timing on the exhaust. The Ignite's ticking down. The barrier's there. Revolta so low, but getting it last but not enough mana. There's the first blood as Team Ice gets one back. Orangelis, that hair obviously pulled him across the line, and these guys did not want to mess around. It's like minions haven't even spawned. Let's kill each other. Let's do it.
Glorious. I mean, honestly, that was probably the best opportunity Revolta is going to get in that matchup. In a prolonged trade and a prolonged 1v1, the ADC will probably just win out in terms of mechanics. But actually just gunning for the 1v1 at the start of the game and just saying, screw it, I'm just going to trade with him, is a pretty good strategy to take. But Wara, as a hero to his team, returning, his team definitely had faith in him, as you heard from the feature earlier as well. So yeah, definitely a good man to have some stock in.
And I'm so glad as well that they have so much excitement now for the one victory, you know, that he was able to pick up towards the end, even though Team Fire has already taken the lead. On the exhaust, secured it. As Revolta was so close, but the last Twin Fang, no more mana. And he can take his hands off the keyboard at that stage.
That was just kind of a mess at the end, because once you throw all of your spells down, it's just like, well, it just comes down to auto attacks. And like
I love as well the fact that we were talking about he picked up this mechanics-intensive champion. In that particular 1v1, that's only one targeted ability that he had to worry about.
Correct.
And standing
No
in
skill
a brush.
shots.
Yeah. Although
Perfect.
his timing on the exhaust was fantastic, avoided that crit damage for the last bullet. And unfortunately gave the Jhin time to reload and shoot him in the hand. But for more on Team Fire's domination, Hingers is with Kami. Let's hear what he has to say.
Thank you, Atlas. I am here indeed with Kami. Congratulations on the win. Let me start by asking about your order. How did you guys decide in what order you were going to come out today?
Yeah, so we were either deciding between me and Dude going first, but in the end we decided for Dude. I don't know, we just didn't study it that much. We just like... We had no idea what we were doing, honestly. Yeah.
And yet you still managed to get the big win. Revolta said earlier today he wasn't particularly confident in his ability. He was going to ride your coattails to victory. How do you deal with that kind of pressure?
Well, yeah, all of us weren't really that confident because we didn't really know the best strategy for the 1v1, but Revolta was definitely not really happy about it. That's why we just put him last and be like, okay, we'll do our best and we'll just play last and hope for the best. yeah.
Excellent stuff. And then tomorrow, All for One tournament, give us a sneak peek. What do you guys think you're going to do tomorrow?
Oh yeah, we still need to look at the champions and see what's the most OP combination. So far, we're still deciding. We're not sure yet. But yeah, we're going to look it up today.
Awesome stuff. Well, thank you so much for taking the time to speak to us today. Best luck tomorrow. And I'll throw it over to Sifa now at the analyst desk to
Of course, interesting series of 1v1s. A lot of disappointment there on the side of Team Ice coming in at the end. But we'll start from the beginning. Game 1, of course. Talia, not a pick we expected to see at all in the 1v1s, going up against Nunu. It feels like one big fat miscalculation from the Nunu.
Oh
Just cost him everything.
He was so anticlimactic. I was like, oh, the Nunu is going to kill him, and then...
Yeah, right into the creep wave, tries to chase far too far, and runs out of mana. He's taking damage from creeps, and I love the little resign that he gives at the very end. So check out this horde of creeps that he's going to take all the way with him.
Oh, it's looking so good. It's looking so good.
Maybe if he didn't press Q on the minion.
It's kind of a Pied Piper situation.
Oh, no.
So sad.
And then he just walks, he's like, Relic, please!
Hoping for that spawn.
Yeah, there were a lot of potential missteps here, and unfortunately it did not stop in Game 1. We also had one in Game 3. Cassio. What do you think went wrong overall?
Well, I didn't really know how the matchup was going to go when both went AP in this kind of matchup, but I felt like with Orianna going AD, she would have a very, very big advantage over Cassio, and I think he just played everything really bad, and he could have done so many more things. Like, he could have been more aggressive level 1, he could have just forced a trade on level 2 and forced the Cassio to go could have not bought Spectre's Cowl, could have put 1 point in Q at least. I don't know, I just felt like he played the matchup horribly.
That's what I was going to say. Was it going wrong not even putting a point in Q to try and shove back a little, trade a little?
I mean, at least there was a strategy behind it, but I don't know, I really felt like he could have just like been the better player and played the matchup straight up, just being AD Orianna, and he would have won.
Just watching Mithy backstage, just like twist and turn in his chair. I was like, I don't know what's more entertaining, the 1v1s or just watching you be a tortured soul over here.
Well, unfortunately, Mithy is not the only tortured soul, as we saw in that final all-in, where the dreams of Ice die. MF versus Ziggs is our final matchup. We can take a look at it on the screen now. And I mean, you go for the all-in, respect to both of them, but it's just so brutal to watch.
It had gone wrong, unfortunately, before this. We were discussing about how, you know, oh, maybe Ziggs with the cheesy tactic gets the tower low. You kind of play the war of attrition, get the tower low, throw the W out, and auto-pop it. But then you end up taking like damage from a Thunderlord's proc and a double up, and you go forward and you stay in double up range and miss all of your skills. Oh, you can't last.
That's the thing. It's the AD carry. You got to survive those early levels, get control of the creep wave. Like, that's what Ziggs needs to play. And again, just like little things that Miss Fortune was doing. The fact that he throws down the E and she's just like, you want to 1v1 right now? Stops moving, doesn't proc any more of the proximity grenades, and just goes toe-to-toe.
Yeah, definitely. That matchup, I think that Ziggs should have just stayed back, wait for level 7, get the first base off, and then just push the wave and play that what you were saying, where just push it in, get damage on the tower.
Yep.
And I think you just like try to all in level 1, level 2, which could work if you hit your spells, but why take the risk when you can just play the safety way and it will be fine. The MF can't even all in you that well because you have exhaust, you have your passive, you have your satchel at some point, and yeah, it just didn't feel like he played the matchup right either.
And we're briefly touching on Game 5 there too. You know, Revolta taking a lot of risks as well, deciding to fight the Jhin with a guaranteed crit at level 1 in that extended fight. So risk-taking appears to be the name of the game for a lot of people here in 1v1s. Pretty much risk-taking or conceding to farm to 100, which is a little unfortunate. We're never excited to see the farm, but of course a win is a win. However, here's how Teams Fire and Ice are stacking up now at the end of the day, at the end of 2 days of competition. Run through this one, you can see Japan 3-0, Turkey 3-0, Brazil 2-1, and Southeast Asia 1-1. They are 9-2 and have now locked 3 slots in the playoff bracket. As we turn our attention to Team Ice, we have to keep in mind that only the #1 seed from Team Ice will advance.
Exactly, and you look at how the race for that is going. Currently, you know, there's competition. A lot of people would have thought CIS would be completely away with it at #1, but tied currently with Latin America South, so a lot rides on tomorrow's games.
And that's been the big surprise for me from the tournament is Latin America South, in particular in their performance stepping up. Even Plugo, you know, winning his individual 1v1, so a good showing from them. And now Team Ice, again, they're looking at each other. I don't have to outrun the bear, I just got to outrun the guy next to me.
Have to find security in that first seed.
Oh man, it feels bad. It feels like Team Fire is rigged. I hope it's not rigged in the main event.
Well, hey, I mean, can you beat Korea, North America, and whoever this wildcard seed is?
You mean Korea, some of Europe?
Oh, wow. Little shots fired there at the imports. All right. We have rain over Impact, etc.
Mithy, you don't need to beat Team Fire. You just need to beat everyone else in your group.
Okay, that looks like a better plan.
China and LMS, but of course, All Stars is ahead of us next week. Of course, we're done with Summoner's Rift, done with Assassin's Mode. We've had a bunch of 1v1s, and here's what's in store for tomorrow. So, curious now to see the schedule. It is all for one day, and we're starting out with Southeast Asia versus Latin America North, Oceania versus Brazil, Turkey versus Latin America South, and CIS versus Japan before moving on to our final set of 1v1 matches between Oceania and Southeast Asia.
Really, for me, it's that back set, Turkey versus Latin America South and CIS versus Japan. You're going against the two heavyweight favorites that are both undefeated right now. Technically, Turkey has the superior record, so they are still ahead of Japan. But again, it's Latin America South and CIS just looking at each other, who's going to fall down and who's going to step up to secure the last spot.
And there's that piece of the puzzle missing because we don't know who they're going to be playing yet. We're going to find out. Will it be 10 Blitzcranks, 10 Bards, 10 Syndras? I love it.
And talking about 1v1s, every 1v1 counts, right? So every single win counts towards the bracket stage.
Yeah, and of course, for those unfamiliar, at the end of the day, the tiebreakers are decided by 1v1 wins. So in the event the two teams are tied in the scoreline, what will break it is who has more wins in the 1v1. And so, I mean, the huge deciding factor here as we come to the last day of 1v1s, especially the teams who are able to do a 3-2 as opposed to a 4-1, for instance, in Turkey's case, and their wins earlier today. So 1v1s could be everything for a lot of these teams.
Yep.
Yep. All right. Well, that's going to bring us to the end then of day 2 of International Wildcard All-Stars. We'll see you back here tomorrow at 1 p.m. Central European Summer Time, and that's 4 a.m. Pacific Standard Time for day 3. Que pasis unas buenas noches. I butchered it. I got it. Okay, good.
Dodge gonna get locked up. There's the Ignite. Radius putting down the auto attack, splashes forward. But missed the turret. Doesn't get the final auto attack. But Crystal jumps in. Comes the first and 4. Double Doge is spinning around for the double kill. He gets the triple kill. Let's see if he can get out. The Shroud's coming up in 1 second. Helios not just quite. Trying to help him out. Plugo gonna flash up on. There's Zhonya's hourglass.
And can Kira make the 1v2 here? Zanzara's only been able to show face and cause a distraction. It looks like the answer is yes. That takes the kill, and all of a sudden, this is now looking like a good plan. The Baron, it's stolen. Levy takes it, and Sea have come up with everything. And they are going to finish the job and take down all 5. A quadra kill for Levy. Duel the triple kill. Chrono break back. Kami is still alive in this one. Porky picks up Gang for revenge. Revolta, the quadra, tries to make a big play.
Him out as Edward grabs another health pack, but is it going to be enough? I don't think so. There's the auto, and the Tom Kench, 2 for nothing. No opportunity. Good exhaust. Very, very late. No, Owen doesn't get the last auto and cancels the final one, being very scared of that turret. He's still looking for it. The first auto is going to come in. Good barrier comes out. Oh my God, sight knot. Exhaust is traded. Ignite's still there. Oh my God, there it is. First blood.
He gets caught by anything, he's probably dead from Yang Taras.
Speaking of which, needs one more Twin Fang. There's the auto. GG! Oh,
he's got to follow up.
Goodness, Bouncing Bob comes in. Oh my goodness, fantastic use of the exhaust. Can't quite no! Team Fire!
Dare to be different. Revel in the impossible. Introducing a little anarchy. Disrupting the natural order. Because a hero lies in all of us. Nothing is beyond your reach. Claim your victory and go forth to conquer new worlds.